The Prime Minister's roadmap to recovery holds out the prospect that we can return to so many of the freedoms we've been missing, and that by summer and autumn we could be enjoying for ourselves again, getting together with friends and family. All of us are looking forward to that. But between now and then, we actually have quite a long way to go. And the reason for that is that the rates at the moment in Nottinghamshire County are still running at a very high level. It's really important that we bring those rates much lower. To continue with rates at this level, we risk seeing a resurgence which would threaten our local NHS, and it's imperative that we avoid that. So I'm urging everybody, right from the start of this roadmap, as we move into step one, to continue to do all you can to pay attention and to follow all of the rules that are in place in step one. It's really critical that we don't race ahead to a next step without completing this one. To do that would risk the recovery that we're all looking for.
I started working for Nottinghamshire County Council back in 2018 when I was successful in applying to its graduate development programme. I then became a public health and commissioning manager. Anybody who's interested in applying to the graduate development programme, I would strongly suggest that you do so. The 2 years is designed to develop and further both your skills but also your career aspirations, so that you can embed this and move forward following the completion of the programme. I was also given the opportunity to actually consult with our residents and work with local charities, which I really enjoyed, and I found it a really important and worthwhile experience. So right now I work in supporting our Health and Wellbeing Board in Nottinghamshire, and I would definitely say that the grad scheme was really crucial in my success in applying for this position, but also the support network that was in place. You know, I'd had placement managers and I had a mentor who I was able to discuss and start to reflect on what my career aspirations might be and identify that public health was an area that I was interested in. Nottinghamshire County Council has been a really good organisation to work for and that I continue to work for. So I would strongly suggest to all of those who are interested to apply to the graduate development programme this year.
You'll be as pleased as I am that as we move through March, the days are getting longer and we're starting to see a bit of spring coming through and some warmer days. And with that, it's fantastic, isn't it, to be able to get outside a little bit more and to enjoy the open air. But it's really important that as we do that, that we also keep in mind all of the measures that are in place in this very first step of the roadmap. It allows for us to meet up with one other person for recreational activities outdoors. But it's really important that even as we do that, we keep in mind all of the social distancing measures, which are so important. The reason they're important is that there is no shortcut we can take to the end of the roadmap. There is still quite a long way to travel, and during that time we need to make sure that the rates in Nottinghamshire come down further. You can play your part in that by sticking to the rules at each step of the roadmap.
Thank you and welcome back, colleagues. Can I move on now on to the agenda again, and agenda item 9A, which is questions to Nottinghamshire Fire Authority. There have been no questions. So I'll now move on to
Questions.
9B, questions to the committee chairman. As set out under the Constitution, a maximum of 60 minutes is allowed for the questioning of committee chairman, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. I'd like to remind members that following the change in the Constitution, there will be only one supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original question. The supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question and not a statement. There will be no adjournment debate. There are 7 questions, and I'll move to the first question, which is from Councillor John Ogle regarding highway statistics. Councillor Cotty to reply. Councillor Ogle.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, John Cotty. Given the extensive discussion about our highways during the last full council budget meeting, could the chairman of the Communities and Place Committee provide the official figures on the state of the county's roads and how we compare to other authorities? Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Chairman.
Councillor Cotty, sorry.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Ogle, for the question. Our county's roads are classified into 4 groups. A roads, of which we maintain 362 miles of, B and C roads, of which we maintain 695 miles of, and then unclassified roads, or U roads, which we maintain 1,700 miles for. As such, we're responsible for maintaining a total of around 2,700 miles of highway, which could be seen as the distance between Nottinghamshire and Newfoundland. Of this vast network, over 400 miles of highway are in need of repair. And as we are in election season, I'm sure that every member of the council will insist that 400 of these miles are actually in their division. So I'll make it clear that this total is comprised of many small sections of road that are distributed throughout the county. Very few of these sections will be especially long, and as always, our first priority is to ensure that our roads are safe for local people and for motorists. Perhaps members would hazard a guess as to how many miles of our classified road network requires repair. So you may think 100 or 200 or more. Well, Chairman, the answer is 32 miles. and that's comprised of 7 miles of A roads, 25 miles of B and C roads, and this is less than the distance between County Hall and Worksop town centre. And the robust maintenance that we oversee on these roads mean that we rank second out of all county councils in the country for A road maintenance. I'll say it again. We rank second out of all the county councils in the country for A road maintenance, and fourth for the maintenance of B and C roads. So that's fourth for B and C roads. To put it more simply, we're amongst the best in the country when it comes to maintaining our primary roadways. The difficulty is that our unclassified roads, excuse me a second, thank you, Chairman, sorry, are much greater need of repair. And the reasons, which are well covered, we have experienced several successive difficult winters, COVID restrictions, and these have come after decades of underinvestment from old Labour administrations. I hope members will therefore forgive me when I dismiss the claims that have been made in the past, and will no doubt be made again later today, that our rural communities are somehow undeserving of the funding that they receive. I will again make clear that our system of maintenance is in line with authorities across the country and plainly delivers results on our main roads. However, it is important to add that although our market towns have their fair share of unclassified roads, so do our rural communities. And in fact, these are often major causeways between villages that are essential to their ability to travel. Moreover, these rural communities see more HGVs travelling at speed on their unclassified roads, causing thousands of times more damage than even the biggest family car on the market. The half-cocked electioneering from the Ashfield Independents on how taxpayers' money should be spent is based on the back of a cigarette packet. Calculations are not backed up by any proper statistics and would likely leave Ashfield with just as much funding as under the current system, or even open up the possibility of leaving them worse off. Our investment in roads over the past 4 years is something we should be proud of, and have left a golden legacy for the next administration. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor
have a
Cotty,
supplementary,
Councillor Cotty,
Chairman.
do you have a supplementary?
I do have a supplementary, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor Ogle, I'm trying to do something else at the same time. I can't do two things. I'm a man. Not at the same time, anyway. Right, Councillor Ogle.
I understand that men can't multitask. Could the committee chairman also detail how much more this administration has done to tackle and continuously improve the condition of the county's roads compared with the preceding Labour administration?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we've invested not just in the maintenance and repair of our highways, but in the council's whole approach to highways. By acquiring full ownership of Via East Midlands from Cornwall Council, we've been in a better position than ever before to invest in our highways and reap the rewards of our hard work. All such profits generated from Via commercial work are now able to be reinvested for the benefit of local residents, and given their recent high performance, some £2 million has been ploughed back into the Nottinghamshire services. It's because of this investment that we can disregard claims by Councillor Rhodes and his Labour Party colleagues that Nottinghamshire has, and I quote, the worst maintained highways in the country. The figures I quoted earlier demonstrate that this is simply not the case. And even our unclassified road maintenance is only 5% worse than the national average. I note with interest that the Labour Party seem to base their claims not on the number of potholes reported, but on the number of potholes repaired. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but surely if we're repairing more potholes than any other authority in the country, then that is the case. That is the cause for celebration. Once again, the Labour Party show their true colours and predictably talk down the county in service of their electoral game playing. Even if we were in such a dire situation, they would have nobody but themselves to blame. Not only did their party's successive terms of underinvestment get us into this situation, but I'd hate the members to forget that it was Councillor Greaves himself who, instead of investing in new technology or making us a more responsive authority, personally oversaw a 2 million reduction in highways funding during the last year in administration, leaving those defects to worsen for 12 months before we were able to put right their mistakes. Making up for the many shortcomings of the previous administration is not a one-man job. However, even with a proactive committee such as mine, that is why this administration literally put the power in the hands of our residents with the MyNots app, which is now used to report around 10% of potholes in the county. Not only has this made it easier for residents, but it's also given VIA more data to action these issues and ensure that our roads are safe. It would be remiss of me not to repeat my comments at the budget meeting that our only combined planning investment of over 11 million in spray injection, chip patching and hot box vehicle technology has seen us progress towards more advanced road improvements, which future-proof stretches of our highway. Together, these systems have delivered over 45,000 square metres of patching to date. However, we're not resting on our laurels. We continue to work closely with industrial partners such as JCB and Tarmac to maintain our position as one of the best authorities in the country when it comes to road repairs. Together with VIA, Nottinghamshire County Council are supporting the development of innovation, new pothole repair methods. And only last week, I contacted JCB to inquire about their Pothole Pro machine, which will be trialled live in the county next week. This will make us one of the first authorities in the country to trial this technology and cement our position as a leading council in this field. This administration has seen the council move ever closer to the top of the leaderboard when it comes to road repairs. And no matter the result in May, the people of Nottinghamshire will be served by a council that is better to address the issues on our roads through the only guarantee that it will continue to get better is to vote Conservative. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Carr, you have a clarification or
Yes.
a standing order clarification. What is the clarification?
Is it within the spirit of the Constitution, Chair?
What is the clarification?
That was obviously, yes. I'm asking for clarification. Is it in the spirit of the Constitution that supplementary question was obviously planted because it was a written response that he was reading? The other parties can't ask another question, and I think that is really, really unfair.
Well, that might be something
point of order, Chairman. I'll come back on that. I always write notes down.
Councillor Ogle, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. It's perfectly in line with the Constitution, and if you want to change it, I suggest that you take that one up with the next administration to come in. Right, can I move on, please, to question number 2, which is from Councillor Weiss, which is a question to the Chairman of Finance and Major Contracts Committee, in which it's in the budget statement you referred to the way in which the budget addresses inequities throughout the county. Could you please provide one substantial example of how you've achieved this in 2020-21 budget, and further specific examples of how inequalities are addressed in the budget agreed at the February full council for this coming financial year? Councillor Butler? Councillor Jackson, sorry. Oh, Councillor White. Wait a minute, I'm losing this one altogether. Right, that's the question.
Chair.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you for reading the question for me.
Yeah.
Just before Richard replies, I just want for myself to, if you could bear with me, just to thank people, colleagues, for their warm good wishes for those of us who are standing down. For myself, I partly wish I'd started this political game a bit sooner, but because of the roles I had, that wasn't possible. But I will always appreciate being entrusted with the chair of adult social care and public health, and the opportunity to work with such outstanding staff in probably the 8 most difficult years of that department's work, and also the colleagues who shared that committee work with me. I've enjoyed the comradeship of the Labour group, obviously, and the cross-party banter when it's been in friendship, including sharing cake with Councillor Dobson. I wish we'd found more common ground for supporting the county's most vulnerable communities, and I hope that under the next council that may move forward substantially. And I wish you well, for those who will still be in post. And I look forward now to Richard's response. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And before I start, I'll wish Muriel well as she leaves us, and everybody else, as was mentioned earlier on, that isn't standing, including yourself, Chairman. And I do hope that the restrictions will be lifted and you'll be able to get over to Germany and see the family before too long. I know you've missed that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chairman, this question reminds me of one from Councillor Rhodes to the Leader of the Council back in 2019 when he asked what she'd been doing to serve the needs of the communities of Nottinghamshire. She could well have been within her rights to spend the full hour giving comprehensive answers to such a glib and open-ended question, but as a courtesy to other members with better questions, she restrained a reply to a lean and pointed 20 minutes. Perhaps Councillor Wise has learnt from her group leader's mistakes in asking me to pick just two examples of how the 2020 to 2021 and the 21 to 22 budgets address inequalities. The question is a little puzzling in the distinction that it makes between this year and next year, because so many examples of our work tackling inequality are funded by ongoing budget commitments rather than by one-off spending. However, a quick survey of colleagues, several have asked me to highlight the ongoing investment which we're making in supported employment services, which help adults with mental and physical disabilities to overcome the potential barriers to employment that are presented. We have a gross budget of almost 4.4 million in the coming year for supported employment services. Our iWork service helps vulnerable people to live active, fulfilling lives, finding them work opportunities, including within our own services, such as at County Horticulture, County Enterprise Foods, and Solutions for Data. In fact, we've taken specific action to protect the long-term future of County Horticulture. We've invested more than £500,000 in a major refurbishment and improvement project at the service's main site at Brook Farm in Limby, concentrating our operations there and making it a far more attractive and a commercially viable facility than it previously was. Unfortunately, the official opening has been delayed by the COVID-19 lockdown, but we expect the benefits of this project to be realised when we move back to a more normal operating environment soon. Speaking of COVID, I am surely compelled to highlight as my other permitted example the additional £92.9 million that's been invested in 2020 to 2021 so far in response to the pandemic. Within this figure, our most intensive and targeted support has been offered to people identified as being disadvantaged and most vulnerable to the impact of COVID for various reasons, including poor mental or physical health and financial hardship. I don't know whether Councillor Weiss has had examples such as this in mind, or whether she wanted to highlight or challenge other aspects of our work, but that's the problem with a non-specific question, Chairman. It does not really specify a type of inequality that she may have in mind. Is it economic, health, gender, ethnicity, education? As with the word deprivation, some politicians use words like inequality in a lazy, generic way as nothing more than a vehicle for a pre-prepared political message. I don't know whether Councillor Weiss is going to do that or not. If she had a supplementary question, we'll no doubt find out. If the intention of the question is sincere, and I hope it is, it would help to be a little more specific, perhaps highlighting a particular type of perceived inequality or a particular policy area where she thinks that our budget should do more or be deployed differently. I can't even refer to Labour's alternative budget from last month, Chairman, as a clue to what Councillor Weiss and her colleagues might have done differently to address inequality, because of course there was no alternative budget. Given that any supplementary question must be on the same matter and cannot introduce new and more specific information, I can only answer the question quite literally as it's been asked, but I look forward to any supplementary, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wise, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. But thank you, Richard, for your response. I mean, we could have a debate about how much of the work with people with learning disability was given substantial energy and support when Labour was in control, particularly around the iWorks team and so on. But obviously that's not for now. But I think I'm sure you share with me a great concern about the very low level of employment opportunities for people with learning disabilities, and that the resourcing of that is still not as it should be. But my supplementary question is more about a way of working and the approach of the Conservative group. The issue around the Children's Centre in Rhodesia has been well rehearsed, and I'm not going to go into that in detail. And Sybil has spoken very powerfully earlier about the situation in her district. But I just would like to ask you, given your intention of addressing inequalities in the county and the council's responsibility of stewardship of our resources, on reflection, do you think your administration could have given consideration to a much more co-production model of proper community engagement before you gave away the Children's Centre in Rhodesia to an academy? Would you yourself prefer to see a better way of working with the community rather than a very short?
Thank you, Councillor. I think you are wandering off the actual question that you asked in the first place.
It's about inequalities.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We hear the same argument we heard previously about the Children's Centre in Rhodesia. And unfortunately, it really centred on the building rather than the service and the people. And, you know, if we want to tackle inequalities in the council, which we absolutely do, we do that by targeting very specifically the people who are most at need of the services. You don't do that by paying for an empty building, as we said a week ago, and I stand by, and the group stands by the decision that we made, which is to focus the service where it's needed. We heard the evidence from the Children's Centre at Rhodesia that it wasn't getting the people through the doors that it needed to. And so I think it's absolutely right that we concentrate the service on finding those people and giving them the very targeted and specific help that they needed, because for whatever reason, they are not coming through the doors of a building. And we don't believe in letting buildings like that stand empty and being a drain on the council's finances, because the money that we've got in that budget is far better spent on the services that we want to provide. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Question 3 is from Councillor Alan Rhodes about resident parking permit charges. Councillor John Cotty to respond.
Chairman, thank you. During a terrible pandemic, when working people and their families are losing their jobs, furloughed, or having a pay freeze imposed upon them, how can the portfolio holder for communities in place justify a 40% increase in the charge for residents-only parking permits from £25 to £35 per vehicle?
Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Rhodes, for the question. Resident parking schemes provide parking spaces for residents in areas where such demand is high. Charges for permits were introduced in 2010, and the initial charge of £25 has remained unchanged for 10 years until 2020. It was increased to £35 to recover some of the costs of administering, maintaining and enforcing such schemes. The increase was approved by Communities and Place Committee on the 5th of March 2020. The figure of £35 was benchmarked against many other local authorities, and it compares favourably with Leicestershire County Council, for example. They charge £50 a year. Derbyshire County Council are comparable at £35 a year, but they charge £50 for a second vehicle, unlike Nottinghamshire County Council. A permit for £35 a year works out at less than 10p a day for access to parking close to the home. And let's not forget, we make no charges for blue badge holders and those over 75. And we've provided a free parking permit scheme for NHS and social care staff during the COVID pandemic. In March 2021, in recognition of the prevailing economic situation around COVID, the committee decided not to increase the costs of resident parking permits from the figure agreed a year earlier. Prices therefore remain the same as they have been for the last 12 months, £35. There was a typographical error in the March 2021 committee paper where the legacy figure of £25 had been appended to the report. But this was corrected at the meeting, so members fully understood that they were voting to maintain the current price at £35. Would Councillor Rhodes prefer that the people using the service pay a proportionate cost, albeit one which does not fully cover the cost to this council? Or would he rather that it fell on the taxpayer at large, even if they are not a beneficiary of the service? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rhodes, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do, and I'm sure the committee chairman understands that it's for us to ask the questions and him to provide the answers. Chairman, people who want or need residents-only parking schemes live in areas where it's almost impossible for them to park close to their own homes, not necessarily outside their own homes, but even close to their own homes at times. People who live near hospitals, some of my constituents, as the chairman knows, football grounds, town centre locations, parks and popular spots for visitors. Does the chairman agree with me that they're not always people who are wealthy people? In fact, very often these residences are occupied by people, they're low-cost houses and occupied by people on low incomes, people who are not receiving high pay awards this year. Does he feel that it's a fair system to charge people who, through no fault of their own, are being forced to park not only near their own home, but sometimes many streets away from their own home on certain days and at certain times?
Thank you. Councillor Cotty.
No, I don't agree with Councillor Rhodes. You make a choice where you buy a house, and yes, when you're in a house, sometimes circumstances change. So no, I don't agree with him. And if he was so concerned about this subject, I go back to what Councillor Richard Jackson says. Last meeting we had was a budget meeting, so you could have quite easily put this in a budget presentation, but you didn't want to bother to do it. So thank you, Chairman. I think I've answered the question.
Thank you. Question 4 is from Councillor Pringle concerning the budget concerns and service delivery. Councillor Jackson to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm pretty sure I can already gauge some of the response that I'll get from Councillor Jackson. However, Councillor Jackson, you will recall that at the budget meeting last month, I delivered an observation that the budget presented by your group was disingenuous. Since then, the National Audit Office, the official parliamentary body for auditing government, have also spoken out to highlight the plight of local government finances. And I quote, "The financial position of the sector remains a concern and authorities are setting their budgets for 2021-22 with limited confidence." Would Councillor Jackson now like to provide an honest account to the people of Nottinghamshire of this authority's ability to continue delivering a high quality, sustainable frontline service after this financial year?
Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I really am grateful to Councillor Pringle for his question, because it gives me yet another opportunity to remind colleagues that our sound financial management of this authority is allowing us to continue delivering a sustainable frontline services to our residents that they need. I've got to say, though, he has a bit of a nerve tabling a question like this in view of Labour's no-show at last month's budget meeting. I presented a full budget a month ago today, which had 5 appendices, properly signed off by our Service Director for Finance. Councillor Pringle is suggesting that the budget is disingenuous and by implication unsound, then he is effectively contradicting our Section 151 officer, and I don't take kindly to that. I gave a comprehensive presentation 4 weeks ago accompanying the budget report. I explained openly and honestly, as shown in the council budget book, that there remains a financial challenge to be resolved over the medium term, as it is the case for virtually every council in the country. Nottinghamshire's challenge is actually more manageable than the one facing many other councils because our starting position before the COVID crisis was comparatively strong. The gap in the council's budget over the medium term is now in fact £15 million smaller than the one which we inherited from the previous Labour administration in 2017, despite the unprecedented financial pressures that we faced due to COVID. Last month, I described the strategies that we're already putting in place through Policy Committee and through Improvement and Change Committee to resolve this challenge, which began as a three-tier approach: achieve, transform and save model for further corporate transformation, and has evolved into 5 strands of work which will form the basis of this administration's council plan for 2021 to 25. These transformation plans are focused on reducing the budget gap significantly over the medium term and continuing to balance our budget. The disingenuous position presented at the recent budget meeting was actually that of the Labour group. In response to our budget, Councillor Pringle offered only a brief presentation, mainly raising questions and concerns that I'd already answered. To be fair, I can't actually accuse Councillor Pringle of presenting a disingenuous budget, because the reality is, of course, that he didn't present an alternative budget at all. That's why the question today borders on the farcical. The leader of the Labour group made the embarrassing statement that he did not see it as their duty to present an alternative budget in the final budget meeting before an election. That's the main opposition group at this council, Chairman. Councillor Rhodes apparently wants people to vote for him on the basis of no alternative financial plan whatsoever, which is absolutely disingenuous. I'm not convinced Labour have even costed the loose collection of themes or the 2 pledges that they recently made at their campaign launch. Councillor Rhodes and his colleagues certainly haven't explained to anyone how they intend to fund their plans or what effect their additional commitments would have on budget sustainability. I didn't think it was possible for the Labour Party to fall further still from the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn, but at least Corbyn presented a costed manifesto, eye-watering though it would have been for us taxpayers. In the absence of any substance whatsoever, Councillor Pringle tries to make his question sound credible by quoting the National Audit Office, who were commenting on the exemplary role played by local authorities in protecting their communities through the COVID-19 pandemic. The Audit Office report states that government had supported local authorities in the COVID-19 pandemic response, and that intensive engagement with the sector has provided a good evidence base for financial and other support, which has averted a system-wide financial failure and managed the most severe risks to value for money in the short term. Councillor Pringle is correct that the financial position of the wider local government sector remains a cause for concern, and as I explained last month, the coronavirus crisis has exposed the fragility of some councils' past decisions to borrow money for speculative commercial investment, and this worsens in the council if the council then uses this as a basis to reduce or even freeze council tax. Nottinghamshire County Council's sound financial management has already been recognised by the Local Government Association peer review. We are in a better position than most other councils, and with prudent financial management over the next 4 years, which would be guaranteed by a Conservative administration, Chairman, we will continue to deliver high quality and sustainable services. Ours is certainly not a disingenuous budget. It's built on solid foundations. I could use the analogy that Labour's budget plan is akin to a house built on sand, but that would be disingenuous in itself because they haven't even got the sand. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pringle, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, Chairman. So actually, Richard, the answer is no, there is no judgment, and that the National Audit Office is incorrect in their findings, which I find incredible, to be quite honest. However, I do have to say, to suggest or for you to continue to speak about lack of budget setting, you fall into ignorance of people not setting budgets on the assumption that they don't understand finance. I can assure you, I and my other colleagues understand the financial position of this authority extremely well. So, although I must say, had we set a budget, in actual fact, you would have lost 20 minutes of your speech, because that's all you ever bring up. It's a constant refer back to. You haven't set a budget. Well, And not setting a budget doesn't mean that I can't scrutinise you or that we shouldn't scrutinise you, which is exactly what we're doing. Thank you for your answer because I'm polite. Thank you for your answer because I'm very polite. I understand you try your best. Your failings will continue to be scrutinised. And I wish you well.
Thank you, Councillor.
I wish you well on your leadership.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, do you have any response to make?
Well, I could reply to the supplementary, but it was a bit like replying to the alternative budget because there wasn't a supplementary, was there? I mean, just in terms of some of the comments made, I have to say I have faith. Our group has complete faith in our professional officers, and I do take exception to the inference in the original question and in the supplementary ramble that there's some dishonesty in our budget. There certainly isn't, and I can tell you now that Mr. Stevenson would not sign off a budget as a one officer if in any way it was disingenuous or dishonest. So I really would ask Councillor Pringle perhaps to reflect on what he said in terms of how it relates to our professional officers. It's one thing to tell us that if there'd been an alternative budget, it would have been a great one. Look, we are weeks away from an election, and I personally think that the public of Nottinghamshire deserve to know what the main opposition party would do differently if they were in control, because they tell us they would do an awful lot differently, Chairman, and that we don't need to do what we're doing, but they don't. They have no ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 28 minutes left into this, please. So can we be more brief in both questions and answers? Item question number 5, Councillor Zdrozny, highway repairs and personal injury complaints. Councillor Cottee to respond. Councillor Zdrozny.
Thank you, Chairman. Can the Chairman of the Communities and Place Committee please tell the Council, 1, how many times the Council had to revisit pothole repairs in 2017-18, 2018-19, 2019-20 and 2020-21 to date? How much do you estimate that this has cost the Council to revisit pothole repair in each of those years to date? And how much has the Council paid out in personal injury claims, and how much has the Council paid out for claims by residents of damage to vehicles caused by potholes in each of those 4 years? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cottee.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Zdrozny, for the question. The data requested in points 1 and 2 of the question is not readily available because there's no formal definition of a revisit for recording purposes. As I've explained in previous replies to the Council, once we're made aware of a highway defect, we have a legal duty to make a repair within a set timescale in accordance with our Highway Inspection and Risk Manual. For the worst defects, these timescales are between 2 hours and 1 working day. With other more minor defects, we have to complete a repair within 28 days. For the most urgent repairs, which require a repair within 1 working day to make the road safe, we mainly use ViaFix. Often when a member of the public asks our highways operators to return to the site of a previous repair, which they might think has failed, it is clear upon closer inspection that the previous repair is fully intact, but the older road surface around the repair has continued to deteriorate, especially during freeze-thaw cycle in the winter. Our operatives will of course repair any further damage that's been emerged around that or close to the original repair, but this does not represent a direct repeat or failure of the previous repair, as implied by the word revisit in Councillor Zdrozny's question. It's simply another pothole report, which is recorded in the normal way, and we are only aware of a few instances where the materials used to repair potholes have failed. The real problem is prevailing condition of some of our roads.
Oh, no, back up.
Owing to the road maintenance backlog this administration inherited in 2017. We want to move to a prevention rather than a cure. That's why the Conservative and Mansfield Independent administration invested an extra 24 million to begin to tackle the problems of our predecessors chose to ignore. We've invested in spray injection patching and hotbox plant so that in future we can rely less on pothole filling and more on permanent repairs and mechanised approaches. And these approaches are also rolled out in areas where there are clusters of individual VIAFIX pothole repairs, which are being identified proactively. Regarding part 3 of the question, Nottinghamshire County Council has paid out £637,757 in personal injury claims caused by potholes or uneven surfaces from 2017-18 to March the 31st, 2021. Almost 60% of that figure relates to 2017-18, before our £25 million investment in road maintenance commenced from February 2018. Regarding damage to vehicle claims, the amount paid out between 2017-18 and the 23rd of March 2021 is around £159,000. However, once again, over 50% of that figure was paid out in 2017-18 before the commencement of our extra 24 million investment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Drosny, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chairman. I do, and I must admit I'm incredibly surprised and disappointed that the County Council has chosen to, I think it's called going native, when an officer fully has a member lined up to answer in the way an officer would, rather than give a straight answer and the honest figures out to members and questions. So I'm very disappointed that the council has chosen not to answer the question about refixing potholes. The facade that we don't have to go back to potholes when we often see them stamped in, and 10 minutes later when it's raining, them floating down the road, to suggest that it's a separate pothole that just be close is
there a question, Chairman, please?
Yes, I go with that. Come on, Councillor Drosny.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm entitled to make my point around the question.
Well, the question you're asking is one in respect of the costs and the number of incidents.
I didn't get an answer because the Conservative administration are so woefully incompetent that they don't keep records. So, Mr. Chairman, the question is this, and I suspect, given the sycophantic backbench question that we were lowballed earlier and the derisory...
Is that a question, sir?
Hold on. Councillor Cotty, I'll do the asking the questions. Thank you. You can do the answering. Councillor Drosny, please can you concentrate on the question that you asked on the supplementary?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you'd stop your member interrupting me, I'll get to it. Mr. Chairman, the question is, and I said I don't think I'll get an answer given that we've heard such prevaricating this morning, but given that the County Council has now wasted £800,000 in compensation claims, and given that we estimate it to be well in excess of £10 million of cost to go back to revisiting pothole botch repair jobs, would the chairman of the Communities in Place Committee like to take this opportunity to apologise to the residents of Nottinghamshire for the woeful failures in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I wouldn't like to apologise, although I have apologised last week on television, but I apologise for the previous administrations as well, because the County Council, residents of Nottinghamshire County Council deserve a proper service, which we're delivering. And if Councillor Zarosny wants to keep coming forward with his questions, that's fine. He can have written answers to back them up, because the information I've been given shows how the decline over the period of this administration has gone down from claims. And that reason is because of what we've invested in the highways, rather than Councillor Zarosny making up and dreaming of questions he can ask for political gains until election.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Question number 6 then, Councillor Plant. Question is regarding safety of women. Councillor Cutts to respond. Councillor Platt.
Oops. Muted, Liz.
Councillor Plant.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I didn't expect that you'd actually get to me, but before I ask my question, I'd just like to thank councillors for all the kind words that have been said to obviously all the members who are not standing again. And also I'd like to wish Councillor Cutts all the very best in all her endeavours going forward. And obviously the same to all councillors who are standing down. Now, on to my question. Does the leader of the council agree with me that every woman and girl has the right to feel safe when out and about on the streets of Nottinghamshire? Thank you.
Councillor Cutts, please.
Thank you, Councillor Plant, for your question. Of course, I agree that every woman and girl has a right to feel safe in our county. I'd also extend this to cover men and boys as well. I appreciate that this subject has rightly received more scrutiny in light of the appalling abduction and murder of poor Sarah Everard. But it must be clear that any attack on a person going about their daily business is always unacceptable. Everyone has a right to feel safe on our streets, and both men and women can feel vulnerable at certain situations, especially if they're alone. The council continues to take seriously its responsibility to keep all its residents safe. The responsibility for law enforcement obviously rests with the police, and we work closely with the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner through the Police and Crime Panel, and our multi-agency safeguarding hub is essential in triaging serious concerns between police and social services. Furthermore, our communities officers working with borough and district partners continue to play their part in their range of measures promoting community safety. Similarly, we are regularly updated on the work of the Violence Reduction Unit, which includes police and partners in health and education to tackle violent crime and the underlying causes of violent crime. I know that our Chief Executive, Anthony May, plays a pivotal role in this as Chair of the Safer Nottinghamshire Board, and his involvement in these issues shows how seriously this council takes its responsibilities. Every resident of Nottinghamshire should feel safe in our county, and I'm immensely proud of the collaborative work we've done with other local agencies and public bodies to address this serious issue.
Thank you. Councillor Plant, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Cutts, for that very thorough response. And I mean, you're absolutely right. Obviously, my question was triggered by the recent events, recent tragic events, obviously, in terms of the death of Sarah Everard. And I am very much focusing on women because there can't be a woman of any age in this country, who doesn't have real concerns for their safety when walking alone at night, and many who also avoid certain situations, even in the daytime. Whether it's walking to and from a bus stop alone at night, being on a bus alone at night, walking down poorly lit streets alone, returning to car parks alone, walking through a town centre alone when the pubs are turning out, and even walking alone in the countryside in the daytime. And you're absolutely right in the fact that these concerns are not new. Women and girls have lived with these concerns about their personal safety.
Councillor, it's more of a statement you're making. Would you ask a question?
Councillor Wallace, yes. They have had these restrictions to their activities for decades, but something really does need to change, and it needs to change now. I'd like to ask Councillor Cutts if she, as my supplementary, what role she thinks the council can take in encouraging and addressing the cultural shift in male attitudes needed to address this crucial issue going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts.
I wish you'd asked me that question in your question, Liz, and I could give it a full and considered answer. I do think it's a new attitude towards women, which I think they should not accept. Casual rudeness to them, casual bad behaviour, casual name calling, or even sort of the threat of stalking behind them. It is appalling behaviour. And I was listening to the radio today, and I think it's the trust which has been set up for stalking, which has received an enormous number of replies. I suspect that this has always been behaviour happening, but it really lies with the whole of society, and that is parents as well, mothers and fathers together, to instill in their children, that's boys and girls, that they need to respect each other, to enjoy each other's company, but not to go that step further and start to harass girls because they think it might be just a bit of a joke or a bit of fun. It is not acceptable. It's not acceptable for parents to allow their children to behave badly, nor is it acceptable for partners of women to beat their partners if they're feeling cross or angry at something as trivial as the loss of a football match, which I know happens because of the social services statistics. So I share your concerns, Liz, but I don't think it's a new question. I don't think we shall solve it in a hurry, but I do believe there's a new attitude. And I pay tribute to my colleagues today, all my male colleagues. I can honestly say that my male colleagues, by and large, behave absolutely impeccably. I can enjoy their company, and I don't think they behave in any threatening way. And that goes for most men in society as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The question 7 is from Councillor Kerry concerning the Enterprise Zone Link Road. Councillor Cotty to respond, and there is about 7 minutes left.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief, but I was short last time when I came to speak, so please give me this opportunity to give my hearty good wishes to everybody that's not standing at the forthcoming election, and also special regards to Councillor Cutts for her leadership during my tenure here at County Hall. Thank you very, very much. My question, further to the reply he gave to my question at full council on the 17th of December 2020, can the chairman of the Committees and Place Committee, the Communities and Place Committee, provide any update on when we will see the opening of the new Enterprise Zone Link Road connecting Humber Road South and Lilac Grove in Beeston with Thane Road in Lenton?
Thank you.
Councillor Fole, did you put your hand up as a...
Yes. Point of clarification, if I may.
And the clarification is?
Well, I have asked the monitoring officer if this should have been ruled out of order on a number of different issues. I won't go into the detail here, but I was told that part of the criteria was not the case because the road is partly in the city and partly in the county. Well, that's a puzzle because actually the section of road that's open is entirely in my division, and I think this is entirely again another discourteous question. I've been plugging away at this for over a year with my residents trying to get this road open, and this is yet another bit of cheap and lazy bit of electioneering, and I've heard an awful lot of that from Conservatives today. So I just think this is completely out of order.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Wait.
Point of clarification. Councillor Kerry.
Councillor Kerry.
Thank you very much.
No, Councillor Kerry. Hang on. I'll deal with the clarification question first.
Thank you, Chairman. It is a point of clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Fole. Thank you for your clarification. Right, Councillor Kerry. Now continue with your question.
Point of clarification, just to let members know that this is
the question.
It's in relation to the clarification for the question. That this road does not just impact on Councillor Fole's division. It is an important link road to people in my division, and I've been asked questions by those people.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's also been something that I've been following for a long time because there's taxpayers' money involved in this. But my formal answer is, as of Monday this week, my officers had received firm indication from Nottingham City Council that the link road you describe was due to be open to the public for the first time at 10 AM on the 31st of March. In fact, we were resent a joint press release, which was first agreed in the summer last year, with a view to the City Council issuing this in good time ahead of the opening. Since then, I've been advised that the press release has not yet been issued and that there appears to be a delay owing to what was rather vaguely described as an issue of completion. It's fair to say the opening of the road has already taken longer than expected due to previous delays in the necessary legal agreements being completed and duly being signed off by Nottingham City Council and Boots. Notts County Council was not party to this contract, but I can assure you that the County Council officers have done their utmost to bring forward this road opening. We confirmed to the City Council in writing last year that we are happy for the road to open. The road travels through part of Nottingham Enterprise Zone and links Humber Road, Lilac Grove in Beeston to Thane Road in Lenton. Around £5 million of public money from D2N2 Growing Places Fund have been contributed towards capital works within the Boots campus, along with some City Council funding, and the opening of the road will be good news for Nottinghamshire economy, especially in Broxtowe Borough area. We've always recognised the potential of Nottingham Boots Enterprise Zone to attract businesses and jobs to Nottinghamshire, and this kind of capital infrastructure not only has a direct impact on economic growth, but the quality of life of residents. And I hope the road will open on 31st of March 2021 as planned. And I will confirm that I have asked officers all the way through on this challenge from Councillor Kate Fowle to keep her informed all the way along that where we are with the opening of the road in a bid to ensure that local members are kept up to date, and that included Councillor Kerry. So thank you, Chairman. That's my response.
Thank you. Before I move any further than that, Parry, I've got your hand up. Are you making a point of order?
Chairman.
Right.
A clarification, yeah. Chairman, I was very, very pleased this morning when we first beginning. It was everything was going nice and smooth and comradeship and friendship. And it seems to me as the meeting go on, the administration electioneering. And this is unfair. If you haven't got the right to answer back, this is ridiculous. Is it because of the elections? I'm sorry, it's going too far. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Perry. Councillor Kerry, do you have a supplementary? No. I've lost where we're at.
You're on mute, Eric.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank Councillor Cotty for his efforts, and would also ask him if he would relay my thanks to the officers for doing everything they can to get the road open as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the answers to the questions, please. And now move on to item number 10, which is notice of motions. The business carried over from the 17th of December meeting was motion 6 in the cards, which has been withdrawn since that date. So before I call on the movers for today's nominations, I would like this opportunity to remind members of the time limits for speakers. The mover and seconder for each motion have a maximum of 10 minutes. All other speakers have a maximum of 5 minutes. That includes any movers or seconders of amendments and all summing up of speeches. So, motion number 1, I call on Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you start your stopwatch, we've known each other for over 40 years. Could I wish you all the best for the future? Could I also include Councillor Kay Cutts for being a good leader, and all the members retiring, and thanks everyone for your kind comments. And also thanks to members and officers of Adult Social Care and Public Health. You're all heroes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion relates to the new Health and Social Care White Paper published last month. The Secretary of State for Health and Social Care wrote in the Times Online, and I quote, "Over the past year, collaboration across health and social care has accelerated at a blistering pace, from setting up new hospitals in a matter of days to moving tens of thousands of appointments online. We've seen what we can do when we work together flexibly to adopt new technology focused on the needs of the patient and cast aside bureaucratic rules." Chairman, he makes a good point. When we were faced with a life or death situation in the form of the COVID pandemic, new proposed technologies, working methods, facilities and vaccines that previously could have been subject of years of discussion and debate were introduced in a matter of weeks and months. It showed just how fast and efficiently the health and social care system can respond when in the pressure. In its starkest form, that pressure was on and barriers were removed. We know which parts of our system really were essential in achieving fast and effective outcomes, and which parts became relatively superfluous when push came to shove. Obstacles were simply bypassed in order to get things done. The new white paper seeks to convert this newfound enlightenment into permanent policy for the long-term benefit of patients and service users. The proposals in the white paper will help those professionals who know best how to do their jobs better and faster, unhindered by box ticking and bureaucracy that has previously slowed them down. The focus needs to be on people and outcomes, not processes. Of course, this is not a new concept for Nottinghamshire County Council, and our adult social care and public health services, our people over process revolution began 10 years ago and is ingrained in the way we think and work today. Our journey of modernisation and continuous improvement is focused on the needs of our service users, not ourselves. And as Councillor Jackson said at the budget meeting, this never stops. We're always seeking to achieve more value for the taxpayer and better outcomes for our service users in everything we do. The White Paper sets out the same broad vision for the NHS and local government as a whole, reflecting the reality that some councils are not as far forward as Nottinghamshire. The aim is to create an environment where we will all have the same drive and ambition so we can collaborate, integrate and innovate as one. We have invested and pushed ourselves hard to relieve the pressure on the NHS in recent years, but the speed of progress and reciprocation from the NHS as an organisation has not always been as rapid. For instance, when the White Paper talks about removing barriers and transactional bureaucracy, this council can point to £300 million and 10 years of evidence of doing just that. I'm not sure that NHS systems have evolved as fast over the same period of time. But on a positive note, the past year has seen a dramatic acceleration. That pace of change needs to continue because the White Paper proposes that the NHS and local authorities will be given a formal duty to collaborate with each other. If the NHS as an organisation maintains the direction and remarkable speed of response they've shown in the past year, then there's no limit to what we can achieve together. But any reduction in that intensity will make collaboration harder. The government aims to bring forward measures for statutory integrated care systems, and to quote the White Paper, these will be comprised of an ICS health and care partnership, bringing together the NHS, local government and partners and an ICS NHS body. That body will be responsible for the day-to-day running of the ICS, while the ICS health and care partnership will bring together systems to support integration and develop a plan to address the systems, health, public health and social care needs. The government states that its ultimate ambition for the ICS Health and Care Partnership is to bring people together, systems to support integration and develop a coordinated plan to address health, public health and social care needs, which is exactly what we require. The White Paper places particular emphasis on the need to draw on the experience and expertise of frontline staff across health and social care. Indeed, many of the proposals build on the NHS's own long-term plan published in January 2019, before COVID even began to drive the speed of change. The government states that legislation will aim to avoid a one-size-fits-all approach, enabling flexibility for local areas to determine the best systems for them. That could be a very important consideration with regard to an area like Bassetlaw, a Nottinghamshire district currently and rather incongruously tagged onto the South Yorkshire Integrated Care System. The government aims to support place-based joint working between the NHS, local government, community health service and other partners such as voluntary and community sector. The White Paper observes that frequently place-level commissioning within an integrated care system will align geographical to local authority boundaries. The government proposes that the Better Care Fund plan will provide a tool for agreeing priorities, supported by other measures, including improvements in data sharing and enshrining the so-called triple aim for NHS organisations to support, i.e. better health and wellbeing for everyone, better quality of health services for all, and sustainable use of NHS resources. That last point is key for me. I've heard familiar complaints that the White Paper must be accompanied by new funding, which tend to overlook the government's already existing commitment to deliver 50,000 more nurses and 40 new hospitals, with the possibility of more funding in due course. But the first objective is to ensure you make the best use of the public money you already receive. the ethos of this council for most of the past 10 years. I don't think NHS systems locally or nationally are yet as efficient as this council's system relative to our budgets and responsibilities, meaning the NHS doesn't always make the most effective use of excellent staff and resources it undoubtedly possesses. There was never any doubt that the British public's appreciation for the NHS staff, even before the pandemic, but this should not be misinterpreted as an endorsement of NHS systems, which tend to attract a more mixed opinion, not just from service users, but from people working within the organisation. As the Secretary of State explained in his Times article, his proposals will ensure that NHS England, in a new combined form, will be accountable to the taxpayer that use it, while maintaining its clinical and day-to-day operational independence. He promises legislation to bust bureaucracy that serves no public purpose. For example, the NHS will only need to tender for services when it can lead to better outcomes for patients, compared with the current requirement to spend time on competitive tendering, even when it adds limited and no value. This will require changes to both competition law as applied to the NHS in the National Health Social Care Act 2012 and the system of procurement applied to the NHS by that legislation. The phrase repeated throughout the white paper is joined up care, which is clearly what we need. There are a huge number of professionals in both the health and the social care sectors who endeavour every day to ensure that patients and service users receive a consistent, coordinated, successful outcome, leaving them less likely to require help again in the immediate future. But too often, the current system gets in the way of that objective rather than supporting it. Government's aim is to give clinicians more time to focus on frontline care and for strategic leaders to keep driving the innovation we've seen throughout the pandemic. I believe this white paper is the start of the process to achieve that, and therefore my motion suggests that the leader should write to the Secretary of State welcoming and supporting its core principles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kevin Rostance, calling on him to second it, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rhodes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm sad to see this motion being tabled today by a councillor who's standing down because he no longer lives in Nottinghamshire. No longer lives in Nottinghamshire, moves a motion that will affect Nottinghamshire residents, Nottinghamshire patients and Nottinghamshire healthcare provision. For many years, we in Bassetlaw have had to fight to defend our health services from predatory reorganisations designed to reduce our local services and to make patient access more difficult. 10 years ago, I marched and campaigned against the 2012 Act. Conservatives today tell us that this new legislation will sweep away the fracturing of our health and care system. They were the same people telling us that the 2012 Act would do that too. We were told that those reforms would harm the health system, and they did. Now the Conservatives want credit for trying to put things back together. I'm not daft, Chairman, and neither are my constituents, and neither are our GPs. I marched and campaigned to retain our local maternity services and paediatric services too, also put under threat by Tory cuts. Along with Bassetlaw residents and their Labour councillors, we will not stand by and watch our services depleted and our fantastic hospital turned into a cottage hospital by a Conservative government. We in Bassetlaw understand why patients in Bassetlaw need to be able to access local services, and if they aren't available in Bassetlaw Hospital, that they will be able to easily access them via public transport if necessary, with a regular bus and rail service to Doncaster and Sheffield. Services available at Kingsmill and the Nottingham hospitals are every bit as good as those provided by Doncaster and Bassetlaw CCG. But the connectivity and the accessibility of these services is not the same. And patients, especially those on low incomes, will be unfairly disadvantaged. Your government's tampering with the system cannot be allowed to disadvantage patients in Bassetlaw, as I believe it will, they believe it will, senior NHS professionals in Doncaster and Bassetlaw CCG believe it will, and some of our most highly respected Bassetlaw GPs believe it will. Our health service has done a heroic job. Even before the pandemic, our health heroes were going above and beyond the call of duty to cover for a decade of real-term Tory cuts. During the pandemic, they've gone even further and they've responded magnificently. So what's their reward? A decent pay rise? No, that promise to them has already been broken. Instead, what they get is top-down reorganisation at a time when they're still fighting a pandemic, a reorganisation that will inevitably cause disruption and anguish. We should be prioritising the pandemic, Chairman, prioritising the missed cancer diagnoses and surgeries, prioritising the missed transplants, prioritising the inevitable wave of mental ill health. Chairman, these priorities or reorganisation? Put simply, this is the wrong priority at the wrong time, and Labour won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Wise.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I won't be supporting this motion, and I fully support the comments that Alan has made, but I think my comments are somewhat more general. Obviously, close working between the local authorities and NHS is absolutely essential for the benefit of the community, and our joint working groups provide a strong partnership for strong platform for tackling health inequalities. What amazes me about this motion is that two people who have led on social care in the county can be promoting this very vague paper that the government's provided, and are so out of step with the comments of the Local Government Association, which obviously is a cross-party. In an article, they say councils need to be an equal partner in the design of any national oversight. This must build on existing sector-led improvement, build on existing sector-led improvement work, recognise local democratic accountability, and give a voice to people who use and work in social care. It's helpful that the white paper recognises the pressures facing social care, but action is needed and proposals must be brought forward as a matter of urgency for its funding. In the paper, local authorities are hardly mentioned at all. The focus is completely on us being a support to our health colleagues, which is part of the issue, but it should be about an equal partnership. As a paper purporting to be about partnership, this paper focuses almost entirely on the needs of the NHS, rather than acknowledging the very significant role of the local authority. It doesn't even secure the better care funding for the foreseeable future. And it certainly doesn't mention as essential the more urgent need for proper funding for social care. And I'm really disappointed that you are not advocating for that, rather than just presenting the views of a government which doesn't seem to understand the role of local authorities in adult social care. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bosniak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, we've waited a long time for this paper, and I look at the paper and I think, was it even worth the wait? Because it tells us so little. And I agree with Muriel, and I cannot believe that both Tony Harper and myself have read this paper and see completely different things within it. I agree with Muriel. I was actually gullible to believe that the white paper would give some serious thought, some serious answers, given the length of time we've been waiting for it, to what I see health inequalities. And they really don't do that. They don't really look at the relationship between adult social care and health. Instead, as Muriel said, it was about propping up the health service, which has a part to, which is part of what we do is that. However, it hardly gives us a proper strong partnership and puts us on an equal footing. And I think that that was irresponsible not to take the opportunity to address that. So, like others, I am disappointed in that. But the other thing I want to talk about is the fact that we talked about ICSs, which is integrated care systems. Mm-hmm. And I actually think that unless we start to push for the local authority to play a full and active role in that, we might as well not even be sat at the table. What worries me is that I think that the health service are treating us in a tokenistic way. They're saying that you can have a seat around the table, you can add your point of view. We send one elected member along. We do send probably one, maybe even two officers from the local authority along to these meetings. That's not a partnership. It refers in here to working together to improve health and social care. I don't believe it does, but it says here, the integrated care system forming a dynamic partnership to address some of society's most complex health problems. Again, it's always going back to health problems. And health is so much wider than clinical intervention. And I think until we get that right, then we won't address any of the problems that we have. So extremely disappointed. And I think that certainly elected members should start demanding a seat around that table. You need to now open up this debate and this discussion and make sure that the health service don't see us and don't see social care as an appendage to what they want, but more understand how we can drive forward the health inequalities that we face in Nottinghamshire.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bosniak. Councillor Doddy, before he answers, I think there's a paper coming out in the next month, isn't there, on adult social care? Councillor Doddy.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. It is remarkable how people can read the same paper and come out with such variation in views with regards to what it represented. You can only see the future sometimes when you look back at the past. And I'm going to take you back to 1948.
Oh, God.
Which was the first, sorry, Maureen, I can see you starting to fall asleep already. 1948, which was the first time when the NHS was separated from social care. And of course, that was because it was an acute service, it was post-war, etc. And over the years, the challenges and the population needs have changed till we've got to an elderly, ill, multi-morbidity type society, which is ill-equipped as the NHS is to deal with. This is, Joyce, the first time that a statutory obligation binds both the NHS and the county council and the social care providers on one level playing field at one table, working with one budget. This is such an improvement on what pre-existed that this is the Pandora's box of opening the opportunities to improve health inequalities throughout the whole of Nottinghamshire. Since Dahlgreen and Whitehead's 1991 paper, we've understood the wider determinants of health. We've understood that the NHS cannot improve housing, cannot improve employment, cannot improve education. Since Mornett's Fair Society, Healthy Lives, we've understood that the NHS is not the answer to an ageing, complex system of health needs, and they start with things like obesity. You're not going to solve obesity in a doctor's surgery in a hospital. They start with dementia, they start with diabetes, and over the epidemic of the last 12 months, the sheer public health tsunami of things which were related to earlier on is enormous. We have never needed a white paper as much as we've needed this one. It has never opened the opportunities. And Councillor Rostons will mention this, and you know, Joyce, that the Health and Wellbeing Board has been doing this work for many, many years. We've brought this board to many, many of our associated colleagues in the NHS, etc., but they've never had a statutory obligation to actually deliver upon them. This association of the healthcare plus the NHS puts a common statutory obligation to deliver. So when Councillor Rostons brings a joint strategic needs assessment from public health through health and wellbeing to the ICS, the obligation statutorily on that body is to respond to those needs. They could be obesity, they could be dementia, they could be alcohol, they could be drug related. Previously, everybody's had an interest, but only their own interest. So the NHS followed it up to the extent that it was in their interest to do it. County Council did the best that they could do it. Now we've got an obligation to do it cross platforms, across each individual organisation, and to deliver a healthy, equal society. Now, one of the important things I think that's there is the removal of the bureaucracy. If you look at something like the treatment centre and the amount of tendering back and forth that went on there, people with the biggest backroom team, people with the biggest number of people ticking boxes can often make the best tender, but it doesn't make them the best provider of care. The NHS and social care know what it takes to provide care, and the removal of this level of bureaucracy is incredibly important. There can be no doubt that this is a major leap forward in the provision, indeed the salvation of public health and the health and well-being of the people of Nottinghamshire going forward. I think I fully support it, and I think that sometimes you can read things with blinkers on and sometimes you can read them with your eyes wide open. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Guilfoyle.
I'm not that gullible anymore.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I first recognise the contribution that those who are leaving have made to Nottinghamshire County Council over the years. And I think just listening to what Joyce and Muriel, it just points out what we'll miss about them, their contribution and their knowledge about the health service and social care in general. And I'd just like to wish them all the best for the future. Chairman, clearly, and I'm just going to repeat something that sort of Alan and Joyce and everyone, much of the bureaucracy that was introduced in recent years was introduced by the Tory government, so at the end of the day, can we have faith that this new system that they're putting round through the white paper will not be as bureaucratic at the end of it all? And I don't know. I haven't got the faith in this government to see that change. I've also got concerns that in reality, that although Councillor Doddie, you do paint a rosy picture around that, but that local government is being marginalised. And that what we're doing with the ICS is that we're creating another Quango, and a Quango that is going to be at an arm's length that we don't have any control over whatsoever in reality, and that is a real big concern for me. On a parochial basis, clearly, even our own GPs, my own GP, Alan's own GP, is coming out against this white paper for the impact that it will have on our local community services. And clearly, one of the things I put down that Alan made is that accessibility is a key choice for where people get their services from and how they get their services. And although we may not like it as Nottinghamshire County Councillors, and we may want people to get those services within here, within Nottinghamshire, it doesn't happen like that round in Bassetlaw, and I'm sure it doesn't happen like that in other places that are closer to Lincolnshire, and there are places that are on the fringe, rest of the fringes of Nottinghamshire. If you look at how easy it is for us to travel to Doncaster and Sheffield, and then and also how less time consuming it is to travelling the other way, you would understand why it is important that we remain and have those links with South Yorkshire. And also the other thing is, even if you look down to something like Sunday services where people want to visit people. If you're looking at that, and that's a big part of caring, you know, the aftercare, and the fact that, you know, even today in the pandemic, how difficult and it's been for people to meet their loved ones who are ill in hospital, etc., and how important it is. It's important, and there is no Sunday service whatsoever to anywhere in Nottinghamshire, like Mansfield or anywhere else, buses or anything, without travelling a long way to get to, where there are clearly links through to Sheffield on a Sunday for us. So all that has really got to be thought about, you know, the accessibility. I at this point in time will say I am not overwhelmed by this at all. I think this is a really a dangerous move for Bassetlaw people, and we really need to come out against it. And I won't be supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. We've met many times to talk about connectivity right across the county. You've heard today from Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Guilfoyle how the residents of Bassetlaw tend to want to go north because it's better for them, purely and simply because they can get from A to B. I have a division that half of it wants to go into Lincolnshire or up to Lincoln, the other half go down into Newark, and would prefer to keep Newark Hospital up and running and or the city. But I have to ask, in all honesty, why have we got this white paper in at this moment in time? You've been asking for things to be done for a long time. Why all of a sudden, when we haven't finished with this pandemic? I don't care what anybody says, all my friends that are medical people who know far more than I do, probably John Doddy knows as much as them, obviously, because he's part of the medical team. But, you know, they're all saying, why is the government doing this? There are ways round that need to be looked at and sorted. The Prime Minister yesterday, when he met his senior MPs, said there would be something in the Queen's speech about adult social care. Now, we've heard this so many times, it's just not true. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that what he's saying is true, and I'll hold my breath. But if the party, if the government have actually got their act together, 18 months after he stood outside Number 10 and said he'd got a plan, they've actually got a plan. Why are we not putting that plan with what they want to do on reorganisation of the National Health Service? You know, we had reorganisation not that long ago, and the staff are demoralised enough without going down that route again and making life more difficult for them. I think it's the wrong place to discuss it today. Sorry, Tony Harper, I know it's your last one, and I do accept that you have got a commitment to social care, and Kevin, but at the end of the day, what we should be doing is saying, thank you, government, we've read your white paper, we don't think it's quite right for a variety of reasons, and what we'd like to do is consider it properly when your social care paper comes as well, because it's all integrated with that. And I am fed up to the back teeth of not looking at the bigger picture, as Joyce said, rather than looking at the little picture. We should be looking at the bigger picture. And Alan and Glyn are right as far as connectivity is concerned. I have a bus route, thank goodness they've kept some of it, but it doesn't travel on a Saturday, a Sunday, to the extent it should do. Certainly doesn't go after 6 o'clock at night. So if you get up to the hospital, you can't get back down again. So there's a variety of things that make it all work. And this is not, this could be part of it if it's looked at in the whole. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rostons.
Thank you, Chairman. I think all of us in this chamber or virtual today are, I think, the same thing. We all want to do the best for our community, the best health and well-being and the best health and social care. The Health and Social Care White Paper seeks to take the achievements and the lessons of the past year, as well as the previous feedback from the NHS and social care professionals and service users, and convert this learning into permanent change, which will bring the NHS and local government social care closer together, which I think we all want to do. By doing so, we can improve the way the system works. We can help our professionals to work in the most effective and efficient way, and thereby improve experiences for and the outcomes for service users. Being chairman of the Nottinghamshire Health and Wellbeing Board, I recognise the important role that can play in achieving the vision set out in the White Paper. Health and Wellbeing Boards provide a statutory forum where political, clinical, professional and community leaders from across the care and health system can discuss and contribute to improving the health and wellbeing for all our local population. Nottinghamshire Health and Wellbeing Board includes county councillors, councillors from all the 7 boroughs and district areas, senior officers and representatives from adult social care and public health functions, several clinical commissioning groups and representatives from Local Health Watch. Essentially, we're able to bring a lot of big hitters from the local health and social care fields together in one place on a regular basis. Within the model being proposed, the Health and Wellbeing Boards will remain in place and will continue to have an important responsibility for bringing local partners together, as well as developing the joint strategic needs assessment and joint health and wellbeing strategy. We will be expected to use our experience as a place-based planners to work closely with integrated care systems, which began to take shape in 2018. The NHS long-term plan published in 2019 envisaged that every area would be served by an ICS by 2021, with primary and community services being funded to do more. Obviously, coronavirus has seen an impact on these timescales, but the government observes the ICSs were already starting to make a real difference, especially with the emphasis on developing a shared purpose between the different elements of health and social care sector. To this effect, the recent consultation on the integrated care issued by NHS England set out 4 purposes for the ICSs: improving population health and health care, tackling unequal outcomes and access, enhancing productivity and value for money, and helping the NHS to support broader social and economic development. The White Paper acknowledges that existing ICS arrangements are based on voluntary arrangements rather than legislative provision, and are therefore dependent on goodwill and mutual cooperation. However, the government believes the time is now right for legislative change to give ICS a stronger and more streamlined decision-making authority and to formalise their responsibility for the system performance, delivery and accountability of the NHS to the government and Parliament. The UK has been praised nationally and internationally for the rollout of the COVID vaccination process in recent months, but maybe that success is owed partly to the lessons learned from the previous much problematic rollout of test and trace. Ministers apparently feel that they were let down by the NHS England systems over COVID testing, with one Whitehall source commenting to the Times newspaper, "The pandemic showed that when we pull the levers, nothing happened. That can never happen again." Obviously, Chairman, the precise powers which won't ultimately be afforded to the Secretary of State will be a matter for Parliament to discuss and resolve as the bill makes progress. The proposals do seem to me to be striving to find an appropriate balance between central and local control and responsibility. For instance, the government states that the intention is to specify in legislation that integrated care systems should set up health and care partnerships and invite appropriate participants, but does not intend to specify membership or detailed functions for the partnerships, stating rather that local areas can appoint members and delegate functions as they see fit. The White Paper suggests that members of ICS health and care partnerships could be drawn from a number of sources, including health and wellbeing boards within the system, partner organisations with interest in health and care, including Health Watch and voluntary and independent sector partners, and social care providers and organisations with a wider interest in local priorities such as housing providers. So it's covering every aspect As chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board, I'm pleased that the white paper is going to play a new integrated, more joined up health and social care system the government seeks to create. I believe that our expert membership and past experience are well placed to fulfil the responsibilities and contribute towards achieving those aims. And therefore, I'm happy in principle to support the white paper and second the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I was muted. Councillor Samberdis.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Chairman, health inequalities, it was with us for a very long time. What I want to know is, where you, the Tory party, and the Councillor Tony Harper been all this time to address the care issues in our county? I forgot. It's almost elections is coming. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say, to start with, perhaps we ought to go back to 1948 and remind ourselves that at the establishment of the NHS, the Conservative Party were bitterly opposed to the establishment of the NHS, and I don't think we should ever forget that. NHS staff are fed up with reorganisation, and let's be frank, you know, when governments get involved with NHS reorganisation, it never ends well. The 2012 legislation, and it's partly my party was part of that as well, was a mistake. We should learn the lessons for the past and not interfere too much. And also, I'm a little shocked to hear Councillor Rostons criticise the NHS over testing. After everything that's happened in the NHS over the 12 months, this is not the time to actually point the finger at people. If we're going to point the finger at somebody, perhaps we should be pointing it at the government for not acting quickly enough, but that's another matter. But I'm a bit disturbed about the tone of the final paragraph of the motion. When it says, and I'll read the sentence, able to work with the county council in a more responsive way. Now, I don't know if anybody actually watched the hospital programme when it came from the QMC. It was before the pandemic. They were inundated with what they call actually quite nastily, in my opinion, called bed blockers. But these were people, and they were blocking beds because there was no care service for them to go outside the hospital. Now, whose responsibility is that before we start casting stones in a glass house? No, we really, really need to step back from this constant change in the NHS and actually concentrate on what it does well. And that what it does well is saves lives, and it also cures people. And the vaccination programme has been absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to be controversial here. It's everything to do with the NHS and absolutely nothing to do with the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's rare that I ever make any clarification myself from here, but it's, I think, a well-known fact, and including the hospital systems in Nottinghamshire, the majority of bed blocking was down to the NHS, not to social care.
It's nonsense, Councillor Wallace, and you know
statistically, that's accepted by all the hospitals. But shall we move on? Councillor Fall.
I thought you were the chairman, not somebody.
It's very rare I do it.
Yeah,
I shan't do it next time.
So you make it up.
Councillor Fall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think you're absolutely right, Steve, there. But anyway, I won't prolong that argument. I just want to pick up the comment in the motion, which talks about the vision of a stronger platform to tackle the health inequalities we see across the county. Now, I'm no expert, but having read the white paper, I can't see anywhere where this is set out clearly how actually this is going to happen. I mean, I think, as has already been said by people who know more about this than me, I mean, local government social care has largely been missing out of this white paper. It's a huge omission, and you do not tackle inequality by messing around with structures, as others have described, in the way that's set out in this white paper. if you want to really get rid of inequality, and I'm making I'm not apologising for raising inequality, Councillor Jackson, and I thought your remark was actually rather glib. You do not get rid of inequality through messing about with structures. You do it by treating people with dignity and respect and paying them properly for the work that they do. And some of our public sector workers, particularly some of the social care front lines, not on big salaries, have seen their wages reduced over the last 10 years by 24%. That's how much respect this government has got for some of our frontline workers. And just sticking a sentence in an emotion like this about health inequality just doesn't add up. Again, it's disingenuous. So I absolutely can't support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, Richard Jackson. I don't have any other indications of people wanting to speak, so I will then go back to Councillor Harper. Councillor Harper, sorry about that. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just feel I have to pick up on Councillor Carr's comments about bed blocking, and I agree, it's not a term that we should use, but about hospital discharges, and I think we really should note this council's fantastic performance as far as hospital discharges go. We're one of the best in the country, and I think we do a great disservice to that part of adult social care, which you know all about, Chairman, if we start to criticise them. I've got an article here from the Guardian of all places, so it's not necessarily going to be particularly generous to us as an administration, but it says Nottinghamshire is bucking the trend. The average number of bed blocking incidents, if you want to use that word, each council is responsible for is 465 days a year. In Nottinghamshire, it's just 65. That has an enormous impact, not just on those patients, but on the NHS and on their budgets. So make political capital as much as you want today, but please acknowledge the hard work of our embedded social workers in the NHS hospitals, who are doing an incredible job. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Harper, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Just to recap, I'll start off with Councillor Rhodes' comments, which I found a bit rich. I've lived in Nottinghamshire longer than he has. I was born and bred in Nottinghamshire, and I live closer to County Hall than he does. He's a Yorkshireman, born, raised and educated in Yorkshire. So don't come that way.
Thank you.
Right.
Councillor Rhodes.
Several speakers have raised Bassett Law. With regard to the Bassett Law issue, there is a real fear it will mean services for people and the hospital will change. They won't. The excellent partnerships in Bassett Law, of which we are part, would continue. Health services would stay local. It'll reduce planning and commissioning variation, and for us, as we have to work across 2 CCGs, 2 ICSs in 2 regions. At the same time of reducing this waste, I also think it'll mean that we can improve the quality of this work, particularly public health, population health management, which would then in turn bring about improvements to the health of the people in Bassett Law. Bassett Law currently does have a poor access to resources and services, as the commissioning group is so small and they're not central to the policy approach for the northern cities, given the rurality. Councillor Foyle raised bureaucracy. Yeah, Councillor Foyle, yeah, I covered that in my speech. We hope there isn't going to be any more bureaucracy, but we can't be sure of that. But that's why we've got to be part of it and contribute towards it. The white paper targets the reduction of barriers, which will be welcomed by your constituents. The public want their health and social care systems to be as fast and responsive as possible, and the white paper sets that out as a direction of travel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now then go to the vote, please. And I'm now going to hand over to Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman.
Anthony.
Can I start with Councillor Adair, please?
For the motion.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Bosniak.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
Against.
Councillor Dobson.
Against.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Fole.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Against.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis. I've got it. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hollis. I've recorded you as against. Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Martin. Councillor David Martin.
For.
4. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Meal.
Against.
Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Owen.
4.
Councillor Payne.
Against.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Peck.
Against.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Plant.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
4.
Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Rhodes.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
4.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
4.
Councillor Saddington.
4.
Councillor Sissons.
4.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Parry
Against.
Simbaridis. Thank you, Parry.
Against.
Thank you. I've got it, Parry. Thank you. Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Vice.
Against.
Councillor Wetton.
Again.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Woodhead.
Against.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Against.
Thank you, colleagues. We'll just top those up and come straight back to you.
$35.29. Thank you. The result of that one is 435 against 29. The motion is passed.
I'd
Move
like
to
to call a
motion.
recorded vote, please, Chairman.
Right, okay. Is it 10 of or 9 other people joining Councillor Rhodes? And 2, 3, 4, yeah. 4. Yep, okay, yes.
I need to borrow the chairman's pen. Mine's just run out of ink, so just bear with
You've
me.
run out. Oh my God.
This is joint working at its best. Okay, so I'm going to take a recorded vote now on the motion, starting please with Councillor Adair.
For motion.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Clark, John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin. Councillor Samantha Deakin. Councillor Dobson.
Against.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Fole.
Against.
Councillor Garner. Councillor Garner.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Against.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper. Tony Harper. Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
And Councillor Hollis, thank you. I've got your comment in the chat. I've got you against. Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Again.
Councillor Martin. Councillor David Martin.
For.
Thank you, David. Councillor Meal.
Against.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne. Councillor Peck.
Against.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Plant.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
For. Against. Sorry. Beg your
Thank you,
pardon.
Alan. Yeah,
Against.
I've got it. No, I've got it. Thank you, Alan. Councillor Kevin Rostance.
Beg it, Alan.
Councillor Kevin Rostance. Okay, I can see your mouth moving, Kevin. Councillor Phil.
Looks like he says against.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
Against.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Vice.
Sorry, Anthony, is this a vote on the recorded vote?
It is. It is, Councillor Vice.
Paul, I apologise.
Are you sure, Councillor Vice?
No.
I am.
No, you don't. You voted
It's
against.
This is a recorded vote
This is the recorded vote.
for the motion.
Oh, sorry, no, against.
Thank you
Against.
so much. Councillor Wetton.
Sorry.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
Against.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Against.
And I'm going to come back, if I can, please, to Councillor Deakin.
Sorry, Anthony. Against.
I've got you, Samantha. Thank you so much.
Thank
We'll just
you.
do another tot up, make sure it's the same outcome.
Right, thank you. The result of that is 35 for, 29 against, no abstentions. The motion is passed. Move on to motion number 2. Call on Councillor Peck to move the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. And if before I start, I can also add my voice to all of those people who've said such kind words this morning to those of us departing councillors. I've enjoyed my 8.5 years. It's been a great privilege to serve on the County Council and to serve my constituents in the Sherwood Forest division. I shall miss you all genuinely, and it's a shame that we've got to say goodbye in this way on Teams, isn't it? Virtually, it would have been nice to shake a few hands after the meeting and exchange a few pleasantries, but I'm afraid it can't be. Anyway, to the motion. This past year has been an appalling year, the like of which none of us has experienced before. We've all of us been affected to some degree, but none more than those who've been struck down by this terrible virus. There's much to be learned, but it became clear early on that whilst the virus did not discriminate as to who could catch it, the poorest sections of society appeared to be the most affected. Many think this relates to poor housing, crowded living conditions, poor health, and jobs which could not be carried out through home working. In addition, the expectation is that children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds are those most likely to have suffered educationally, despite the best efforts of teachers. Amongst other things, the past year has meant a spotlight has shone upon the inequalities in our society and how time and again during national crises, whether it be a pandemic, a financial crash or whatever, it's the poor who suffer most. The fact that in one of the richest countries in the world, we still have such striking inequalities, disadvantage and poverty should be a matter of national shame. We are perhaps second only to the United States amongst major industrialized nations in the league table of unequal societies. It's taken a young footballer, Marcus Rashford, a thoughtful young man with the maturity beyond his years, to have highlighted child poverty. He's used his position in the public eye to great effect to put government on the spot and nudge them into such actions as providing free school meals during the holidays, then nudging them further to extending this provision. One can only admire his conviction and determination based on personal experience. He's someone who remembers from where he's come from. A report from the Government Social Mobility Commission concluded there are now 600,000 more children living in relative child poverty than in 2012. The Resolution Foundation has estimated child poverty rates are projected to increase to 5.2 million by 2022. Relative poverty, I should say, is set at 60% of the average net household income. However, the figures that I've just quoted are out of date as they're pre-pandemic. It's reasonable to assume that the situation will have worsened over the past year and may well continue to get worse even after the pandemic is under control, as more jobs are lost and the furlough scheme begins to finish. A recent report by the Institute of Public Policy Research suggests the pandemic has led to an estimated additional 200,000 children in relative poverty. The Prime Minister has claimed on at least one occasion that absolute poverty has declined under this government. But the Children's Commissioner, I have to say, in fact-checking this statement, could find no evidence to support the claim. But I think even the Prime Minister's best friends would admit that his relationship with the truth has not always been very close. The millions of families living in poverty doesn't appear to square with the relatively high numbers of the working age population in employment, although many are being retained through the furlough support. But it's a feature of the nature of our society that many of those in work are in low-paid, 0 hours, part-time work or self-employed and are struggling to make ends meet and put food on the table, never mind nutritious food. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation found that in particular, lone parent families have high poverty rates even when the parent works full time. A recent survey of district councils found that 90% of them reported a much greater use of food banks during the pandemic. So what can be done? Well, I'd be the first to confess it's beyond the power of this council to eradicate child poverty. That requires a fundamental radical shift in policies at a national level to eradicate the deep-rooted inequalities in our society. But we can, as a council, at least address a glaring need that faces us in Nottinghamshire at this moment regarding the provision of free school meals. And I think the research has shown over the years that the importance of a good meal for children affects their life chances considerably and their educational attainment. So far, we've been providing £15 vouchers during the school holidays for approximately 23,000 children in the county. I understand the cost for 2021-22 net of the COVID winter grant, which covers this Easter, would be about £3.8 million. A cost projection, if the scheme were to be extended just to primary children alone, would be about £2.7 million for 13,600 primary children. The government has recently issued guidance on a new fund of £220 million, which will be distributed to local authorities to provide holiday clubs with food included. Here in Nottinghamshire, it's branded the Nottinghamshire Holiday Activity and Food Programme. However, this scheme will depend on local capacity to provide holiday clubs, and the food element relies on the child's attendance at the club, which in any case requires the family to register. Frankly, that all seems a bit hit and miss and nowhere near as effective at targeting all the children in the same way as the £15 voucher scheme. So it's for this reason today that I'm putting this motion before you, asking you to support the request that the Children and Young People's Committee reviews free school meal provision with a view to including holiday provision throughout the year for the foreseeable future. We haven't stipulated a date in the motion, as none of us have any idea how long the pandemic and the hit to the economy and the consequent struggles for many families will continue. I would therefore expect any commitment to be kept under review, of course. On the Nottinghamshire County Council website, there is, among many other things, a commitment for this county council in tackling child poverty. It's an admirable statement of intent. And today, I'm asking you to put those words into practice by supporting this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Plant, I understand you're going to second the motion.
Yep, I'm very happy to second the motion and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that I have an amendment to it. Councillor Owen?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have submitted an amendment to the motion, which has been accepted as a valid amendment by the monitoring officer. I believe, Chairman, you will have a copy of that, or at least you will be furnished with one, which I would like to have displayed so that members can read it. And then, of course, we're in your hands as to how we proceed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'll now adjourn the meeting for the next 15 minutes to allow members to consider the amendment. Would you now please close or stop the live stream?
You'll be as pleased as I am that as we move through March, the days are getting longer and we're starting to see a bit of spring coming through and some warmer days. And with that, it's fantastic, isn't it, to be able to get outside a little bit more and to enjoy the open air. But it's really important that as we do that, that we also keep in mind all of the measures that are in place in this very first step of the roadmap. It allows for us to meet up with one other person for recreational activities outdoors. But it's really important that even as we do that, we keep in mind all of the social distancing measures which are so important. The reason they're important is that there is no shortcut we can take to the end of the roadmap. There is still quite a long way to travel, And during that time, we need to make sure that the rates in Nottinghamshire come down further. You can play your part in that by sticking to the rules at each step of the roadmap.
I like my job, and I've been a mental health nurse for it's more than 40 years. I'm not going to give my age away. September last year, I was walking my dog and she happened to pick a fight with another dog. During that fight, I intervened and I was bitten by either of the dogs, I don't know which. As a consequence of that, I contracted sepsis with quite a virulent bacteria. Essentially, went into shock, lots of organ failure, and the result of all that is what they call a quad amputation. All of my life I've been very independent. I never felt as if I'd lose it. I always just thought, and I still do, it's something you're constantly working towards. My wife's the gardener, not me. I used to do the heavy jobs. You know, the carer thing is quite important. I think the big thing for Anne has always been, if I know the help's there and how to access it, then that makes me feel better already. When I was considered to be medically fit before I was actually discharged, this rather nice man called Nadeem turned up, and he explained that he was the hospital social worker. He explained the concept of social care. As soon as we started the assessment, it was obvious that we were also going in a direction.
What makes me proud about working within the hospital setting is having the opportunity to work with hospital OTs, physiotherapists, doctors, working with the individual to meet that individual's need collectively. Crucially, the individual is the heart of the work that we do.
The right services were put in place in a very caring way. Nadeem was the hub. Essentially, it did feel like a joined up approach.
I think Julian naturally is a confident man, and I think it was about trying to ensure that we harness that positivity that Julian has. The strategy offers us opportunity to work with individuals around their needs and promote their confidence and independence, and allows them structure and control to think about the services that they want and how they want to live independently within the community.
All the services that I need have been provided and I feel well cared for. The difference that adult social care has made is the difference between being in an institution and being miserable and being at home and being happy.
My life was a bit of a struggle. I've always wanted to do things like be out and about, meeting new people. Basically, my head was all over the place.
I started working with Shane in May 2017. His social worker in the transitions team referred him to the Knots Enabling Service. I know that Knots Enabling Service have changed Shane's pathway for the better. His social worker told me that he was planning to commission 2 days of day services for Shane. And now what we have is someone who's happy with their life, working hard, getting paid, and for those other 5 days a week not being bored, sat at home.
Ever since me and Aidan have been talking, you know, ever since I've called him my brother, he's shown me some good skills, you know, he's a nice lad. You know, I can't have no one better than him, you know, because he's quality.
I quickly found out that Shane was very good with people and his social skills were great. He always makes me laugh. He wanted to do some gardening and also he wanted to help people, which is why he did some volunteering at the community gardens. I increase a person's confidence by focusing on what strengths they do have, because I believe if you focus on things that interest someone, you're likely to get the best out of them.
You know, I have the confidence to actually do something now in my life.
I'm proud that I've enabled someone to be able to do those things that they wouldn't necessarily be able to do before or believe that they could do. And I think that sums up what the Notts Neighbourhood Service is about. We've changed someone's life for the better and actually made him more independent.
My passion is basically birds of prey. The best of all are my peregrines. Everything you've got is all based on a bond. If you haven't got that bond, you haven't got anything worth having. When I got told that I'd got dementia, I was told that it would gradually get worse. So it meant I had to get rid of my car. I got rid of quite a few of my falcons, what have you. Hardly anybody ever rings me up about falcons at all, see. You can't expect it to go on forever, but anyway, it's finished with now. Mary and myself do everything that we can. We help one another. So we've said at times we'll have to have some help.
As an occupational therapist, I try to promote a person's independence. I always start off with a person-centred approach because we just want the best for the person. So I think that's quite a good thing as a therapist to work in a team that do actually promote that. When George initially came home from hospital, he did state that outdoor mobility was one of his goals.
I'd been in the house for a long time and I was quite pleased to be able to get out and have a walk. I says, I haven't been out for weeks.
From the very young age, when I was a child, I used to idealize my father. He was very fit and athletic, and he was a police officer, so he used to do exercise every day. I used to think, oh, one day I'm going to be like him. So keeping myself healthy and fit, that meant a lot for me. I contacted Nottinghamshire County Council Adult Access Service because it was recommended by my friend.
People normally get in contact by phoning the customer service centre. Information's gathered, then it's passed through to the Adult Access Service, who will then call back, have a conversation and establish the best way to assess somebody. Seema was invited to our clinic. She was very nervous, didn't know anything about equipment, and unfortunately she'd lost confidence trying to access her bathing facility. She stopped taking care of herself because she was scared.
Jane made me feel so valued because she was listening to me and she was very good in picking where I was struggling, and she just focused on that.
I love my job. Helping people do their everyday living tasks, getting into your bathing facility. We take it for granted every day that, you know, it's easy to do, and seeing someone with a big smile on their face once they've tried a simple piece of equipment that is going to give them that independence to get back is such a big achievement for both that person and for myself.
Without Jane, I would not have known that I can help myself. It changed my whole view of care and how I can make myself independent.
Originally, she was maybe thinking of carers, but with the simple provision of the shower board, it has promoted her independence, made the person happy and their life bearable again.
All my life, I've liked to be with people. I used to work for British Home Stores. I used to be head cashier and, you know, in charge of office there. I think that still rubbed off on me here because I have to talk to everybody and interfere. My husband died when we were both 52, he had a heart attack. So I'd always looked after myself. And then I got to a time when all of a sudden it wasn't easy.
We received a referral for Jean. She was at Berry Hill Care Home. She was self-funding her care, and then she went below the threshold. We said, Jean, we're going to give you choice and control over your well-being and welfare. We want to see what you can do and how we can support you. We need to be creative. We need to think out of the box to say, what will make this person live longer, be more independent.
Once you start encouraging and promoting that independence, you see them starting to do more things for themselves. They've been amazed that there's this sort of facility to come to, because they never wanted really to go into care deep down. They just didn't think there was any other choice. But they've really blossomed, haven't they, and become independent and wanted to be back in the community with the correct support.
Chelsea and Victoria from the beginning have really understood me. She talks to me like a person, makes me feel better, because that gives me confidence that I think, oh, you've still got a mind of your own.
The ethos of the short-term independent service fits in really well with being an OT and what our role is all about. We obviously want to help people live the life that they want to live and just to improve their health and well-being.
I really love my job because it has proven that people, they can be re-enabled, they can take control, they can be fully independent. This short-term independent service, that's the way forward.
I can really recommend being a foster carer for Notts County Council. There's always someone walking.
Thank you. Councillor Owen, can I ask you now to move the amendment, please?
Yes, I'm happy to move the amendment as set out in front of you. I have to say I was rather surprised to see this motion on the agenda paper for today, because at the last meeting of the Children and Young People Services Committee, which was only just over a week ago, we agreed that this, in fact, should happen, that a report would go to the meeting straight after the elections on May the 6th to give a full and detailed report on levels of child poverty within the county. So I'm at a loss to understand why it was felt necessary by Councillor Peck, who I admit was not at the meeting, should feel it necessary to move a motion today to tell us to do something that we were already going to do anyway. But that's aside, they're perfectly entitled to do that. So I've amended, or proposing to amend the motion to make it hopefully more focused and clearer. And what I will do is to use the opportunity just to set out a few things perhaps the committee may well need to look at in more detail. Councillor Peck talked about the levels of and measurement of child poverty, and it's a somewhat odd arrangement as to how child poverty and relative child poverty and absolute child poverty are measured. Relative child poverty is assessed as if the household that they're living in has an income below the 60% of median household income in that year. And if a child or a family are regarded as being in absolute poverty, then those are those households with an income below 60% of the 2010-11 median, uprated for inflation. And this measure looks at how living standards of low-income households are changing over time. Now, I think it's important to look at the rate of change or the trends in child poverty just to see where we are going. But I think it's a little bit bizarre because, to my way of thinking, if everyone, and of course this will never happen, but if every household were on the same income, irrespective of how low it was, no child would therefore be living in poverty, because they would all be above the 60% level of the median income. So it's not a particularly accurate way, in my view, of assessing whether or not the trends in child poverty are growing or staying constant or reducing. Now, I do have the most recent data, which is in effect out of date, because the most recent data in terms of trends for the county are from 2018-19, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has to be reflected in figures. And those figures show that the percentage of children aged 0 to 15 in relatively low income families, in fact, has reduced from 2014-15 from sorry, it's the same as the figure in 2014 and 15. So you've got a trend there which is steady, but the percentage of children aged 0 to 15 in absolute low income families, the figure there in 2014-15 was 15%, and in 2018-19 was 12%. But I accept that those figures are dated and that the pandemic will have had a considerable effect, most probably. But there again, the government have put in measures to try and alleviate some of the problems. And one of the things that has been done is to provide free school meals during the holiday period. And you see that my amendment to the motion notes that fact, that the that government money, county council money, has been put in to provide free school meals at the October half term, at the Christmas holiday, at February half term, and we've also committed to providing those free school meals over the Easter holiday period as well. Now, it would appear that the level of uptake of free school meals has increased, and we've had this discussion before, and I was criticised quite unjustifiably for saying that, or for posing the question, was it a case of greater eligibility for free school meals, or simply a case of those who were already eligible actually claiming those free school meals. We don't know for certain, but this report can go into that sort of detail. But it would be interesting, I think, and I set the scene as far as costs of the provision is concerned, and Councillor Peck did touch on this. The cost of providing free school meals at holiday time in a full year without any COVID grant would be just under £4.5 million. And that £4.5 million has not been included in the medium-term financial strategy. For next year, the cost would be 3.795 million because the Easter period will be paid for by government grant. So I'm more than happy that this report should go to the next committee, next Children and Young People's Committee, immediately after the election, because any incoming administration may well want to adjust its policies accordingly. But we do need a full report, and I expect to be included in that report, not just an allusion to free school meals, which, as I've indicated, are not free. They will cost the council taxpayer nearly £4.5 million. But included in that report, what we need is to have set out before us any up-to-date figures in terms of trends, plus all the means and opportunities that are available to families who may require support, either long-term support or who may be having short-term difficulties. And my amendment allows that to happen, but it also sets out the criteria, I think, for a more general report that needs to be provided, rather than necessarily a focus simply on free school meals. So,
Councillor, can I just interrupt you there? You have 2 minutes left.
I've in effect finished, Chairman. I commend the amendment to you. I trust that the mover and seconder of the original proposal will be prepared to accept it, because I think it tidies up what they were putting down in writing, but it also accepts that something that the committee has already agreed to do. So it was really totally unnecessary to put down this this motion this afternoon, because we were going to do it anyway. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Chairman, I am seconding it, and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peck, would you like any further time to consider the amendment?
No, we won't be accepting the amendment. By Councillor Owen's words, he said he was going to. They were going to do it anyway. So I don't quite understand why it's been necessary to water down our motion with the amendment. So we'll be against it. Right. Okay. Well, I'll now open the debate on the amendment. Again, the debate is on the amendment. Can all members who wish to speak switch on the cameras, please, and hold up their hands so that the facilitators can create a list of speakers. So if you wish to speak, Councillor Bradley, yeah. You can start then, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I appreciate the chance to speak to this amendment and respond to the motion as well. Clearly, we can all agree that we want to support vulnerable children. We all want to ensure that no child goes to bed hungry. But I think the tone of the original motion, to be honest, seems not to recognise all of the work which has been done and is being done to support those children already. It specifically mentions free school meals, but doesn't seem to recognise that that provision has actually continued throughout. I don't think it's right to ignore that in this conversation. So I welcome the amendment that Councillor Owen as brought forward. Since this was first raised last spring across Nottinghamshire, that free school meal provision has been extended to more children and across schools, school holidays by a combination of government and the council. Firstly, by government extending free school meal provision through the holidays, and then by providing the winter grant scheme to local authorities to fund provision through subsequent holidays. That was also intended to support other vulnerable people as well as children through the pandemic. And that's been a huge piece of work with a huge amount of investment, a lot of work that's gone in from officers and staff at the County Council. And we should welcome that work that's been done and thank them for it. This argument's obviously happened in Westminster more than once, but contrary to some reports, it was never an argument about whether to help or not, just an argument about what the best mechanism to offer that help would be. I argued, as did the government, that rather than simply extend free school meals again in the autumn, we had to be more responsive to the need. And the nature of free school meals is that when you become eligible for it, you then remain so until the end of your time at school, regardless of your circumstances. So you can qualify at 5, but no longer need it at 6, and you'll still get it till you're 11. We know that there'll be people historically on that list who don't need that help in here and now because of the pandemic. Their circumstances might be more stable, and there'll be people who have found themselves out of work due to the pandemic very recently who aren't on the list but are in desperate need of help. So we felt in Westminster that we needed a more flexible approach, and that's why we gave that funding to local authorities, actually more funding than the cost of just extending free school meals that Labour have asked. We went above and beyond what had been asked for. Local authorities could decide the best approach and be more flexible in the delivery of that system. In most cases, they use free school meal voucher schemes, but they're also able to offer additional, more flexible support to adults and children who didn't qualify for free school meals. And that's exactly what Nottinghamshire County Council have done. And the motion talks about rising levels of policy. And of course, through the pandemic, it's brought its own specific pressures on households and household incomes. I apologise, my dog's barking in the background, the joys of working from home. It brought its specific pressures on household incomes. We all recognise that has been an issue and will continue to be an issue. In of course, hundreds of billions of pounds has been committed to try and protect jobs and incomes over the last year, with more generous support than almost any other country in the world. But it's really frustrating when Labour quote positive poverty figures, Mr. Chairman, because in truth, they quote figures for relative poverty. Councillor Owen touched on this, so I won't repeat all of what he said, but it's just not a fair reflection of poverty as people understand it. That measures income relative to others rather than figures about absolute poverty, which is people's ability to afford the basics that they need. Councillor Peck talked about rising poverty, but in truth, prior to the pandemic, absolute poverty, that ability to afford the basics, had fallen by more than half over the last 20 years. Relative poverty measures the numbers of people earning less than 60% of the average. That means if the average income rises, which is a very good thing, then more people fall into relative poverty. If the top 1% of earners make a load more money, then others would fall into that criteria of relative poverty as a result, even if their circumstances hadn't actually changed at all. If the economy does well and grows, more people fall into relative poverty. As Councillor Owen said, if everybody had nothing, nobody would be in poverty under that framework because they all had the same relative to each other. So it's not a measure of whether people can afford the basics, and therefore not a measure of poverty as the average man on the street would recognise it. That figure has grown in no small part due to economic recovery and the economic growth we've seen prior to the pandemic led to increasing wages. Absolute poverty, which measures whether people can afford what they need, has fallen by more than half. And I just thought that was worth saying and repeating Councillor Owen's point. The motion also talks about school holidays going forward. Again, proposals that came forward in the autumn and the grant scheme also talked of funding for school holiday clubs, which countless campaigners and charities agree is the best way forward for these kinds of provisions, way beyond just offering a sandwich. Those children most in need of help need face-to-face time with services, teachers, coaches, childcare provision, top-up education, particularly those most vulnerable and at some risk of harm. And we know Councillor Owens talked in the council chamber before about the numbers of children who are known to children's services but have not been at school during the pandemic. Because, of course, free school meals alone don't see and can't see the risk factors or evidence of abuse or other important
to bring your speech to a conclusion.
I will do that, Chairman, in keeping kids safe. So that's why, again, this goes above and beyond what Labour have asked for in terms of a rounded form of support. So in summary, and to finish with a final sentence, Mr. Chairman, of course we don't want children to go hungry, but I'm sure Councillor Owen will tell you these things are reviewed all the time. There's an awful lot happening through both the council, government, schools and all sorts of other places. These plans in the motion, which comes straight from Labour's manifesto, seem actually very small and narrow indeed compared to what this administration is already doing.
Thank you.
We should consider that and review it going forward. Absolutely, I support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm not in favour of the amendment at all. John Peck's already, on behalf of the Labour group and as the mover of the motion, rejected the amendment. What the motion originally was trying to do was establishing a commitment on an ongoing basis, and that's the important aspect of this that was taken out with the amendment, on an ongoing basis for the foreseeable future for children to be in receipt of free school meals, those who qualify clearly. What the amendment sought to do is take the teeth out of that, and I think that's unfortunate because it's clearly not recognising the need in Nottinghamshire for the anxiety when school holidays come along, and actually there are more holidays than the ones that have been mentioned here throughout the school year. So, you know, the amendment talks about a feasibility study. We don't need a feasibility study to assess the need to assess child poverty in Nottinghamshire. Look at the food banks, talk to teachers, talk to social care professionals, talk to health professionals. They will tell you about poverty and, more importantly, child poverty in Nottinghamshire, and frankly, pontificating about child poverty like some Victorian Poor Society does this council no good at all, and it doesn't help the people that are in need of our help. And so we should be rejecting this amendment, and we should reject the substantive motion. I'm in no doubt that this amendment will be carried. You've got the numbers, you know, it's not that difficult to do the maths. But we will be rejecting that because we want a cast iron commitment given to those people in Nottinghamshire, many of them hard-working families that have fallen on incredibly difficult times during this pandemic, that they will be given, that their child will be given a free school meal if that child qualifies, regardless of which holiday it is that that period falls in. They need certainty, Chairman. They need clarity. They need to take the anxiety out of their lives about whether or not they will be able to feed their child during a school holiday. And isn't it terrible, Chairman, in 21st century Britain, that we're talking about people's anxiety about whether or not they can feed their child? How shameful is that? How shameful. And what a response to say, oh, well, we'll have a feasibility study. Pathetic, utterly pathetic, completely lacking in understanding and empathy of the problem. And so we won't be supporting this. And frankly, I think it's shameful that this amendment was even brought to this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plant.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I fully support what Councillor Rhodes has just said, and I certainly don't support the amendment. But what I actually want to make is a point of clarification, really. I asked for the report on children and family poverty, the Children and Young People's Committee. It came from the Labour group, actually, it came from me. And I think I asked for that report probably, if not in January of this year, it would have been at the end of last year. I had to remind Councillor Owen, or ask Councillor Owen at least twice after that first request, as to where the report of child and family poverty was on the work programme, because it wasn't there. And he's quite right that at the last meeting he did agree that it would come to June's meeting, but it wasn't put on the work programme when I first asked, and I had to keep asking. I have to say I'm really pleased to hear his enthusiasm for that report now going forward. I certainly felt there was a need for that, and it wasn't certainly not just to look at free school meal entitlement. It was to look at poverty across our county and what we could do about it. That was my intention of the report. And again, first of all, it was to come to the April meeting, and then I was told that couldn't happen. It would be June. But anyway, it's coming now, and I'm really pleased about that. But what I do think in terms of, you know, the whole thing about free school meals and school holidays is a total I can't even say the word. It should, I can't say it. anomaly to me. That's it. Sorry about that. Because I remember, and I think I've said this at CYP committee, when I first started teaching many, many years ago, and we had to do the school dinners registers, I remember asking, obviously a much more mature teacher than myself, well, we have free school meals in school time, but what happens in the holidays? And they said, what do you mean? They said, well, surely the children still need those meals in the holidays as much as they obviously need them at school in school time. But obviously there was no answer to that really. So it's something that should be addressed and should have been addressed many years ago, because as I said, children don't stop eating in the school holidays. In fact, the need for food is much more really. And obviously families don't get any higher benefits in the holidays, they don't earn any extra money in the holidays, but they still need to feed their children. So no, don't support this amendment, and we need to go back to the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I beg to support the amendment. We sought to strengthen this amendment today because we think we all feel very strongly about children who might go to bed hungry. And I think I'm the first to recognise that during the pandemic, it's been extremely difficult for many parents. Not, might I say, parents employed by the state one way or another, but by parents who are in the sort of employment which has disappeared largely because of the economy and the lockdown for the pandemic. And therefore, I feel it's a great shame that we have to start making this a political football. We sought to strengthen this. We're highlighting what we're doing, but we sought to strengthen this. And may I remind you, it was actually our administration that stood up the free school meals just about the following day when there'd been the big row about it. I remember speaking to Councillor Owen myself on a Sunday. I was rebuked because I'd phoned him during the middle of the church service on Sunday morning, and we both agreed that free school meals should go on the agenda for tomorrow. And that was the Monday meeting, and that's when we gave the instructions for that. So I'm not going to allow you to claim that you're the only ones that feel concerned. We all feel concerned. All parents feel concerned that any child should be hungry. I think Ben's really outlined a very interesting conversation that's going through in Westminster. But it does need to be remembered they aren't free. They're free at the point when they're consumed, but there are a cost to someone, and therefore they have to be agreed where that cost is going to come from. It'll either be 1% on the council tax, on top of the 1%, 2%, 3% or 4% for social care and for general taxation, or something else we'll have to give, like the famous potholes programme, because you can't conjure money out of nothing. Personally, I think feeding children is more important than most things, and therefore I'm sorry we're having this debate today. I hoped you'd be able to accept our amendment. It was given in the spirit of being, if you like, collaborative and seeking to strengthen your amendment. But since you have decided not to do that, I'm afraid I shall not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creamer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously I won't be supporting the amendment and hope you withdraw the amendment. It's already been said by the mover things were going to happen. So it's actually, as Councillor's already said, why have they actually put that in? And the reason they've put it in, again, is actually just smoke and mirrors. They're actually just trying to claim, as Alan has already said, that nothing is the same. Well, I've got to actually have not a go, but to point at Councillor Bradley with the smoke and mirrors of poverty, relative poverty. What has that literally got to do with it? Hasn't he actually spotted food banks anywhere? Poverty is increasing, and under this government, and part of it, I will admit, not their fault, because COVID was not their fault, but their policies on economics is actually making people work part-time, so people at work are actually not having enough to feed their kids, when actually, as well, in a few months' time, when the rent restrictions are going to be lifted, and people will be able to, landlords will be able to remove their tenants, things are going to get worse. This is a live issue now, and it needs dealing with as quickly as possible. And if I can agree with Kate about the money issue, yes, money has to come from someplace. But how much does it feed? How much does it cost to feed starving kids if it's not the council doing it? How much does it cost on the education, which they're losing because they're still hungry? How much does it cost on hospital appointment because they're actually suffering diseases they shouldn't be suffering? There is a cost to everything, but there's a moral cost to it as well. And the moral cost is those people need feeding. If things were getting better, food banks would not be the only thing, pardon my language, Chairman, would not be the only thing rising in this economy. It is extremely sad that food banks are rising, and the smoke and mirrors of trying to cover what real people, what the majority of our actual members are actually suffering by just going about poverty and relative poverty. It's smoke and mirrors, Chairman. We actually need to act on our motion. I would ask you actually withdraw the motion. There's no way we can, the amendment, there's no way we can actually support that amendment. It waters down reality. It tries to make things look better than they are. And yes, I'm 100% sure that most of the Tories there, I won't say all, but most of them actually do agree that things should be done. What we disagree on is how it should be done and how fast. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I have four other speakers who've notified. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh dear. You know, a very simple motion that we could all agree with. And we have to mess it around because Councillor Owens doesn't really like it. And that's what it's all about. And I really, really do despair. I don't know about any of you, but we set up a food, but we don't call it a bank up in Collingham. Collingham, a fairly affluent area. We set up a food pantry, and that food pantry is being used by people who, yes, Kay, were furloughed, yes, Kay, had a job and probably, but have actually stopped using the food pantry because they've gone back to work. So you've got a group of people who have got responsibilities, but at the same time were desperately short of food for their children. They've appreciated everything that's been done for them, and what this motion is talking about is what Marcus Rashford spoke about, not the Tory government. It took a footballer to start jumping up and down about children who hadn't got food in their tummies. I think it's an utter disgrace. Yes, something will have to give, but considering the potholes, albeit we're the number one or the number two in the country of filling potholes, I know for a fact the residents that I represent in my affluent area are saying quite clearly, no, it's not working. So that needs looking at. This needs looking at, not in half of 2 or 3 years' time. It needs looking at straight away, and we need to get stuck in there and actually do it. Do it on, by all means, do it on a trial basis. Do it for 12 months, do it for 24 months. See how it goes, and then review it again. You don't have to keep going forever and a day. And I am fed up of listening to you all, or not all of you, but some of you saying, oh, well, it's the taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer, and I'm very happy to contribute some tax towards giving children food. And you all should be the same. I've got elderly people in this village who give money to the food bank every week. People who are not on big salaries. They're retired. They haven't got big pensions, but they're concerned about children and about people who are struggling. So for goodness sake, stop it, everybody, and get on and support this motion. Stop playing politics because we've got an election, and get on with it and support looking after our children. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Fall.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Maureen. I agree absolutely with what you've just said. I am just absolutely appalled by this rather, really quite frankly, callous and arm's length discussion of what poverty is. In a civilized society, relative poverty is meant to reflect the fact that the share of the nation's wealth should be spread around evenly. So people shouldn't be in kind of poverty. That's the whole point about the notion of relative poverty. So yes, if people get richer and poorer people kind of get poorer, the gap's going to get wider. And that's exactly what's happened under this Conservative government. The gap between rich people and poor people has widened. And in a civilized society, that absolutely should not happen. And actually, paying for free school meals shouldn't actually be needed to the extent that it is, but it is. And as Councillor Rhodes said, there are food banks popping up all over the place that demonstrates very clearly people are poor, they're in poverty, and they need some extra help. And we need to give it to them. As I said, in a civilized society, that's actually what should happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Brooks. I have 3 names. Otherwise, I'll go to the next move on. So, Councillor Brooks, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am deeply upset by this. I work on the front line every Wednesday at a food bank in Netherfield, and I wish people could see what I see. We've had to extend our hours because we couldn't possibly see everybody that needed to come and see us in the time we were open. We have regularly 20 people queuing an hour before we open our door because on a couple of occasions we have run out of food and they're frightened that they won't get what they need. We've had to institute a delivery service out of hours because some people aren't able to come during the hours we're open because they're during working hours. So we deliver to working people. How you can possibly table this motion is beyond me, and I would urge you please to withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Woodhead.
I've got my hand up, Chair.
Oh, right. OK, thank you. I have one more speaker then, Councillor Carr.
That was a very emotive speech there from Councillor Brooks, and I think everybody should take notice of that. And also of Councillor Dobson, who spoke very, very eloquently and was absolutely spot on. That this motion was perfectly acceptable as it was and didn't need amending. And it's actually disingenuous, really, of the Conservative group to actually put in a motion which tries to make them look good. Well, fair enough. If they have put money into these sorts of things, that's fine. But it doesn't need to be done to a motion like this. Now, I live in represent a very, very, and I live in it, mixed division of Bramcote and Beeson North. The disparities of income are huge. You know, I've got a quite deprived ex-council estate where some people do struggle, and across the other side of the road, you know, you don't get much change out of £1 million for a house, and the ranges of incomes is unbelievable. I tell you something, I'm now seeing something that I've not seen before, and it's due mainly to Thurlow, in that people who are on what would be classified as a good income are only getting paid 80% of what they were being paid before. Now, that 20% was the difference between their regular outgoings, which haven't stopped, and that 20% enabled them to buy food, etc., etc. We're actually having people like that having to go to food banks. I mean, for goodness sake, with the 6th richest country in the world, well, actually, we were 5th until Brexit, but that's another matter. We're the 6th biggest country in the world, and we're having to give people food in food banks because quite clearly we haven't got the system working properly. Now, my party and the Greens, and I know by talking to some of my fellow councillors in Broxtowe, I know a lot of you in the Labour Party would like a policy of universal basic income, would go a long way to eradicate poverty, child poverty. It's not the panacea, but it would go a long way to eradicating it. And let's just, you know, we're always told, as Councillor Cutts alluded to, it's expensive to do. Universal basic income would cost £37 billion a year. We dish out £76 billion a year in capital gains handouts, basically, letting people off capital gains tax. So we can find £76 billion for that, but we can't find £37 billion to eradicate poverty in this country. And that is a shame. I really, really do ask the Conservatives withdraw their amendment. I think this is something that we could all get behind. It's too big an issue to play politics with. And again, I would appeal to the Conservative group to withdraw their amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Payne, please. I have two more after Councillor Payne speakers. Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Leader of the Council said earlier in this debate that feeding children is more important than most things, and I couldn't agree with her more. And I just want to associate myself with what Councillor Nicky Brooks said so eloquently. People who are struggling to make ends meet in our county and children with hunger in their bellies do not need a patronising debate about the definition and the intricacies of child poverty under which list they sit. They need their county councillors to be coming together to tackle this issue and take action first and foremost. They don't need an amendment that suggests a feasibility study. They need action now by their county council to help put food on the table and food in the bellies of these hungry children. And it's nothing short of a disgrace that we've seen essentially a filibustering amendment put to this motion that was well intentioned by Councillors Peck and Councillors Plant. The County Council's own website says, and I quote, "Our ambition is for Nottinghamshire to be a place where children grow up free from deprivation and disadvantage, and birth and social background do not hold people back from achieving their potential." It goes on to say that many people believe there is very little child poverty in the UK today, but this is not the case. Currently, 19.9% of children in England live in relative poverty. And while ever that figure sits over 0.1%, Mr. Chairman, in this county, we should be doing everything we can within our power in a cross-party fashion to tackle the issue. Councillor Owen sat there at the beginning of this debate and said we were going to do this anyway, so the motion wasn't needed. So I'd say to you, Councillor Owen, withdraw this amendment and get on with doing what is outlined in this motion, putting food into the hungry bellies of these children and supporting those who are on the breadline of our county. Prevarication, obfuscation and a feasibility study is not what these people need. They need their county councillors to be coming together to tackle child poverty.
Well said.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A lot's already been said in this debate. You know, and I don't know why this amendment's been put in. I'm flabbergasted, actually, because the person who drove this, Marcus Rashford, actually changed the opinion of the Tory government. And I think, you know, that's the reality here. If it wasn't for what he actually did in the first place, then the Conservative government would never have got behind the food bank campaign in the first place. And I think it's highly underhand to put this amendment in and try and tone the original amendment down. And I suggest you withdraw it on the grounds of common decency.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to refer to Councillor Bradley, and that currently children living in poverty stands at 4.2 million, of which we've seen an increase of 100% in the last decade. So to try and manipulate figures or to try and use words that are merely deflecting from the actual fact disgusts me, absolutely disgusts me. The fact that we recognise children need support, we have to recognise that some of these children, or majority of these children, will be coming from families who are struggling. That doesn't mean to say that they're not families that aren't working. In fact, far from it. As Councillor Brooks and myself are fully aware, certainly through the CAR project over at Ollerton, who actually has provided 126,000 meals during this time of COVID and the issues that that's carried. It bemuses me, it bewilders me, why you would think, Councillor Owen, that you, by putting this amendment, you were going to create something that we could all get behind. I'm not bothered when I speak. You can stand up and you can berate me every time I stand up. But what I will have an objection against is your condemnation of these children and these families that are working hard and are in a situation of poverty that we should be supporting. And to try and politicise that is wrong, and you are wrong. Do the right thing. Take this amendment away. Yeah, take this amendment away, and I will shake your hand publicly and applaud and pat you on your back when we can. Yeah, but doing what you are doing now is wrong, completely and totally wrong. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes I feel very much the odd one out in this chamber. A lot of the times we talk about the families on the poverty line, the families that are struggling. And up until 4 years ago, when I started this job and did something different, holy moly, that was me. I've been a single mum for more times than I can care to remember. We've used the food banks. I've been that person who's gone, which am I doing tonight? Am I putting that eating on for an hour, or are we having beans on toast? And can I stretch it that I'm having 2 slices of toast, or is Holly just having it? But sometimes I feel that we talk a really, really good talk in this chamber, that we all really care. But I feel that sometimes you're just so distant from it, so distant. And I've lived it, and I've been there, and everything collapsed around me. Once my marriage collapsed, everything collapsed, and I was in a really, really bad spot, and I needed help. And until you've been there, you don't understand what it's like to be able to have to cope and ask someone to help you feed your family, to actually ask someone to give you a little bit of help. And I do a lot of work with our local food bank that wasn't set up before COVID. We've got a new one set up now after COVID. We had some, but we've now got more. So I know COVID's had a drastic impact. But this was there before COVID, and people are proud. And you don't always find these people, because I wanted to suffer and I wanted to do it on my own, because that's how I'd been brought up, that I will survive and I will do it. But sometimes, just sometimes, you need that bit of help. And I think we all just need to just take that little bit of a step back, that we talk the talk, but actually I look after one of the most deprived areas that we've got in Ashfield, and I see it every day. And sometimes we just need to step back. And I don't want to be lectured. I don't want to, be saying that it's going to have to go up in the council tax, or the pothole scheme's going to have to go, or something to make sure that we feed our children and our families, because it's not that simple. And it's not just the children that it affects the mums, the dads that try and deal with it day in, day out. And it's not. And we're very good at looking at stuff in segregation. And actually, once you hit that point, you've then got to be looking at the mental health side of things. And we look at things very isolated, and we've got to be taking a much more wholehearted approach to things. And I feel that I've been on for a term now here, and probably one of the speeches I did first was when we were talking about changing the school holidays to make it more affordable. And again, I felt very isolated out of the chamber, that, I know this, I know where we're all coming from with this, I've been there. And I just feel like we're still quite back at that point, that it's 4 years and we're still discussing it. And actually, we need to do more, and we can do more. And these families really, really deserve it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well said, Sam.
What a wonderful lady you are.
Thank you. I'm going now to.
Can I have a point of order?
Councillor Cowell,
point of order
is what?
Can I just say that Councillor Deakin's speech is the best I've heard in 16 years on this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, but it isn't an order anyway.
Yeah, said it anyway.
Just for future reference. Yes, well, we'll allow it to you. I'm now moving to Councillor Taylor, who I presume is seconder to the amendment. Can I just ask before she speaks, is anyone else wishing to speak? Right. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin just by acknowledging two speakers in particular, Councillor Brooks, who clearly feels very emotionally about the things that she sees and experiences, and Councillor Deakin, who not only gave a speech, but in effect gave testimony as having been in that position. I have some concerns about the way the debate is going, not because of what I believe in seconding the amendment, but I've heard language today about smoke and mirrors, obfuscation and filibustering, and I have to say that I think a lot of the debate has included all of those things from the opposition members. This debate is about free school meals, and free school meals are a part and not the whole of the debate that's been had in the last half hour or an hour about poverty. We are debating free school meals, and I think we are all agreed, because I've listened to both sides, that this isn't about whether we should do more, it's about mechanisms and it's about how. So I do stand by the amendment that I am seconding, because this council can do some things. It can do some
Point of order,
things
Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Go on, Mr. Payne.
The motion that Councillor Taylor is referring to starts in its first sentences by referencing the rising level of child poverty, not free school meals. So let's have a little less of trying to broaden and single down the debate to one issue, when actually the motion is very clear about what it talks about, both child poverty and free school meals.
Thank you. Your point's made. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. I will continue. We can do some things. We can do some things alone. We can do some things in partnership with other agencies. I commend the suggestion at Children and Young People's Committee to actually already look at the situation in Nottinghamshire, and I stand by the amendment that I'm seconding today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Harper, and that will complete the people wishing to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a bit tired of being preached to about poverty by people who don't probably understand what poverty is. I'm a coal miner's son. I know what poverty is. I've been there. I know what it's like to go to school with a hole in your jumper. So please don't preach to me about poverty. I represent one of the most urbanised, deprived divisions in this county. I've set up a food bank. I help out at it. I'm a school governor. I find out which children are finding it hard to get food, and my wife makes hampers for them. So I do know what poverty is. So please don't preach to me about poverty.
Thank you. Right, now can I move on to Councillor Owen? Would you like to sum up for your amendment, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm rather surprised, or perhaps I'm not surprised, that the opposition party, the main opposition party, don't want to accept this amendment. Councillor Peck and Councillor Creamer said, well, why did you make the amendment? Well, the amendment was made, first of all, to recognise what has been done and is being done, and secondly, to broaden the scope of the original motion. And I thought that was a perfectly reasonable thing to do. I'm sitting here looking at the original motion, and when I look at it, I can see there have been very few changes. We've taken out an assumption that the Labour Party have put into their motion and simply replaced it by saying, let's look at the trends. Let's look at what's wrong in looking at the trends concerning child poverty and the things associated with it. So that's the reason why we decided to put forward an amendment. And I take issue with Councillor Plant as far as the original report. Yes, she asked for it. I don't know whether she can't remember, and I can't, whether it was in December or January. And I made it perfectly clear then that that was something that I was more than happy to do, but it would be later on in the year. And I thought, I think I said at the time, we would do it after the county council elections. And she seemed to be quite happy with that. Now, the reason I suggested that it should be done later at that time was, for goodness sake, our officers who would have to draw up that detailed report were engaged in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic that was affecting children and young people's services. It was affecting all of our schools. They had a lot of work to be doing, and to then do justice, or to try and do justice to a detailed and significant report, I felt would be an unfair burden being placed upon them. So that's why I said at that time, and she's accepted that she raised it again, and I said, well, now let's make it clear, let's put it in the work programme for the June meeting, and that was agreed. So it's not me that's triggered this debate and playing politics. It's the Labour group that have brought this motion forward in order just to do that in the run-up to an election, when it had already been agreed that we would look at the whole range of things concerned with child poverty, but we would get the facts and figures and done in an accurate way. Well, of course, Councillor Rhodes, you say we should be talking to other people to see what's what and get a realistic assessment. Well, that's what I expect to be done in order to prepare the report that is going to committee. So it's no good accusing us of not doing that. That will be done. Of course it will. It's obvious that that will be done. And you talk about a feasibility study being pathetic. Well, why is it pathetic to undertake a feasibility study to determine the best way, if that's what the council decide to do, to deliver free school meals? And as the leader has pointed out, I think it was the leader said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody's got to pay for it. Which brings me on to Councillor Dobson, who is in despair. Well, every time I listen to Councillor Dobson, I have to say I end up in despair. Something will have to give. I'm sure she will volunteer lots in her division that can be given. And Councillor Payne accuses us of setting up a patronising debate. Well, I've not set up this debate. I didn't put forward the motion. It wasn't me that did it. Wasn't the Conservative group, it was the Labour group who have set up this debate, and we've just tried to focus it and make it more realistic and to widen the scope. So why criticise us for setting up a debate that they themselves have put up? And he finished by saying, put food into the mouths of the children. Well, what do you think we're doing over Easter? We're doing just that. But your speakers didn't want to recognise the fact that that was being done. So I think it's perfectly reasonable in terms of an amendment. The modifications and the amendments are relatively minor, but what they do is recognise some of the things that this council is doing, but also open up the opportunity for a full-scale review and report to go to committee so that the policies of the new administration can be honed accordingly. That seems not an unreasonable thing.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask you, that's it now? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Peck, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Standing Order 96, Chairman, I've just keyed it in. I think that Councillor Owen ought to apologise to Councillor Dobson for that personal outburst. It's not acceptable. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you. Councillor Peck.
Well, if you can get an apology out of Councillor Owen for anything, good luck. I have to, first of all, draw attention to the comments by Councillor Brooks and Councillor Deakin, who really spoke, both of them, from the heart and from personal experience. And as a council, we should have listened to them. And it's a shame that the Conservatives haven't seen fit to withdraw their amendment. Councillor Harper, I won't spend any time on his comment about, he doesn't know all of our backstories, and he might be surprised which ones of us have actually experienced poverty at some point in our lives. So don't make assumptions, Councillor Harper. Councillor Owen, well, he started off in presenting his amendment by questioning the construction of the measure of child poverty, relative child poverty. Well, as is usual with Councillor Owen, he thinks he knows better than the statisticians and all the government departments and charities that use precisely this measure. It's the accepted measure for both relative and absolute child poverty. So if Councillor Owen has got a better, cleverer measure to use, then by all means, you know, send it into the government and see how that goes. But it's the accepted measure. Speaking of absolute poverty, if Councillor Bradley had listened to my presentation of the motion, I did take pains to point out that the Prime Minister, and now we've heard Councillor Bradley, has made this claim that absolute poverty has halved. And I did make reference to the fact that the Children's Commissioner fact-checked the Prime Minister's statement and found that the evidence was not there and that the claim was largely false. So as we've heard Councillor Bradley repeat the same point today, then I think it's fair to say that Councillor Bradley's claim was also largely false. I might also remind Councillor Bradley, as others have done, that some of the actions that the government has taken and have been referred to were done with somewhat reluctance. And it was the young footballer referred to in the motion, and indeed the strength of public opinion behind that young footballer who pushed the government, almost kicking and screaming, into taking the actions they did. So I wouldn't boast too much about the government's record on that. We heard from Councillor Plant, who pointed out, I mean, Councillor Owen has made his excuses since, but Councillor Plant pointed out how much time it took her to finally persuade Councillor Owen to include the report on child poverty going to the CYP committee, and eventually managed to get her way. But it took her, what, 3 times, was it, before we actually got any action? Speaking of that, I did say it that right at the beginning when I said we weren't going to accept the amendment. I was rather surprised why the amendment has been put in the first place, because Councillor Owen was at great pains to point out that they were going to do these things anyway. Well, if you're going to do these things anyway, why did you feel the need to amend the motion? The motion is plain, simple, easy to understand, and I think what you've done is just turned it into a wishy-washy, kicking it into the long grass. By the time you get round to your feasibility study and doing anything, I suppose you're hoping the problem might have gone away or everybody's forgotten about it. Well, we won't. And I think it's a great shame that you felt a need to play about with what's a very straightforward motion. We've heard Conservative councillor after Conservative councillor saying how much they could care as much as anybody else in the chamber about child poverty and making sure that no child goes hungry. Well, why then couldn't you support our motion in its entirety? Why have you got to water it down? I just simply don't understand where you're coming from on that. So Councillor Cutts tried to claim that what they were doing, that her group was strengthening the motion. Well, I really beg to differ. I don't see where it strengthens the motion one little bit. The motion was strong enough and clear enough as it stood. So I don't accept that at all. I know which way this is going to go now. Once you put an amendment, you've whipped your numbers and you're going to win it, aren't you? And that's why we can't support it, because I think it's ended up as not within the spirit of what was our very pointed and clear message within our motion. So we just won't be able to support your amendment and won't be able to support the substantive motion for the same reason, because it's been watered down. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to the vote on the amendment. The Chief Executive will call a roll call vote alphabetically. This is not a recorded vote and won't be recorded in the minutes as such. Over to you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Adair.
For the amendment.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather. Councillor Chris Barnfather.
Apologies. For the amendment.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Bosniak. Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Butler.
I'm going on. For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
Against.
Councillor Dobson.
Against.
Councillor Doddy.
For the amended motion.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Fole.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Against.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry. Councillor Errol Henry.
Against.
Thank you, Errol. Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor Tom Hollis. I'll come back to you, Tom. Okay, thank you. I've seen in the chat that you're against and I've recorded it as such. Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor Meal.
Against.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
Against.
Councillor Peck.
Against.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Plant.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
For.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
Against.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Vice.
Against.
Councillor Wetton. Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. I'll come back to you, Jonathan. Councillor Woodhead.
Against.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Against.
Can I try Councillor Jonathan Wheeler again, please?
Sorry, Anthony, for.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I'll just add those up, colleagues, and we'll come straight back.
sign off.
Right, colleagues, and the result is the motion, or the amendment, sorry, 34 against 30. The amendment becomes now the substantive. Can I ask for any people who wish to speak for it, preferably who haven't already spoken already?
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest we move to Mr. Chairman, could I suggest we move to the votes, please?
That's seconded.
I'll second that.
Right, Neil Clark, Councillor Clark, right. Put it to then to the council. All those in favour of going to the vote, can you please indicate? Oh, well, we can't really. We need to indicate. Right, wave your hands, let us so we can see. That seems to be quite a majority then. So then let's move to the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to be clear, colleagues, we're now taking a vote on the substantive motion as amended. I'm going to start, please, with Councillor Adair.
For.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you, Samantha. Councillor Dobson. Councillor Maureen Dobson.
Sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry, Chief Exec. I forget to switch on. Against.
Thank you, Maureen. Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Fold.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Against.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis. Thank you. I've got you as an abstention, Tom. I've seen that in the chat. Thank you. It's recorded as that. Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin.
Abstain.
Councillor Meal.
Against.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
Against.
Councillor Peck.
Against.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Plant.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Perdue-Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
For.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Head up.
I'll come back to you, Helen. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Simbaridis.
Against.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Weiss.
Against.
Councillor Wetton. Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
Against.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Abstain.
Can I come back to Councillor Smith?
Abstain.
Thank you very much, Helen. Just give us a minute then, colleagues.
Precisely. Yep. Result of that vote is for the motion 34, against the motion 26, 24, abstentions 6. The motion is passed. Can I now move on to?
Can you give us the numbers again, Chairman? I couldn't quite work out how many against.
4, 34, against 24, abstain 6.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. I now want to move forward to motion number 3. Can I remind people that we've done 2, there are 6, that means we've 4 to come. That doesn't mean that we don't give it the necessary care, etc. But members, when making comments or speeches, etc., I would ask, if possible, if you try to keep them very much focused on the subjects matters, would be very helpful. Councillor Zadrodzny.
Thank you, Chairman. Motion 3. On the roads of England, we drive on the left. In places like Ashfield District, Broxtowe Borough and Mansfield District, people drive on what's left of the road. This council notes with dismay the state of our broken roads and pavements across Nottinghamshire. This council believes that funding should be allocated by roads usage and not the length of roads. We therefore call for whoever forms the next administration of Nottinghamshire County Council to carry out a full review of the processes involved in the highways maintenance and process for allocating funding at the earliest opportunity. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you wish me to speak straight away after moving that, or do you want it seconded first?
No. You speak now, then you can call on Councillor Martin to second it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, obviously, the first line of the motion may well be jocular, but behind is a very serious point. And it's not an exaggeration to suggest that the state of our highways is an embarrassment to this authority. And you've only got to knock on any door in any of the district or boroughs that I've named, and they will tell you that the state of broken roads and pavements is their #1 concern. Listening to the response earlier from Councillor Cotty's earlier answer, I would suggest that Councillor Cotty is effectively the chemical alley of Nottinghamshire politics. Councillor Cotty needs to open his eyes. You look but don't see, you hear but don't listen. And in the earlier answer, Councillor Cotty stated that Nottinghamshire County Council, having the most potholes in the country, is a cause for celebration. And who was the last councillor to use these words? Yes, step forward Councillor Philip Owen, who described a rise in child poverty in the county as a cause for celebration. And I'll tell you what will be a cause for celebration, Mr. Chairman. It's when this rotten, incompetent administration are unceremoniously kicked out of office in just 42 days. It wasn't the Labour Party who stated last year that Nottinghamshire had the most potholes, Mr. Chairman. It wasn't even the Ashfield Independents. It was the politically neutral Nottingham Evening Post. Mr. Cotty has again misled this council. He claims that the Post were reporting on potholes fixed. They were not. They were reporting on potholes reported. These are facts, something that has slipped Councillor Cotty's mind. He stated earlier that only 32 miles of main roads in the county are disrepair. And I can only assume that is measuring the actual width of the potholes and issues, the defects within the roads, rather than the roads that actually need resurfacing. The reality is simply untrue. There are more than 32 miles of roads in disrepair in Ashfield. There are far more than 32 miles of roads in disrepair in Broxtowe. There are far more than 32 miles of roads in disrepair in Mansfield. And some of the worst roads I've seen anywhere in the UK, and in fact in the world, are in divisions held by Conservative members who are in fact vice chairman of the Communities and Place Committee. In fact, Brookside in Hucknall South is the most disgraceful road surface I've ever seen anywhere, and it's embarrassment. No wonder the current incumbent is chicken running over to a different division after 4 years of abject failure and neglect in their own division. This Conservative-led county council are living in cloud cuckoo land. And what this motion calls for is an immediate review of the processes used. It simply doesn't make any sense whatsoever that the council allocate funding via the length of the roads and not the usage of the roads. And this needs urgently review, firstly, Mr. Chairman, and many members last month when we put our budget amendment in calling for extra funding for our roads agreed that if the system was wrong, then we should look to change it. And that's exactly what this motion seeks to do. Because, Mr. Chairman, our roads are crumbling. I've spent a significant amount of time in Hucknall and recently, and the state of their roads and pavements are a disgrace. And it's common knowledge that this council spent more on a paint job for Trent Bridge than they did for the resurfacing budget of that entire town. And residents are furious at what they see as a complete waste and an utter letdown. And equally furious, Mr. Chairman, are the residents I've been knocking on doors and speaking to across other divisions. And it gave me no pleasure, Mr. Chairman, no pleasure to point out in areas that the vice chairs of the Communities and Place Committee were the local county councillors. It gave me no pleasure also to point out that they voted against £1 million extra investment on roads for those residents. Councillor Cotty claims that our figures were done on the back of a fag packet, and I find that highly offensive on behalf of our senior and very dedicated officers of this county council, because if that's the case, then it's on the back of the Section 151 officers' fag packet. Our budget amendment was declared legal and appropriate by both him and this council's monitoring officer. And backbench Tory councillors approached me after the meeting, stating that they were strong-armed into voting against investment in their own and their neighbouring divisions' roads. And this council has absolutely no idea how much we waste financially having to revisit botched jobs. You said it yourself, Councillor Cotty, you admitted that you didn't keep any records. You admitted that this morning, and the last person not to keep records was Bernie Madoff. And why? Because they don't want people to know the answer. This council has a fiduciary duty to account for every single penny of taxpayers' money, and the reality is that you don't. And like many of the potholes this council repairs, the whole thing is a mess. This afternoon, we've heard about the council wasting nearly £1 million on compensation claims. And do I trust that figure? I'd be grateful if it was published and itemised by date. Councillor Cotty also stated this morning that residents deserve a better service. And I'm afraid that's the first place we agree. You're damn right they do. People in the poorer areas of this county are being let down. You've created this mess. You blame Labour, but they've not been in charge for 4 years. And they got lots of things wrong, but you've had 4 years to put it right. And it's been an administration of broken promises and broken roads. If excuses filled potholes, Mr. Chairman, our roads would be in a better condition. If excuses fixed pavements, then maybe our elderly and short-sighted could traverse the obstacle course that we call our pavements. It's like going back to the Krypton factor. If excuses made highways safer, then maybe residents wouldn't have to put their lives at risk every time they travel the distance of this county. And I'll tell you, Mr. Chairman, a true story that was in the press just a couple of weeks ago. 19-year-old Liam, who works at Kingsmill Hospital, during the pandemic didn't have a single day off distributing PPE to departments at the hospital. He was really proud of doing his bit until one of our potholes intervened. He travelled every morning on his scooter, and 2 months ago, he was on his way close to Morrison's in Kirkby, going through Coxmoor when there was a pothole. It caused him to swerve and hit another pothole and caused him to mount a nearby embankment. And that health worker, that hospital worker, was picked up from the floor by ambulance workers and only realised he had been in an accident after being in strong pain relief and waking up in hospital. He called for more action for Nottinghamshire County Council to repair roads across our area, saying there is a pothole on every corner. There's a terrible, terrible legacy in this county. And all we've heard this morning is backslapping about what a great job you've done. And I'm afraid it carries no truck with the members of the public, because they can see, they literally have to open their windows and front doors and see 4 years of broken roads and broken promises. That's the reality of the situation, Mr. Chairman, and I'd ask all members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Call on Councillor Martin to second it. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I second the motion, and I'll take my opportunity to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to second this motion. This has been by far the biggest complaint that we all receive as county councillors, and let's face it, it's getting worse. We don't need to put the Nottingham Post to tell us that Nottinghamshire County Council has the most potholes in the country. I travel throughout Nottinghamshire, and the reality is that our broken roads and pavements are a huge issue, not just in my division of Selston, but in places like Brinsley, Greasley, Hucknall, Kirkby, Mansfield, Sutton and Watnall. The state of the roads is a damning indictment of the failure of this Conservative-led administration. All we get, however, is a willful blindness, a failure to realise the severity of the problem. Everyone knows my concerns about the state of the roads and pavements, cars being damaged, the blind and short-sighted not able to use our pavements due to the mess this administration have made. Your inability to get to grips with the problems that adversely impact people's lives on a daily basis. So much so that I was so concerned about this issue that back in 2017, I actually arranged for Councillor Cotty, the then new chairman of the Communities in Place team, and officers who were all involved in the process of the Capital Highways Maintenance Programme. I wanted them to look at technology because I said at the time, if we only have a fixed budget, then we need to be much smarter at how we use it. After this, of course, the new Communities in Place Development and Review Committee was formed, which was actually like a breath of fresh air. It's been excellently chaired by Gordon Wheeler, and I've thoroughly enjoyed all the excellent presentations from the officers' input at every meeting. And these events in turn, of course, led to the eventual return of VIA wholly being owned by the County Council, in order for them to invest 1.7 million in new technologies. But fast forward to 2019 and it was only just being trialled. We've never really had an explanation from anyone as to why there's been so much delay in the implementation and use of this across the county. And this lack of information has played great regarding the use of that technology, has exacerbated the pothole debacle that's played out across the county over the last few years. Because VIA may have repaired 350,000 potholes across the county, but as they say in the building trade, you're only as good as your last job. And as yet, still, we have no data available as to how many of those have been filled in more than once, twice, 3 or even 4 times. In cases in Ashfield, one pothole was filled in 6 times. The use of VIAFix has been an unmitigated disaster. The council says it's a temporary fix, yet in many cases it is a permanent fix. And VIAFix is a totemic of the failures of this council. How many times have residents reported in workmen just chucking a bag in a hole and driving off? It's an utter embarrassment, yet this council are not prepared to discuss its phased withdrawal. The other issue, as outlined in the motion, is the way that the council allocates the funding repairs. You've often heard the Ashfield Independents mention the unequitable allocation of funding. How can it be right that the council allocates funding by the length of roads and not by the usage? This means that areas like Newark and Rushcliffe receive over £1 million a year extra spent on their roads, as opposed to places like Ashfield, Broxdale and Mansfield. And whilst roads in Newark and West Rushcliffe are like driving on Brands Hatch, it's like driving in a third world country in our areas. It's almost as if you neglect our roads on purpose for political purposes, but I'm not that cynical, really. This is why, at the budget meeting of this authority, the Ashfield Independents, budgeted for an extra £1 million for our highways in Ashfield, Broxtowe and Mansfield to right this wrong. Whoever forms the next administration of this authority will need to address this issue from day one, because no longer can we have the scandal of what is essentially a misuse of public funds. And the Conservative-led administration have wasted millions, and the first job of a new council is to get a grip on this. You know, it's all right sitting there, Councillor Cotty, this morning and extolling the virtues of everything that you've done in the last 4 years. But the reality is the residents do not see it in the same way, not in the slightest. And if I was to put a video clip of your speech this morning on social media, I would get absolutely hammered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. The motion is proposed and seconded. I open it up to debate. Parry.
His name's Parry.
Parry.
Parameters.
P-A-R-R-Y.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. My colleague Dave Martin and the rest of them, they're absolutely right about the potholes. I've been a councillor for so many years. In the last decade, if not longer, my most important issue is about potholes. I can't believe it how many potholes we have in our area. I cannot deal with anything else as a constituent councillor rather than potholes. And I'm not exaggerating. You know, I'm really fed up with it. Is anybody who ever come and check our roads and see how many potholes we have and take care of them and do a proper job, not just post job and fill it up and the next rain it fill the holes again. It just is not good enough. I'm grateful if anybody will take over whoever it is, and I hope it's the Labour administration, and do something about and deal with the potholes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other speakers, please? Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know the Labour group are all sitting there waiting for me to make comments because they don't like me speaking after they've spoken. So, Chairman, derisive and sarcastic motions such as this don't do anything to support meaningful policy making that the residents of Ashfield deserve. As I explained earlier in my response to Councillor Ogle's question, we're amongst the best performing councils when it comes to road repairs. And Councillor Martin and Councillor Zarosny, no matter what information they get, don't want to believe anything I've said. So, though there is always more to be done, this administration's record of investment.
It's in a bad way, but a lot of it, in my view, is.
Thank you, Keith.
Keith, can you mute?
You know,
Councillor Girling, can you mute? I think he has.
Though there is more to be done, this administration's record investment on our highways has provided a solid foundation on which future administrations can build, and we continue to invest new technology. And Councillor Martin did take me to see some technology, but it isn't me that buys the technology, it's VIA, and they have to go through a process. So even though you've shown me something that you think is brilliant, doesn't mean it is brilliant. We continue to invest in new technology, and that will put right the mistakes made by previous Labour administrations. And if you think that roads disintegrate within a year or 2 years or 4 years, you're mistaken. They disintegrate over a long time. The review which the Ashfield Independents continue to call for is not based on any official statistics or robust research. Such as a review is more likely to see Ashfield receive the same amount of funding, or perhaps less than they certainly do, than result in a windfall for them. Worse still, if we were to divert from the national guidance, which our current approach is based on, we'd almost certainly open up the council to protracted challenges by residents, and in extreme cases by the national government itself. It is the duty of the next administration to determine their priorities for highways maintenance. Indeed, we do not have the power to commit future administrations to be given a given course of action. However, I hope that they will continue to work this administration's, which has committed itself to treating all residents in our county fairly. Councillor Zarosny brings back the Trent Bridge comments again. And if you think that we weren't going to repair Trent Bridge, having had a year and 2 or 3 months now with Clifton Bridge still restricted for access in and out of Nottinghamshire, then you've got to be thinking twice. Trent Bridge was done because it had to be done and be put back in good order. And as
point of order,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification.
Point of record.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, I don't know who's made the comment.
It was Councillor Zadroznik, Chair.
Right.
Just for clarification, because I think Councillor Cott is mixing up what I was saying. I've never talked about the structural work to Trent Bridge. I've been talking about the paint job, repainting of Trent Bridge. So that's what I mean, not the structural work, the repainting of it. And just for clarity, Councillor Cotty, my name's pronounced Zadrozny. You have said it a number of times very wrongly this morning. We have known it for a long time, John.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll still go back to the Trent Bridge because it didn't cost 650,000 to paint it. So the argument still doesn't stand. Also about records, when we talk about records being kept of going back to potholes, well, actually officers have got more to do than record all of it going back because they don't know until they get there if it's a same pothole or not. And actually, if you ask Councillor Greaves, they didn't record the data either. So it's been what's happened with this council all the way through. And I would actually warn Councillor Wheeler, because the Ashfield Independents were very nice to me at one time, Councillor Wheeler, so look out. And as for lack of information, there's more information out than you've ever had before. And if you'd like to have the full list of annual insurance claims, we can go back way. We can go back even further. And our record is far better than the previous administration. And Viafix, Councillor Greaves will come on in a few minutes, I'm sure, to tell you about how bad Viafix is. But I tell you what, he had 4 years of having it in and he didn't do anything about it. He kept running it. So we don't rob Peter to pay Paul, as this motion suggests we should. And it is for that reason our group will not be supporting this motion, which I think you won't be surprised with. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Jason and David, we've heard you so many times about Ashfield, and I see you've included Broxtowe and you've included Mansfield. Well, I told you last time that you should come over to my division, and there are parts of my division that are equally as in a bad state as some of your areas. Don't think it's just you. The problem is that we're at least 18 months. I know it's not a long time in your book, 18 months behind with the repairs, the patching and everything that VIA were going to do. It's called a pandemic. It's called, for the first lockdown, we couldn't get any of the blokes out, any of the chaps out. And at that point, I do want to say a really big thank you to the staff at Highways, because whatever any of you think, they've worked their socks off to the point that some of them have been quite poorly, and I'm concerned about their health and well-being. But they are running behind. And I had to have the asset manager and maintenance manager out to one of my villages, because one of my villages, Jason, thinks like you, that they get nothing done. Well, I can assure you they do get things done, but it's not a huge amount. It's a bit here and it's a bit there. And that might not be the right way to approach it. But approaching it like you have done and are doing is not going to achieve anything. At the end of the day, we've got an election, and my God, don't we all know about it, because everybody on the Tory group has done nothing but blast forth about in elections and done their electioneering. So stop it, everybody, and say to Jason and David, yes, we hear what you're saying, but you have now got to sit tight until the election is over, dependent on who takes control, but something, because I am reliably informed by those who know that yes, that it's costing a lot of money to repair the potholes. Yes, John Cott is quite right when he tells you that by law, they have to be done in 24 hours. Sorry, I don't make the law. You don't make the law. Get on to Ben Bradley. They legislate down in the Houses of Parliament for highways. So tell them. But at the end of the day, they have to do this. And to do it, they have to use something that they can use quickly. Now, ViFix might not be the be-all and end-all that everybody thought it was going to be. But at the end of the day, it can go into a pothole pretty smartish. And okay, perhaps it comes out again. I've had residents in my rural areas telling me it does do that. So I know where you're coming. But I really do feel that you shouldn't have gone down this road. You've done it twice now, or 3 times. And I know it's frustrating, and I know you want to put in your leaflets how good you are and how you've got your potholes done. The Conservative Party are just the same. The Labour Party are just the same. There's only me that doesn't do that because I don't. And when you see my leaflet, you'll see that I don't. But at the end of the day, I hold my hands up and say, don't blame staff. Don't blame anybody at this moment in time. When you come back in May the 6th, how many weeks away? God willing, everybody gets re-elected. When you come back, that's the time to start and go and approach everybody civilly and sit down and have a conversation. And if I'm back there, I will sit down and have a conversation with you as well, because I think there's not just you, there's not just me, there's everybody on this council that I am sure has problems with potholes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no other speakers indicated. And if that is the case, I will refer it now back to... Are we all right? Councillor Handley?
Thank you, Chairman. I just felt I needed to say something, having been accused as one of the Vice Chairman of Community Place. I find it very unpleasant, the accusations at the Ashfield Independents level at Councillor Cotty. I know, having worked with him for the length of time I have, is probably the most listening person I know. He goes out when requested all over the county. He listens to what people have to say. He comes back and he'll speak to the officers. He makes no promises. It's about what we can actually achieve. And I think he's worked very hard on behalf of the whole of Nottinghamshire to try and put the problem that we have. And nobody's belittling the problem. It's an issue. It's a big issue. But if you travel around the country, it's a big issue everywhere. My son's just bought a new house in Godmanchester, and the roads down there are as horrendous as ours. I know you quoted the fact that we're the worst on the list, but Councillor Cotty has, made other comments about how well we're doing. It's interesting that the Ashfield Independents mentioned Ashfield, they mentioned Broxtowe, they mentioned Mansfield, and it just so happens that they're the 3 areas that they're standing candidates in the county council elections. And, I wish them all well. And it's about what happens on May. But I do object to the very personal attack they keep making on Councillor Cotty, who I think has done an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to come back on a couple of points that have been made this afternoon. Councillor Dobson, I agree with you. The roads are terrible across the county, but also you've got to look at that Ashfield has been underfunded, Mansfield has been underfunded, Broxtowe has been underfunded, consistently they've received less funding year on year than other areas within the district. And it's a fact that is there. You can see that from the finance papers. You can clearly see that those areas have had less money spent on them than other areas across the county. And Councillor Cotty, just on a point that you made, I've always been nice to you, Councillor Cotty. I don't dislike you as a person. I disagree with your politics and I disagree with the way things have been done. But as a person, I don't dislike you. What I do dislike is the way that one day when I approached you about an issue in my division, the leader of the council was stood there and we were discussing an issue and the leader of the council looked me straight in the face and said, "Whatever you vote against our budget, you will get nothing in your division." And that is a fact. That's happened. And Ashfield is consistently underfunded, along as other areas like Mansfield and Broxtowe. Now, we've consistently voted against your budgets, and all I can think of is if the case is that you're doing the best job you can, then it's a case of that the leader has stopped funding coming to Ashfield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Girling, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I find it really difficult to take this motion seriously when you hear some of the language coming from the Ashfield Independents. You know, worst roads in the world. Yeah, you clearly haven't been anywhere then. I've served in places in this world which far worse roads than us. Newark, I didn't interrupt you, Councillor Martin. Newark like a racetrack. You clearly haven't been to Newark. I am not on mute, am I? No. You clearly haven't been to Newark. You know, we have our problems on our roads as well. You don't listen to the responses given to you. You just ignore them because you don't fit in with your lies. Yeah, Councillor Cotty has said on several occasions, the road funding is done by government guidelines. And it's the government guidelines that we are working to. Now, Newark and Sherwood's got the more roads, I think, than anywhere else in the county. I think if you also look, you'll find that more claims are made against the county from the Newark and Sherwood area. So that tells you that it's not like a racetrack in terms of the state of the road. You know, all the roads, and I'm not going to blame Labour. Yeah, the roads are in a bad state. The roads are in a bad state, and Councillor Cotty has worked tirelessly to make sure that we prepare as many roads as we can in the 4-year period. Let's think about that. 4 years, that's all. 4 years. And he's worked tirelessly to do that and make sure that the distribution is across the county. He's also given every councillor in this council the opportunity to highlight the roads that they want to prioritise in their division. Nobody else did that. Councillor Cotty brought that in, and he should be commended for it, not picking on him, not being personal against him. I find that really offensive, and there's absolutely no way on God's earth that I can support this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty, you've raised a point of order. What it is?
Number 86, please. Personal explanation.
Okay.
For Councillor Smith is I've done it, as I've said before, and actually Councillor Girling has just said that I have done it on the length of roads as is directed by the Department of Transport. So Ashfield, whether that comment against the leader, I've taken that away and just carried on doing my job, and the leader hasn't said anything to me in that manner. I think it was said with a smile on her face. So my apologies if Councillor Smith thought other, but I've followed the rules that I've been given by government. Thank
you. Councillor Sissons, please. Andy?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
What's the point of order? Just a moment, Councillor Sissons, hang on a moment. Right, okay.
Are we okay now?
Yes, please.
Right, when I first saw this motion, there is an election coming up, and I looked at it and I thought, if I don't vote for this motion, I'm sure it will be held against me in other people's leaflets. And I was minded to, at first, to vote for it. However, I've looked at it again and really thought about it. And yes, the roads are bad in Ashfield, Broxtowe and Mansfield, but they're bad all over the county. And that's not because anybody isn't working hard enough. We've just come through the winter. The roads are in a bad state because of that, but they are being addressed. And also, everybody forgets the fact that Nottinghamshire is right in the middle of our huge country, and everybody comes, well, a lot of people come through this county to go north, south, east, west, and that impacts on the condition of the roads. When they were originally built, they were meant to last about 30 years, and nobody knew the pure volume of traffic that was going to hit these roads along the way. And that's the major cause of ruin to these roads, the pure volume of traffic, not just people's cars, but the huge amount of goods vehicles and HGVs that go through this county on a daily basis. That's what's making a mess of the roads, not because anybody's particular area isn't being addressed. The potholes themselves, they're a problem to us all. I went up one of my local roads just 2 days ago, and there were 2 huge potholes I hadn't noticed before. I put them in through the members hub, and within a couple of hours, because they were dangerous, they'd been filled and made safe. And that's what VEER does on a daily basis. If there's a dangerous pothole, we put them through, the public tell us about them, we report them, and they get seen to within a timely way. And I'm afraid it's the same over the whole county. We keep having Mansfield, Ashfield and Broxtowe brought up. It was brought up in the budget, and yes, it was signed off by the Section 151 officer, but he had reservations about it because of where the £3 million funding for Mansfield, Ashfield and Bolsover was going to come from a contingency fund. We said this at the budget meeting. It wasn't sustainable. It was all right for the short fix. And I'm going to say it once again. There's an election coming up. It's electioneering. This very motion is about electioneering. It's to make the Ashfield Independents look good to people, and the rest of the council to look bad. And I'm sorry, I am going to vote against this motion. As I said, at first I was minded to vote with it because it could do me some harm, but I've got broad shoulders, and when people ask me why I didn't vote for this motion, I shall give them the reasonable answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Carr, and then I'm going to Councillor Martin. I don't see any other indicators. Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know what the roads are like in the rest of the county at the moment, because like everyone else, the furthest I've been in the last 12 months is probably Lidl. But I'm listening to what people are saying, and they are bad right across the county. There's no doubt about that. But it is a frustration, and it might be because of how the government tells us we need to do this. But it is a frustration when people in Broxtowe particularly can see that they get 25% less spending on the roads in the borough than they do in Rushcliffe, for example. They can't understand that, and that's a good point. But that needs looking at. But we can't do that because that's the government directive. That's the Department of Transport directive. But it should be noted that people are very, very concerned about the state of the roads, and let's not forget the pavements, because for people who are infirm, it is a really, really dangerous situation that we've got at the present time. And I accept that we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I accept that things are behind, and I'm willing to work with that, but it would be silly not to acknowledge that there's a problem. Now, with regards to Councillor Cotty, I love Councillor Cotty, and that's nothing to do with the fact that I want him to fund a replacement bus for the L10 and the L11, which the City Council have axed because of their debacle of Robin Hood Energy, which meant they've cut my buses. And and he does do a good job. Just remind me if ever I'm in a position in this authority of being offered a chairmanship, which I very much doubt, I wouldn't want his job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was going to invite Councillor Martin, but he has already spoken. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Dresley. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank members who've contributed to the debate. I'm disappointed clearly to see which way the vote is going to go, but I'd like to take a couple of the points in turn. I'll firstly thank Maureen, because she always has a sense of calm debate and real point raising, and of course what we're doing is not trying to detract from the problems in other areas. We've just obviously represent our area and know what it's like here, and I'm waiting, Maureen, with bated breath for the summer when we can have that Hot Collingham date, as you promised me at the last meeting. So I will gladly come over and have some time with you. Then we had Councillor Handley who leapt to the defence of Councillor Cotty, unneeded, I'm sure. Councillor Cotty's perfectly able to defend himself. He didn't defend his own voting record, and I'm loath to understand why. And I find it bizarre that people have leapt to the defence of Councillor Cotty in a manner that we're being mean to him. That is not our intention. And as Councillor Smith rightly said, we've got no personal acrimony to Councillor Cotty. We don't dislike him as a person, and in fact I've invited him to my division and he was welcome to come. I'm afraid what the point was that Councillor Cotty does hear what we're saying, just doesn't listen and act on it, and I'm afraid that's the real problem. And to suggest to Councillor Wheeler that we were nice to you once as well and we're not now is just silly, because we were nice to you and tried to work with you because we wanted something constructive, and I'm afraid over 4 years that's been an abject failure. So there was no need for Councillor Handley to leap to your defence. I wish him well in his retirement soon, but that was an unusual last speech, I guess. But Councillor Girling then went into government guidelines, and that Councillor Cotty gave us the chance to recommend roads. They are not government guidelines. That is the system put in place by this district county council, which is why this county council has said, and officers have said to us as we are working on our plans and manifesto for the county council, that the county council is at perfect liberty to come up with a different system of allocating funding and works to the highways. And we are very clear that we'll be able to do something different if we win enough seats in May. And again, Councillor Girling mentioned that Councillor Cotty had given us the chance to recommend roads. I'm not sure what the point was. It was something to look very nice, but my group recommended 10 roads or pavements each year, 60 defects, and I think we counted 10 out of those 60 have been done. So it's all well and good looking like you're listening, but if you don't actually act on it, then you're not hearing the problems. And I think both Maureen and Councillor Sissons, Andy mentioned that this may be seen as an attack on the staff, and that's certainly not our intention. We've got no qualms that our staff work very, very hard, and they do an incredible job, and they've done it under very difficult circumstances. And I would hate for any member of the staff to think that that was an intended slight on them. It's not at all. We just think they don't get enough money to do their job. In fact, it was Councillor Cotty who said right roads at the right times. That's not happened. The wrong roads have been done, and never at the right time. The staff have not been given the tools to do the job. They've been managed poorly and told to do poor quality work, and they've not done it in the right places where cash is needed. And I'm afraid all I've heard time after time again today is the Tories congratulating themselves that they think they've done a good job. And if that's the case, what they're saying very clearly to our residents across Nottinghamshire is that if you vote Conservative, you'll get more of the same. And I don't know anybody in Nottinghamshire that wants more of the same. So you're giving my residents a very, very good reason not to vote Conservative, because more of the same is not good enough. We've had 4 years of broken roads. We've had 4 years of broken promises. and it's clear now that voting Conservative means no change in Nottinghamshire. That's why I think people need to support this motion, so that whoever comes in will look at the system again and hopefully do something different. All we're asking for, you might not like the way it's phrased, but we're asking for people to look at it and see if we can do it differently. It's that simple. And I commend that motion to the Chamber, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will now move to the vote, and again I'll ask Anthony to do the roll.
Thank you, Chairman. Starting with Councillor Adair, please.
Vote against the motion.
Councillor Allen.
Abstain.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bosniak.
Abstain.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Brooks.
Abstain.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark.
Abstain.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
Abstain.
Councillor Cutts.
Against.
Councillor Deakin. I think I've recorded that in the chat as 4, Councillor Deakin. Councillor Dobson.
Abstain.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
Abstain.
Councillor Fole.
Abstain.
Councillor Garner.
Abstain.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Abstain.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
Abstain.
Councillor Handley.
Against.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Henshaw.
Abstain.
Councillor Hollis, I've recorded you as 4. Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Knight.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
This one.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
Abstain.
Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Payne.
Abstain.
Councillor Peck. Councillor Place.
Abstain.
Councillor Plant.
Abstain.
Councillor Pringle.
Abstain.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Again.
Councillor Rhodes.
Abstain.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
Against.
Councillor
Just a
Phil
minute.
Rostance.
Against.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Sissons.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Simbaridis.
Abstain.
Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Vice.
Abstain.
Councillor Wetton.
Abstain.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Woodhead.
Abstain.
And Councillor Zadrosny.
4.
Thank you, colleagues. Give us a moment.
I heard that, Stuart. 3 to go. I take it we're having a break though before we move on, are we, or not?
Let me just do one thing at a time again. Yeah.
Suggest you switch your camera off and your microphone off and go to the bathroom.
Right. The result of the vote is abstentions 24, against 32, for 7. The 33. I can't even read my own writing now. Right, against 33 and for 7. The motion is lost. The motion is lost. In answer to the questions is, if people want just to float out to have a, just to stretch the legs, that's up to them, etc. But I would like to keep pushing on rather than building in, because you do take a long time to get you all back together. Right. Moving on now to motion number 4. I'll call on Councillor Rhodes, please, to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just excuse me, I'm just unmuting myself and finding my my papers. Here we are. So the council notes that despite more than £100 million having been spent since April 2017 on the roads maintenance and renewals across this county, Nottinghamshire roads are ranked the worst in the country, as demonstrated in 2019, when the highest number of potholes across the UK was recorded. This council therefore commits to reviewing the practices and procedures which are currently in place to improve the quality of maintenance and pothole repairs and provide our residents with a guarantee of better value for money. Chairman, the state of Nottinghamshire's highways is embarrassing. They're remarked upon by residents and visitors alike, and it's no point the chairman of Communities in Place reeling off his statistics. If they don't reflect residents' daily experience, frankly, they're not worth the paper they're written on. Roads surface dressed, looking like the surface of the moon. Potholes filled and then collapsing again within days. A resident of mine told me that a pothole that he'd reported to me had been filled. He told me that he'd said to the operatives, only half joking, I'll see you next week then, lads. Residents complaining constantly about the state of the roads and footpaths, cars being damaged as they hit water-filled potholes on poorly lit roads, resulting in yet more claims against this council. It's not only the financial damage, but the damage to this authority's reputation is enormous. This is bread and butter stuff, Chairman, the kind of thing that residents believe that they pay their council tax for. And they expect the council to do it right, and right first time, not second, third or fourth time. That Nottinghamshire was found to have among the worst maintained roads in the country in 2019 was shameful. Action should have been taken to improve the situation there and then. But despite public money being poured into potholes, over £100 million worth of it by this administration's own admission, road users and pedestrians have seen no improvement. Chairman, don't let's forget the £134 million deficit the Conservatives left us in 2013 because of their financial incompetence. And don't let's have a history lesson about 28 years of Labour. It's always somebody else's fault with the Tories. The fact is that the Conservatives have been in power in Nottinghamshire for 8 of the past 12 years. Face up to your responsibilities and accept that you have failed and failed miserably. It's time, therefore, for a review of the practices and procedures which VIA currently have in place to improve the quality of highways and footpath maintenance work, guarantee that the work carried out has longevity, is of high quality and is effective, and ensure that this council and council taxpayers of Nottinghamshire get the value for money and a service that is second to none. It's a matter of the utmost urgency. We should leave no stone unturned, Chairman, and no pothole unfilled.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Now call on councillor Greaves to second the motion, please.
Second the motion, Chairman, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I open it to debate. Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's the same as the previous one, really, isn't it? And I will go through and say thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak, though I'd hope to amend this motion. In the interests of cross-party working, the disingenuous figures quoted in the first paragraph mean that this simply was not possible. As I noted in my earlier response, the Labour Party pinned their motion on the claim that the highest number of potholes in the UK was recorded in Nottinghamshire in 2019. This is false. Instead, the claim seems to be based on the fact that our council was responsible for the highest number of pothole repairs, something that should be praised and not derided. In fact, this is factually incorrect from the Labour Party. As far as value for money is concerned, residents of Nottinghamshire are guaranteed to get more value for money with a Conservative-led administration that has overseen record investments in highway maintenance and new technology than they are with a Labour council who, lest we forget, plundered the money set aside for highways in their last months of their former administration to the sum of £2 million. Without meaning to be glib, Chairman, I can safely say that my colleagues and I have never resorted to such highway robbery. I will, however, offer Councillor Rhodes and Greaves some reassurance. Over the course of this administration, I have regularly reviewed the Council's approach to highway maintenance with my colleagues and senior officers to ensure that every part of the county is getting its fair share of funding. Once again, Chairman, their intentions are good, but they are a few years behind the work this administration is doing. For these reasons, Chairman, our group cannot support the Labour Party's motion. And also, they are very good at quoting the figures as well. But if we go back one more year from our previous administration, I think there was a financial crisis. They all seem to forget about that when they talk. So, Chairman, I can confirm that we cannot support the Labour Party's motion, and I can't amend it because I wouldn't be able to amend it because of the false information, which isn't correct factually in the first part of the amendment, the motion. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow that, there's not a lot to say. He started off by actually saying it was the same as the previous one. It isn't the same as the previous one. We're not actually on about the distribution of the funds and how the roads are repaired. We understand that Bassetlaw, then Sherwood or whatever have the longest roads, but we do ask that we actually look into how we are actually repairing them. So it doesn't reflect the previous one, which apart from that bit of actually tying down to the heaviest used roads, we could have actually supported. Because logically, every division, every parish would have the busiest road in Nottinghamshire that would need looking at the most. So it would be impossible to actually to do that. But the sentiments is there. We'd agree with the sentiments, and we're asking the same thing. We're just asking for things to be looked at properly, repaired properly, right first time instead of right 33rd time. And as far as the actual start of the motion, it is not factually incorrect. I'll let others who actually got more experience actually point out about the faults of how you've actually used the money, about the potholes being need to be filled multiple times. Again, you say you're actually filling the actual most holes, the most potholes. That's fine. It's because you're getting the most potholes for the lack of maintenance in the past. So you'll always have the most potholes if you're not actually fixing them right in the first place. So we'd ask you to actually support our motion. The main point of it is to review and make sure we get a system that actually works. So that is the main issue with this. There's no false information on it. We hope you can support it. If the only reason you're stopping is for false information on that one, you're wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have two speakers according to my list. Councillor Peck, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say it was interesting to hear Councillor Sissons and Councillor Girling talking to the last motion. I don't know if anybody else picked it up, but both of them said that they acknowledged the roads throughout the whole county are in a bad state. Anyway, I watched Councillor Cotty recently on that BBC East Midlands Today programme, John, that you referred to earlier today, and you were interviewed about the appalling state of the roads in Nottinghamshire. And I have to say that you were rather more downbeat on television than you have been today, rather more downbeat and apologetic. The best that you could come up with in that interview is that we can always do more. Well, the fact is that we know that years of savage cuts to local government funding by Tory governments, your government, have had a devastating effect on public services, including the state of the nation's highways. And I wish you'd admit it sometimes. But in Nottinghamshire, it just goes way beyond that. Because here we've got an administration who've boasted time and time again, and we've heard it throughout today, how much you've invested in highways, and yet we do still have the worst roads in the country. And I think if you talk to any constituent or any resident across the county, I think they would believe that statement because it's their everyday experience. That figure for potholes in that league table of shame was for a previous year, and as has been said, and I think that's got worse since, and something really is profoundly wrong. I believe the situation really has got a lot worse. I actually record every pothole that I report, and I was totting up the figures last night, and who's that interrupting must be? I record every pothole I report, and according to my record, since you came to power in 2017, in my division, I've made 181 reports of potholes, and many of those reports are for multiple potholes, 5, 10, 20 potholes at a time. So it's safe to assume that during that nearly 4 years, I've reported probably in excess of 500 potholes. However, and this is why I think it's got worse, in less than 3 months since the 1st of January this year, I've already submitted 28 reports, totaling over 100 potholes already. So over 100 already in 2.5 months, whereas I reported probably 500 over the last 4 years. Do the sums. It's worse. I can see it's worse. What's more, whereas previously when I submitted a report, the pothole would generally be marked out sometimes on the same day or on the next day and repaired within 24 or at most 48 hours. But now I'm going back to potholes I've reported 2 or 3 or even 4 weeks previously. And these great big potholes are still there with the yellow marking paint almost worn away. They haven't been attended to, John. You're not on top of this at all. And I can show you potholes where there's hardly any yellow paint left because they've been there for 4 weeks and it's been washed away. I will say that through persistent lobbying, I have managed to get some of the worst roads in my division resurfaced over the years under both Labour and Conservative administration. But even then, there's much that both residents and myself question. So why resurface a road but not do the pavement at the same time? I've recently managed to get Mansfield Road in Clipston resurfaced, haven't done the pavement. And it's just as bad as the road, full of potholes, trip hazards, broken up, and the new road actually highlights the state of the pavement. Why persist in the practice of resurfacing one section of a road and then coming back the next financial year to do another little bit of the same road, and then the financial year after that to do another bit? Each one of those sections has to go through the whole procedure, go through committee, be added to the capital programme, and then all that massive heavy machinery has to be brought out again to do another couple of 100 yards. That is a false economy, and that's why we're saying this needs to be reviewed. There are practices which just don't stand stack up. It's inefficient. Why do I have to report multiple potholes in the same street over and over again? Each time saying that this section of road is so bad, I've reported so many dozens of potholes over and over again, and yet you're back 3 weeks later with a dozen more appearing. And every time I've said that needs cutting out and a proper patching, because the road is totally broken up and finished. The A616 through Wellow, there's a 50-yard section there which I've been reporting potholes for the last 4 years that I've represented Wellow, and I get complaints on a weekly basis about it, and it needs cutting out and patching up. It's now got dozens of pothole repairs. I've reported several times this year already. I guarantee I'll be back next week or the week after to report a load more. Something has got to change. No one in the county will believe that you've had a good record. However loud you try to shout about it, you have not. And pavement maintenance just seems to have gone by the board.
Thank you, Councillor.
Dreadful state. Thank you, Chairman. I just think that your administration is condemned by its record, and if you try and boast in your leaflets, election leaflets about it, I think they'll be torn up.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, you know, this motion is not unlike the previous one. Slightly different because it's not demanding. It's asking a commitment to look at practices and procedures. I don't know how many of you speak to the managers who run the highways. I don't know how many of you speak to Doug Coots. I don't know how many of you speak to Ian Patchett, who's the new asset and maintenance manager. I just don't know who you speak to. But at the end of the day, we are at the end of an administration. And I think, quite frankly, what we need to do is whoever comes back, I think, needs to have these things put in front of them, whoever they are, so that they can actually know how concerned all of us have been over the last probably 4 years. Yes, Councillor Cotty, you've told us how much money you've spent. Yes, you have spent a lot of money. But I have to say, sometimes people don't see where you've spent the money. And equally so, we've been going through a whole lockdown for a year virtually. And consequently, the members of the public are doing more walking around than they ever did before and are looking very much for everything that they can pass comment on. And I have to say, you're right, Alan, you're right, Kevin, when you speak, you're right, John Pate, you're right, all of you, when the residents say they're not happy with the road maintenance. But that's not, I have to say, that's not our boys. That's not the managers. They do what they can with what they've got. It's a policy. So rather than drag all these things out just a few weeks before an election, I think you should be asking the chief executive or Adrian Smith, who is the corporate director, to actually make sure that these comments go before the new administration, whoever they are, so that they are aware that the general public are finding it very difficult to support any of us. They're fed up with politicians that promise. They're fed up with politicians that don't deliver. They're fed up of politicians saying they've done this, that and the other. So I think we've got to hold our hands up, say we haven't done as well as we have. And to be fair, I think John Cotty said that earlier on, and I do try to be fair. But at the end of the day, I can't support this one any more than I supported the other one. So I shall be abstaining. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ogle, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the opposition is suffering from memory loss. I know there was a massive deficit in repairs when John took over, because I studied it a little bit. The difference now that I find, and I have been restricted in my patch for the last months, is that the potholes are actually tended to. Because I found when I was first elected that you reported a pothole and they were sort of permanent, that people had their favourite potholes and you knew where to avoid them. And as I was going to parish councils month upon month, I knew that the pothole would still be there because there was only 2 or 3 metres in the centre of the road that was actually filled and was actually treated, because the side of the roads were so bad with the potholes that if you pulled off, you damaged your springs. And I damaged the springs in my car, so I know a little bit about it. Kevin had to start somewhere, but the problem was, Chairman, he never actually got going. He started, but I think they went backwards because there's less culverts cleaned. We were finding culverts all over that were blocked. Less highway chambers drained and maintained. We're still finding chambers that have been blocked. We found at least a dozen in East Markham, for instance. They'd never been done. In fact, many of my villages, their highway chambers were never cleared. They were never maintained. So I think Kevin just forgot about them. He never got going anyway. There was less paths repaired. There has been 1 or 2 bad paths in my patch repaired, which I'm grateful for. There was less roads resurfaced because the budget was lower. So we have definitely done more. There was even less potholes filled at the end of the administration as Kevin lost interest because he dropped the budget and he just wasn't interested. And of course, there was more money paid out as claims, as John's already said today. There's more claims as well, and now there's less claims and less money paid out. So there must have been a bit of an improvement somewhere. And of course, there was more flooding from neglected roads, which damaged the roads because the culverts were blocked, as I've already said. So I think it's disingenuous that they're ignoring the actual facts. Obviously, there will be some roads that are deficient because the deficit was so great that John Cotty had a hell of a job to tackle. And on the deficit is much lower now than when Labour left office. There is a major improvement in those finances, Chairman. And I think they've forgotten, or they've got amnesia. They forgot what a mess those finances were in, and how they neglected this road maintenance, Chairman. And I'll leave it there because I've made my point. But it really makes me ill when I think of some of the things that have been said that they know is not true. You know, they know they're not true, and I've got to sit and listen through that, and I don't like it, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Simberdis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In support of motion 4, and I hope everyone will do the same as I do, is for the simple reason we've got to take the things seriously to believe that the potholes exist. If anybody turn around and say it's not enough potholes, or we're doing this and we're doing that, it's not the case. The case is there and they need to be taken care of. And thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think people have got to recognise that this you know, is a serious issue and a serious problem. The government recognise that. You know, the formula that the government allocates money on is on the condition of the roads. And if you look at the amount of money that we've been recently getting from government, it's because of the poor state of the roads. If you look, John, if you want to know where the figures came from about the number of potholes, then clearly sorry about that. Clearly, you've only got to look in the iNews, and you will see where the report came, which was a Freedom of Information report, where the council itself reported in 2000 and between January 2017 and June 2019 that there was 253,920 potholes in Nottinghamshire, and that the nearest county to us, which was Devonshire, was 147,000, and that different. We were the top one for the potholes reported, and that was from data obtained from this council, not something Labour's made up, not something Alan sat there and said, oh, let's think of a number of potholes, you know, and Kevin. That is actual figure that has been provided by this authority under a Freedom of Information request. So it isn't a lie, it isn't made up, it's a figure. That alone should make you, and also by the 100 million that we have spent as a council on roads over the last few years, and we have still got significant problems. That itself must make you feel that we've got to look and review what we're doing. We can't keep treating the roads in the same way as we have been doing for the last few years. We've got to change it. And also the footpaths. People know I don't drive. I scrounge a lift. My mum carries me about quite a lot. Alan does. They all have. They've all been good to me and took me through if I don't use the train. But I also use footpaths a lot. And they're a disgrace. And John's right, they are not being attended to. I think we chuck probably £1 million in for footpaths. It doesn't touch it. It doesn't touch footpaths in general. We need to really look at it. There's the issue of surface dressing, and Alan has talked about his area where he had to get people come out to review the surface dressing, and they had to redo it again. I can tell you I've got the same problem. It's absolutely rubbish what's been done, the standard of work, and that's not, you know, that's not getting at our officers or anyone else. It's about the work that's been done is by no means the best, and we need to look at it. And again, you know, I'm not bothered who decided on whether that Evo stick system is the best one that we do for potholes, but I'll tell you what, it's no good. I've got a street down Shepherd's Avenue. It's one of the biggest roads where people cut through from one end or the other in Worksop. Unbelievable amount of traffic, and you want to see it, the potholes. And they've been out, bless the cotton socks, yellow lined it, come out within 2 days in some cases, and gone out and fixed it. And within a week, the holes are back. And that, you know, that does not look good. The public look at us and say, what are you playing at? You're wasting our money. And that, you know, that's something that we've really got to get to grips with. And that's the essence of this motion. The essence of this motion is that we can't keep doing the same things that we've been doing. We've got to review it, and it's urgent, because I don't know how much of, well, I don't know exactly how much of that £100 million you've wasted, but I tell you what, it's a damn sight lot. And if the audit commission come in and start looking at it, because I think that's the type of thing we need an independent audit of exactly what we are doing, because, you know, it's broken and nobody's coming up with a way to fix it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Jackson, Richard Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've been listening to this debate, and with a bit of disbelief, I have to say just how cynical this Labour group can be when they put their minds to it. One of them said earlier they didn't want a history lesson from us, and I'm not surprised they don't, given their record, particularly on highways. We all know roads, somebody said so earlier, roads are built with the expectation that will last about 30 years if they're looked after properly. And who's been in control for the vast majority of the last 30 years? It's the Labour group. What was their solution in their last administration? They had 4 years up to 2017. In the last year, they took £2 million out of the budget for road repairs. That's how seriously they took repairing this county's roads. They took £2 million out. What else did they do? They gave away 51% of our highways department to Cornwall County Council. We put all that right. We didn't just put the £2 million back in, we put another 3 on top. So there's an extra £5 million per year every year going into repairing the roads. They opposed it at every single budget. They never put an alternative down, they just opposed it. So we have to assume they wouldn't have put that extra £100 million in, the £100 million that they quote in their motion today. And God alone knows how many additional potholes, how much worse the roads would be if that £100 million hadn't gone in. So thank goodness we got those budgets through and we spent the money. Several people have said that the condition of the roads across the county isn't great. Well, guess what? It's not great across the whole country. It's an acknowledged national problem. But when you look at the properly calculated condition surveys, as we discussed earlier, as Councillor Cotty talked about in response to a question this morning, we're second for A roads in the repairs that we carry out on A roads. We're the second best county authority in the country. So we're doing better than most. We could always do better. And I'm sure as a group, we would never be happy until we're the best in the country. And that was an aspiration for you for the next 4 years. On B and C roads, we're fourth. And again, we can improve that and we will do. But we started from a pretty low base, I'm afraid. We started from a lot of underinvestment that we inherited. And John's done a cracking job of getting to grips with things. This motion asks for a review. We'll constantly review how the highways are managed. We've brought in new technology over the last few years, and John talked earlier on about going to see another piece of new kit in the next few weeks. And if that looks like it'll be an advantage to us, I'm sure it's something, if we're in a position to do so, we'll be investing in the new council, and people will see their roads improving further. It's clearly just a pre-election motion. It's a shame they haven't been quite so interested in.
How dare you, Richard? Stop it. You're all doing it.
Now, come on, Maureen. No, thank you, Maureen. Councillor Jackson, please continue.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think I've interrupted anybody today or in the last 4 years, to be perfectly honest. Let me just look at insurance claims, because we've been told how insurance claims are apparently spiralling out of all control. Well, they're not. 2015-16, insurance claims, 197,000. 2016-17, insurance claims, 137,000. 2017-18, when the sort of cumulative effect of 4 years of Labour mismanagement in the highways, it had gone up and it shot up 338,000. From then on, it started to come down 139,000, 69,000 last year, 7,000 this year. Now, there's a lot of claims still to come in, and this year will not be 7,000. I'm not claiming it is for 1 second. But things are moving in the right direction. It takes a time to get this put right, but we're moving in the right direction. John has done a cracking job of making sure that we have, and I look forward to that continuing. John, all power to you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have 3 speakers. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, well, I listened to it with dismay, actually. I listened to Councillor Ogle. I mean, he's suffering from amnesia, there's no doubt about that. Because when we took over, the lights were going out, gullies were cleaned on reactive maintenance, as was lighting. A lot of the gullies had to be found out by using satellite navigation. So I don't need to take any lessons from Councillor Ogle by any stretch of the imagination. Councillor Dobson, I talked to my highways officers and managers. In fact, with one of them, are talking 2 languages to her. But she's very helpful. This is no way critical of our highways team. They're doing the best job they can. It's the policy that's wrong. It's the repairs that are wrong. I mean, to fill a pothole in and to stamp on it with a boot, or hit it with back of a spade, or go backwards and forwards over it with a van or a lorry, stands out like a sore thumb to residents of seeing the lack of quality in maintenance. And that's what we're asking here. It's the quality of maintenance. It's going back time and time again. That you can't deny that's the trouble with maintenance, going back and back to the same pothole all the time. And regards worst potholes in England, John, look here, Nottingham, named as the worst place for potholes in the UK. Are these some of the worst potholes in Nottinghamshire? Nottinghamshire rated as one of England's top 5 worst. Pothole hellhole. Hellholes, UK's worst roads revealed, Nottinghamshire. That's not by accident, John. That's not by accident. That's not listening, mate. That's really, really not listening. You invested in a pothole machine, which you brought up, that you know at the committee, with a 79% failure rate. And you know, my heart skipped a beat when I heard you say that you've invested in another one. I wonder what failure rate this is going to have. You know, and so really, all in all, lack of
He's already spoken.
Lack of inspectors is another crucial thing. The inspectors are run ragged with reports of potholes and circling potholes. So, Chairman, I do raise to second this motion, which calls for a long overdue review in the practice and procedures currently in place to address the state of our roads.
Councillor Greaves, can you give way to Councillor Cotty? Point of order.
No, I will not give way, Chair. Councillor Cotty's had plenty of time to answer questions. He's brought my name up on more than 3 or 4 occasions I know to. So no, I won't give way at all. I'll carry on. I'll start again, Chair. Today I rise to second this motion, which calls for a long overdue review into the practice and procedures currently in place to address the state of our roads. Because they are in a state, and there's no denying that. When the Chair of Communities of Place took his position in 2017, there were lots of promises made to residents of Nottinghamshire to Nottinghamshire. One of those promises was they could look forward to a better quality roads. In fact, I recall in 2018...
Councillor, you're now nearly your 5 minutes, please.
Meeting.
Can you come to a conclusion?
I urge you all to support this review so that we can give our residents a peace of mind that their money is being spent wisely and that they will have safe roads. Because after all, Chairman, that's what residents want, safe roads. And actually, you know, a motor car is the second biggest investment families have other than their house. And they're seeing their investments being wrecked on your roads. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty, you making a order?
Point of order. Yes, it's a personal explanation on number 86, please, Chairman.
Thank you.
And it's regarding the comments that were made about the Pothole Dragon, which was the first machine that we purchased. Councillor Greaves had an explanation in committee last time that the first few days of using the machine, there were issues with the mixture of the tarmac that was in the machine. And since that's been sorted out, we have not had any defects from it, and it is working properly, except it can't work when it gets to freezing point. So if it's above freezing point, it's fine, which we knew that when we purchased it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lawton, please.
Dragons don't like the cold.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't be supporting this motion. I've got really 2 things to say. Most stuff has been covered, particularly by John. but I will not take any truck from the Labour Party whose decision-making processes over the past have singularly destroyed our ability to be able to manage highways in Nottinghamshire. I can remember, and Kay will attune to this, back in 2003, 2004, when Stella and her team were actually handed a lot of our resurfacing into a large multinational company and sent many of our small operating companies who were doing work on our behalf bankrupt. They even destroyed the supply chain for tarmac, for tarmac to their own workforce. So that was their first action, which we are now paying dividends for in the future, and having difficulty with our highways. The second thing they did was even more crass. What they did was they handed the maintenance of our highways to another authority 250 miles away. Now, how stupid is that? I'll tell you what, we can't handle it, so we'll give it to somebody in Cornwall. And when I used to tell my parish councillors what you've done, they laughed openly at your crass stupidity of going down that particular route. And we are paying dividends now for those two major decisions that you made as a Labour authority. And you ought to hold, actually, I wouldn't even have the gall to put this motion in front of full council on the back of what you've done in the past. I wouldn't even have the gall. Even I wouldn't. But here you are trying to electioneer using information that has been created, and the damage has been done by you as a Labour group. So you should hold your heads in shame, actually, and withdraw this motion in front of full council today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, you know, I'm not here to play party politics like you're blaming each other. So you're Conservatives are blaming the Labour group are blaming the Conservatives. We want what's best for our residents. That's what we want. We have gone some way towards creating a better technology. We did invest 1.7 million in the new machine. It failed in the first place. Nobody's ever given us a proper track record. You haven't given all the councillors a proper track record of what it's done. And to say that you don't keep a record of those potholes that you fill once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times is ludicrous, because that clearly is the evidence that states that VIAFIX is not doing the job. And the other issue is with VIAFIX is it's intended as a temporary fix, not as a permanent fix. I look at Stoke City Council, who have recently invested £25 million in a new pothole machine that will remove the issue of traffic management, because it stops there for 8 minutes with its hazard lights on and repairs a pothole in 8 minutes, and then it moves on to the next one. And I welcome the day that this council takes repairing our roads seriously, because the 4.4 million that you've chucked away at repairing potholes over the last 4 years has just been rained out and gone down the road, and it's filling the bloody gullies down the way. So, you know, in 2019, at the end of 2019, there were 250,000 potholes reported, not repaired. And if I take you even further back to December 17, we had a very strong and robust debate just before Christmas in December 17, where I clearly stated all of the figures for the previous years, and you agreed in the February budget of 18 to do the right roads at the right time, and you simply have not done that. Ashfield, Mansfield, Broxtowe and Gedling have been shortchanged for the last 10 years by both administrations grossly, to the tune of around 20 million per district. That's why our roads in Ashfield, Mansfield and Gedling are worse than they are everywhere else, because we've been shortchanged, and it clearly states it in your Capital Highways maintenance budget in 2018-19. Ashfield District Council got 2.9 million, and if in Rushcliffe, which is 7% greater than Ashfield, they should actually have got 3.4 million, and they got 4.8. That's 1.5 million more than Ashfield, and Mansfield was worse. And if you times that over the 3 different areas of Rushcliffe, Newark and Sherwood and Bassetlaw, that's 4.5 million. Over 10 years, that's 45 million. It's just endless, and the scale of the problem is huge, and we have got to do something about it. So it's about the equitable distribution and the correct technology, and not wasting money in practices that are proving to be ill chosen. And if I said to any of my residents anything that Councillor Cotty has said this morning about how good this council is at repairing the roads, I would be put in the village stocks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pringle, and then I'm going back to Councillor Rhodes to close down. And Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Chairman. My response is to Councillor Lawton, and that the shame shown today, Councillor Lawton, bears exactly on your shoulders, on your attack on Councillor Smedley and the action she took previously, a woman that was devoted to the county council and everything she did. I think it's a disgrace what you said, and I demand an apology on her behalf for her family.
Thank you. I go now to Councillor Place, please.
Right, thank you. I don't like to hear all this bickering between different groups, for one thing. Another is, can we come back to Bassett Law? I've got some lovely roads, A60, A634 and A614 a bit, but I've never seen that machine that fixes potholes at all, and nobody's ever mentioned it to me. And I don't think, talking about money as we are doing, we all pay road taxes, we all expect a good divvy back from that road tax. Where is it all going?
Thank you, Councillor Pace. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. It's getting a bit tedious. I'm with Maureen on this one. I think moving forward, the best result we could possibly expect on May the 6th is neither the Conservative Party nor the Labour Party have got an overall majority, and that they had to listen to other people as well as just formulating policy themselves. You know, I've sat and listened to people extending periods of time to suit their own argument. You know, we've had the austerity over the last 10 years when it started in 2008. We've had Councillor Jackson's, you've been in charge a lot longer than us over the last 20 years, when over the last 16 years since I've been a councillor, it's been 50-50. You know, let's just get a grip. Can't we just actually between us say there's a problem, and whoever gets in after the 6th of May have got to sort it out, and let's actually try and sort it out as a team. Instead, you know, roads don't vote Conservative or Labour or Lib Dem or Independent. They're not bothered, quite frankly. So it should not be a political issue. It really shouldn't. But it is, isn't it? Because we make it so. But that's got to stop. If we want to get this sorted out, this sort of political bickering really has to end. And I think the only way that is going to end is that neither of you get an overall majority on the 7th of May. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Finally, Councillor Payne, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to begin by saying what an outstanding job our staff do in very difficult circumstances, often with very limited resources, to support all of us as county councillors. And I think we should all recognise their outstanding work, particularly over the last year, the stresses and strains that they've had, not only in terms of the requests we've been firing at them, but perhaps also the personal circumstances that they may have been facing at home with their own families. But inevitably, those colleagues have to work within the decisions that we all make as county councillors. And like some of the other speakers, I'm not interested in a partisan debate about this. What I am interested in is the evidence on the ground. And I just give two particular examples in my own division of Arnold North. There is a +2 metre defect on the A60 through Red Hill Road that was reported 2.5 weeks ago and was repaired. 2.5 weeks on, nearly 3 weeks on, that defect is worse than it was when it was repaired. It's gone back to square one. Now that tells me, and that tells the road users and the pedestrians who use that road and the buses that use that road, that something isn't going right here. Something isn't going right with the process in terms of repairs. And the questions I get from my residents on the door is, how can this be cost efficient in terms of taxpayers' funding? We've heard a lot of phrases today about taxpayers' money. And the second example is the significantly busy junction between Howbeck Road, Rolleston Drive and Coppice Road, an area that will be well known to the leader and I think well known to Councillor Cotty, because it runs just adjacent to the very large Rolleston Drive site, which still sits derelict. Hopefully will be put into good use soon, as I understand it has now been sold to a housing developer. That's had numerous repairs, and indeed some repairs in recent weeks. It is now an absolute disgrace on that junction, only weeks on from material having been thrown on it. And essentially you've got cars turning left and right off Coppice Road who actually on some instances are taking their life into their own hands because there is a filter lane there. It is a very, very busy junction. And again, the repairs haven't worked. And I understand from officers that I think somewhere near a quarter of the mileage of our roads in Nottinghamshire fall the wrong side of the national parameters in terms of the standards that are expected nationally for our roads. That's the unclassified network of our roads that I'm talking about now specifically. Now, I'm not going to sit here and point the blame at John Cotty. He doesn't sit in the Treasury. He's not the Prime Minister. He's not the Chancellor. But what I am going to say here as a county councillor in Arnold North is that we have to come together as county councillors to resolve this issue. We have to have a national debate about the funding for our roads and for our pavements. We have to have a debate about the techniques that are used and the pressure that are put on our frontline staff, because something is going awry here. And if we can't sit here as adults and recognise all of our post bags are full of this issue, and that we need to find a cross-party consensus on this issue going forward. We need a long-term maintenance programme for our roads and pavements. And yes, we also, and I'd be saying this if it were a Labour government or a Lib Dem government or a coalition government, it happens at the moment to be a Conservative government, we need to find a way to concertatively lobby the government to recognise that needs to be a long-term sustainable funding proposal in terms of how we fund the repair of our roads and our pavements, not sticking plasters, not, you know, pots of money thrown around here, there and everywhere, because I recognise, and I'll say this to Councillor Cotty, if you're a member of staff or you're a councillor responsible for this portfolio, both Councillor Greaves and Councillor Cotty have been responsible, trying to juggle a multitude of different individual pots thrown at you by the Treasury is incredibly difficult, and even more difficult for our staff. So I'm not here to make a partisan point. I'm simply here to speak on behalf of the residents in Arnold North. I'm not interested in stupid FOI requests. I understand the Conservative candidates just this week have been FOI in who's reported what in the area. I'm not interested in FOI requests. I'm interested in how we collectively come together to support whoever it is that sits in Councillor Cotty's chair in the next 4 years to sort this problem out, so that our road users, our pedestrians and our excellent bus services we have by and large here in the city and in the county can use our roads efficiently, and we can keep them safe going forward. And that's simply the point I want to make, Mr. Chairman, in this debate.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I now go to Councillor Rhodes to review and move to the vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick because I'm mindful of the time and that we've still got 2 more motions to go. And so I'm not going to do the usual thing that movers of motions do at this point and go through everybody's comments and cherry pick the ones that I want to use to make them look silly. But having said that, I will make an exception for a couple of things that Councillor Lawton has said. First of all, Bruce, it's distasteful actually to criticise a woman who is dead and not able to respond and defend her reputation and the good work that she did for this council. I think you need to reflect on that. I don't think anybody thought that that was a very smart thing to say. And secondly, you know, you called us stupid for going into the arrangement with Cornwall. When I became leader of this council, I was told by Tim Gregory, the then corporate director, that our highways department was unsustainable and not fit for purpose. We had to do something about it. And we decided to do something that would improve the way that highways department worked, and that wouldn't involve selling it off to the private sector, which I suspect might at that time have been your preference had you been in control. So we did get involved with Cormac. I don't regret that. I think it was the right thing to do because it brought expertise and a new way of working into this council that has by and large benefited this council. And it's interesting to see that you've not changed it other than to get rid of the Cornwall aspect and bring it back in-house. And actually not understanding the power of partnership and the ability to acquire expertise doesn't make me stupid. I think it makes other people stupid, but we're not going to get into any more name calling. Chairman, this motion was never the same as the previous motion that Jason Zadrozny moved because it wasn't about funding. Jason's motion was fundamentally about the perceived unfairness of the funding as the Ashfield Independents see it, and which they've talked about many, many times. It wasn't about funding. I recognise the implications of changing the way highways funding is allocated. And by the way, I've arranged for a briefing from officers to understand it better. And that'll be happening within the next week. I hear the Ashfield Independents and their comments are on my radar, but I think there's a reason why funding is allocated in the way it is. John Cotty has gone some way to explaining that, but I need to understand it a little bit better perhaps than I already do. It's not about statistics, this. It's not about whose fault it is. It's about the residents that are complaining daily to us as councillors. I get more complaints about highways than I do any other issue on the council, and I would bet that most of you do too. People want better roads. They deserve better roads. And we should be reviewing the practices and process to give them better roads. We will do that if we become the administration. I will commit to that if I'm the leader of the council. We will review VIA and the practices and procedures that they undertake to currently maintain our highways, because frankly, something is amiss, as somebody said earlier on, and we can't just pretend that that's not the case. And so it's been a very good debate. I've no doubt at all that this motion will be defeated because, once again, you've got the numbers and we haven't. That might or might not change in the next few weeks. I sincerely hope it does, and we're working hard to make sure it does. And then we'll do things differently, because more of the same isn't good enough. And that's been proven by this motion and all of the comments that have been made today. Thank you, Chairman.
You're muted. You're muted. I'll do it. So the chairman is. Apologies, colleagues. The chairman's having a technical issue, so I will, with your consent, Councillor Rhodes. I think you've finished. We'll move to the vote. Starting, please, with Councillor Adair.
Against the motion.
Councillor Allen.
Yeah.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bosniak.
For.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark. John Clark.
Apologies for us off there. 4.
Thank you, John. Neil Clark. Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cutts.
Against.
Councillor Deakin. Okay, thank you. I've got you for the motion. Councillor Dobson.
Well, I said I wasn't going to support it. I was going to abstain, but having listened finally to Councillor Rhodes, I think possibly I will support it, Chairman.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner. Councillor Guilfoyle.
4.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
4.
Councillor Handley. Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
4.
Councillor Henshaw.
4.
Councillor Hollis is for the motion. Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Knight.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Madden. Councillor Rachel Madden. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Meal.
4.
Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Payne.
4.
Councillor Peck.
4.
Councillor Place.
4.
Councillor Plant.
4.
Councillor Pringle.
4.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Rhodes.
4.
Councillor Kevin Rostons.
Against.
Councillor Phil Rostons.
Against.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Sissons.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Simbaridis.
4.
Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Vice.
4.
Councillor Wetton.
4.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Woodhead.
4.
And Councillor Zadrozny.
4, Anthony.
Thank you, everyone. We're just going to do a quick tot up. We'll be right back.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, for the motion is 30 and those against 33 and 1 abstention. So the motion is lost. The motion is lost. We have 2 more motions. Can I now go to call Councillor Pringle to move his motion, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I shall just read the motion out and then comment later if need be. I think the motion is quite straightforward. I'm sure all members will support it. The motion refers that this council strives to do its utmost to ensure safe outdoor environments for children, young people, families, elderly, and all our residents. To this end, this council agrees to task the Communities and Place Committee with a review which will seek to extend the 20-mile-an-hour advisory speed limit county-wide to any road situated outside a play park, leisure centre or youth centre. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Yep.
Yeah, motion seconded, and second motion, the right to speak.
Thank you. Is there an amendment? Is there an amendment?
There is, Chairman. Councillor Cotty. I have an amendment, please.
Just hold on a second.
Okay, thank you.
Can't hear him. Can't hear him, can I?
Sorry, I'm getting tired and getting towards the end of this one. It's Councillor Pringle to open speech, and then we will go to the amendment that's there. Sorry, I apologise, Mike. If we could then continue, please.
Thank you, Chairman. There's it's well established and overwhelming evidence that lower speed limits result in fewer collisions and reduced severity, including injuries. Research done nationally has demonstrated that in the introduction of a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone, which is associated immediately with a reduction in casualties and collisions of around 40%. The Organisation of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, point out that lower speeds reduce deaths and injuries, not least because there is more time to react. For example, the risk of being killed is almost 5 times higher in collisions between a car and a pedestrian at 30 miles an hour compared to the same type of collisions at 20 miles an hour. Further research by the Transport Research Laboratory has shown that for urban roads with low average speeds, there is an average 6% reduction in collisions with every 1 mile an hour reduction in average speed. If we take into health equalities, it has been proven to help those in less affluent areas, once again tackling health inequalities. It may sound remarkable, but the effect of a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone has been substantially showing a reduction in the gap in the number of casualties between the most and least deprived areas by approximately 14% compared with that what it would otherwise have been. This is because traffic injury is also strongly associated with poverty. Child pedestrian deaths in deprived neighbourhoods are over 4 times those in affluent neighbourhoods. We know that imposing speed limits or guidance is one of the most controversial and evocative subjects for our residents. However, I would highlight findings from the British Crime Survey. British respondents reported speeding traffic as the most serious problem of 16 social problems, all of which were related on a scale from 1, not a problem at all, to 4, a very big problem. Males and females both rated speeding traffic as the greatest problem in local communities. This also held true whether respondents were young, middle-aged or old. So this is something that we can do confidently to say that the vast majority of our residents will support. Air pollution, environmental benefits. The evidence for improving air quality is currently confounded due to acceleration and deceleration of drivers moving rapidly from one speed to another in different areas. And the increase in emissions of nitrogen dioxide, that happens when this occurs. We need to do more to encourage motorists to drive steadily at a constant speed. That being said, it is clear that deaths from particulates which reduce significantly following a reduction in speed to 20 miles an hour. This is why the National Institute for Clinical Excellence currently recommended reducing the speed limit to 20 miles an hour in both urban and residential areas. Many discussions have taken place in the Chamber around the issue of parking in various parts of the county and how problematic that can be. In order to encourage our residents, and particularly those with young children, to shift their behaviours from using their cars to walking or cycling, we need to convince them that we are dedicated to improving the safety of our outdoor environments. NICE also highlight that reducing speed limits can also support the modular shift to walking and cycling, thereby reducing emissions of harmful air pollutants. The bottom line is reductions in speed will mean reductions in serious injuries and deaths. And surely by exploring a measure as simple as an advisory speed limit outside these locations where our young and older children and families are most likely to be is a no-brainer. It will certainly give some comfort and assurance to our residents, and it's a step on the journey to healthier, more sustainable modes of travel and healthier, more effective lives for people in Nottinghamshire. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Henry has already seconded the motion. I understand that there is a amendment. Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I speak and then present the motion? Thank you. Chairman, I hope all members agree with the opening sentence of this motion, that this council must do its utmost to ensure safe outdoor environments for children, young people, families, elderly and our residents. Likewise, I believe the Communities and Place Committee should have the opportunity to consider, debate and discuss any proposal put forward in good faith that might help us achieve this aim. In this spirit, I agree that the committee should be asked to consider the possible extension of the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits currently applied to outside schools to other locations such as those outlined in the motion. On a personal level, I have some doubts about the effectiveness of advisory speed limit signs in changing driver behaviour, particularly after the novelty of any new signs wear off. Of course, good socially responsible drivers don't need a sign to tell them to reduce the speed outside a school or any other location where children and families are quite obviously likely to be present. They apply common sense. The problem is those drivers who don't drive in a sensible, responsible way unless they are warned or legally threatened to do so. I question whether advisory speed limits are sufficient to change the behaviour of that type of driver over the long term. A major reason why we respond to public demand and bought 2 more CCTV camera cars is that case to tackle the issue of problems parking outside schools was because of the threat of enforcement has more effect than asking or advising some drivers to act responsibly. However, notwithstanding my personal observations, I nevertheless support the thrust of this motion, which is to take the idea to Communities and Place Committee for proper in-depth analysis. I propose a small amendment to the motion, asking committee to examine the feasibility of extending the current policy of 20-mile-an-hour advisory speed limits outside schools to any roads situated outside a play park, leisure centre or youth club county-wide. This seems to me to be a more accurate form of words than asking the committee to review the idea, which is something you do after a measure has been implemented in order to gauge its effect. I also want to broaden the motion by not limiting it only to this particular suggestion. My amendment suggests that we should examine other with which by implementation, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
means any new idea that could help improve safety in built-up areas and those described in the opening paragraph. I think this would be a sensible and constructive approach, given that this will become a matter for the new council after May, and I therefore ask officers to circulate my amendment, which with your permission, Chairman, I shall then formally move. Thank you.
Thank you. Should be coming up now. Thank you. Would you like to move that? Move the motion?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll propose that this motion amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
And do we have a seconder, please?
Yes, I'll second that. Thank you, Chairman.
Are you reserving the right to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pringle, how long would you like to have as an adjournment to consider it?
Couple hours, Chair.
You'll be very uncomfortable, yeah.
Not more than 10 minutes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like 5, would be nicer, but I'll give you.
Yeah,
I'll be back in 10. Thank you.
I'm losing the will to live. I need food.
You'll be as pleased as I am that as we move through March, the days are getting longer and we're starting to see a bit of spring coming through and some warmer days. And with that, it's fantastic, isn't it, to be able to get outside a little bit more and to enjoy the open air. But it's really important that as we do that, that we also keep in mind all of the measures that are in place in this very first step of the roadmap. It allows for us to meet up with one other person for recreational activities outdoors. But it's really important that even as we do that, we keep in mind all of the social distancing measures, which are so important. The reason they're important is that there is no shortcut we can take to the end of the roadmap. There is still quite a long way to travel, and during that time we need to make sure that the rates in Nottinghamshire come down further. You can play your part in that by sticking to the rules at each step of the roadmap.
like my job, and I've been a mental health nurse for it's more than 40 years, so I'm not going to give my age away. September last year, I was walking my dog and she happened to pick a fight with another dog. During that fight, I intervened and I was bitten by either of the dogs, I don't know which. As a consequence of that, I contracted sepsis with quite a virulent bacteria. Essentially went into shock, lots of organ failure, and the result of all that is what they call a quad amputation. All of my life I've been very independent. I never felt as if I'd lose it. I always just thought, and I still do, it's something you're constantly working towards. My wife's the gardener, not me. I used to do the heavy jobs. Yeah, the carer thing is quite important. I think the big thing for Anne has always been, if I know the help's there and how to access it, then that makes me feel better already. When I was considered to be medically fit before I was actually discharged, this rather nice man called Nadeem turned up, and he explained that he was the hospital social worker. He explained the concept of social care. As soon as we started the assessment, it was obvious that we were also going in a direction.
What makes me proud about working within the hospital setting is having the opportunity to work with hospital OTs, physiotherapists.
Thank you. The first thing then is for Councillor Pringle. Do you accept the amendment?
Yes, we do accept the amendment, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So I'll open to speakers then, please. First one is Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a big supporter of trying to get reduction in speeding. I have two villages in my division who are both dead ends, if you know what I mean. You have to go in and you come out the same way. They've been asking for 20-mile reduction. Oh, could we have 20-mile limits? The only problem is I'm like John Cotty. I am concerned that an advisory speed will not work very well. How can we get, and since we have Mr. Bradley here, how can we get government to change the legislation so it becomes a permanent, a proper speed and not just an advisory one? Because it would be useful. Also, it's been asked to be by parish councils on the main roads in their parishes to come down to 20 miles. But as I say, 20 advisory doesn't work very well. So, you know, and who's going to monitor it? Who's going to, the police will say they can't do anything about it. So I think we need, or you all need, or we all collectively need, to seriously consider this after the elections and find out how we go about it and do the job properly. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you.
But I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Bosniak, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be extremely brief because I think we're all getting tired. And yes, we did vote to extend it, but when you're actually going through it, it's more difficult. I agree with Maureen on this. I think that at some point it should cease to be advisory and it should be legislation. However, I feel we need to do something before we get to that point. And whilst I actually don't mind these advisory speed limits, and 20 miles an hour seems sensible, because sometimes it's just a reminder. What I know that isn't working in the area that I represent is the speed humps, because what happens is people just speed up in between the humps, slow down for the humps and speed up in between. So they're not effective either. There needs to be a better solution than to just road humps, and I think we need to look for it. I won't be doing that, you will. Good luck.
Thank you. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Chairman. When we first had this this idea of having 20-mile-an-hour speed limits outside schools, I represented East Bridgford at the time, And the council there, the parish council there, were absolutely derisory about the 20-mile sign that was put up outside their school, because it was on a corner of a very little busy road, quite a narrow road, and when parents parked their cars to go at any speed at all above walking pace was actually quite impossible. And we finished up with these signs cluttering up, which everyone complained about. I also recently, Chairman, at a parish council meeting, we've had again the same discussion about 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. Indeed, it was one of those situations where the Borough Council thought it was a good idea to have 20-mile-an-hour speed limits all the way through the middle of Radcliffe-on-Trent. And they decided from their fund that that's what they wished to fund. And I went along with the idea. I didn't think it was a good idea, but I could well see, unless we tried it, that everyone would feel very cross about it and that I blocked it. We put the signs up. I had several emails complaining about the signs. They were in the wrong place, not facing the right way, and the fact that 30-mile-an-hour speed limit signs then appeared next to them. So got twice as many signs as they were expected. But of course, that's the law, isn't it? You have to examine where the road ends and where it begins again. And after sort of 2 months of these signs there, we've been asked to take them down. So I think we do need to be very careful where we put signs. And we need to be very sure that when we're putting them up, that we can actually enforce them. But if it comes to a child's safety, then we have to think very carefully about not doing it. And this is why it's quite important we have a review of this. Children don't think they do run across the road. They're often excited, calling to friends, and it's the usual thing. We've all done it. That's what happens when you're a child. You are oblivious actually of other people if you want to do something. And therefore, any child which gets knocked down going to play in a park or on a swing or something, we need to react to that. So it's a question of being sensible, and then how do we enforce it? Well, we all know that parking outside schools is not allowed. So we've had to buy 2 camera cars, if not 3 camera cars. I'm sure John can enlighten me on this, because parents still continue to do it. And it is parents, actually, of children at the school. So enforcement is always going to be those things which is contentious. So I think we need to tread carefully and wisely through this, but that's not a reason not to review it and not do it. So I support the amended motion. I think it's a good idea today that we are discussing this. We are coming into a new council, and there are new opportunities here to rethink where we have been. And that's the blessing of councils every 4 years. We have a rethink about what we're trying to do. So I'm glad this has come today, and I thank you, Mike, for accepting this, because I think it is something that needs to be accepted. And I look forward to hearing Errol. And by the way, Errol, I should like to know how your grandchildren are as well, so perhaps you can fill me in at the same time. Many thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Rhodes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Well, the amendment was unnecessary because it changes hardly anything. But having said that, there was no reason not to accept it for that reason alone. Look, it is a divisive issue whether or not advisory 20-mile-an-hour speed limits are of any have any impact or whether they don't. I think it sends a message out about the importance of child safety, and I know that when my administration introduced them, although there was maybe some scepticism among all the opposition parties, I know that parents were pleased to see it. We had some very good feedback from them, and I think it was the right thing to do. And that's why I think it's the right thing to extend them outside play parks, leisure centres and youth centres. In my division, there's a primary school on the A60. Sorry, my dogs are barking a bit in the background. There's a primary school on the A60. It's a very busy road. And although it's a 30-mile-an-hour area, it has to be said that even law-abiding drivers occasionally stray over the speed limit. Their concentration lapses a bit, the foot goes down and they forget about it. Now, I agree with other people. Some drivers are idiots and you can't legislate for idiots. You just can't, and there's no point trying. But for a law-abiding driver, seeing a flashing 20-mile-an-hour sign will slow down. It does jog them into thinking, well, hold on a minute, there's a school here and there's kids here and there's children crossing the road, and I think therefore that it is entirely the right thing to do. So very pleased that it would appear that we will have cross-party support on this, and I hope that we can go forward very soon after the election. Whoever is running this council, whoever is making the administration, because I think whoever is the administration will now pursue this, and it's a good thing for this council and a good thing for residents and families in Nottinghamshire. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have got one of the few 20-mile-an-hour enforceable speed limits on a road in my area, and I was talking to a constituent last night about the speed limit itself. And although I know there are a number of people who still don't adhere to it, but what he did remind me of was a young girl that had an accident on that road, and if it wasn't for the fact that the driver was travelling at 20 mile an hour and below, the injuries that that young girl sustained would have been far greater. So I think that's just one particular incident that shows that it can have an effect to stop severe injuries, because you know, as you know, it's very difficult to stop accidents from happening, but we can stop the severity of some of those injuries that do occur. I welcome the fact that people have sort of said, let's review the whole situation. I can speak that from my relatives who live in Scotland, that all their areas, a lot of their areas that they live in are 20 mile an hour. Their estates have all now got 20 mile an hour limits on them. Not just, so once you get off the main route from a 30, once you enter into an estate, it's 20 mile an hour. Now I know drivers do not like restrictions on speed. They like to, get from A to B the quickest route they can. But they have seen a significant drop in accidents in that area. So I would hope that what we do is we look at the review in the widest context and try and get information from other authorities that have done that, such as up in Scotland and other places, I'm sure, who have implemented those, and look at that, as a change to what we do, because clearly, accident rates have been coming down in Nottinghamshire, but they're not coming down enough, and one is too many. So I welcome the fact that we're going to review it all, and hope that what we do is we get information from right across the country on what they've done around making roads safer for everyone. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fielding, please.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support the amended motion. I unfortunately, not that many years back, was first on the scene when a child had been knocked down, and I summoned all the emergency services while my husband did what CPR, being a well-qualified nurse, and unfortunately the child died. And I'm afraid it's an experience I wouldn't, it's one of those occasions when I know we did the right thing to stop and do what we could, but it's an image that haunts you somewhat, and I'm absolutely for doing all we can to prevent an accident like that happening, because if it had been at a lower speed, that child might have survived. And as I say, I fully support that, this and other measures, and let's hope we can all support this.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I fully support this. Councillor Guilfoyle, I echo what he has said. I mean, a lot of these little play parks and just set back that little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And when people are passing at 30 mile an hour, which they should be doing, they just don't realise that there's a little play park there. Children, like Councillor Cutts has alluded to, are very excited, run out into the road, and every mile an hour over 20 counts really in an accident. There's no doubt about that. The injuries are overwhelmingly compounded by every mile an hour, over 20 mile an hour. And so I fully support this. I think it's a good idea, and that you won't stop idiots. That'll never happen. But just to give those people passing there just that glimpse of 20 mile an hour, take the foot off the accelerator, could make a difference between a little child's life or death. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite well. I'm repeating most of what people said, but I will keep it short. There's a part of our patch in Carlton West, Southdale Road, which has got compulsory 20 mile because the city decided compulsory, and that road extends into the city, so it passes the school, and that actually does a lot of good being compulsory. And I do share the worries of it being not being compulsory but being advisory. But by the same token, if it just stops one person being killed or seriously injured, it is well worth the effort. Because, as I say, idiot will be idiot. If it's a 30 mile an hour limit in a 30 mile an hour, you will still get idiots going through at 40 plus. But what we've got to try and do is make people drive more sensibly. And on the edge of the city, which is where we are, on the edge of Nottingham as well, they're moving further and further towards 20 mile an hour compulsory limits around their area, which people passing through the city and through our areas will try and pick speed up again, perhaps, to make up what they've lost. So again, where they're passing schools, where they're passing play parks, where they're passing stuff, having an advisory 20 is better than not having it, especially as our nearest biggest neighbour is actually introducing it on a larger scale. So yes, I agree with it, and the review will probably bring that into light as well. So totally support it. If it saves one person, that'll do. Thank you.
I think it's safe to say that we're pushing at an open door with this particular motion. But Councillor Wise.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support the motion, obviously, but I think we should be more ambitious, following on what Councillor Creamer has just said, that like some other communities and some other countries, I would want to see a 20 mile an hour speed limit in all residential areas. Because I think certainly in my district, on some roads where there's an advisory 20 mile limit, drivers are confused. People sometimes come to me and said, at what stage along, say, Westdale Lane, for example, can we move from 20 to 30 miles an hour? So I think a mismatch it can be confusing, even for sensible drivers. And I think in partnership with the government, we should move towards a general 20 mile an hour speed limit in all residential areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Henry, do you wish to exercise your right?
No, I think what's been said is covered our concerns, and it's really pleasing to see that we have cross-party support with this, and thank you very much for this. Yeah. So
thank you. I don't have any other speakers, so I'm therefore going back to Councillor Pringle.
Very quickly, Chairman, just say thanks to Councillor Cotty, and indeed thanks to all colleagues. It coming together in the spirit of unity and something which can affect all of us at some point. So thank you all, and look forward to having a positive vote.
Thank you. So I'm now going to call the Chief Executive to call the vote, please.
Councillor Adair.
Sorry, are we voting on the amendment or what are we voting on? Can that just be clear, because it didn't come across as being clear?
Sorry then, well I'll explain it. The amendment accepted, so therefore the amendment became the substantive thing. So yes.
So we're on the amended vote. So that's yes. 4 then, please.
Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Barnfather.
4.
Councillor Bosniak.
4.
Councillor Bradley.
4.
Councillor Brooks.
4.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Butler.
4.
Councillor Carr.
4.
Councillor John Clark.
4.
Councillor Neil Clark.
4.
Councillor John Cotty.
4.
Councillor Creamer.
4.
Councillor Cutts.
4.
Councillor Deakin.
4.
Councillor Dobson.
4.
Councillor Doddy.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Fole.
4.
Councillor Garner.
4.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
4.
Councillor Girling.
4.
Councillor Greaves.
4.
Councillor Handley.
4.
Councillor Harper.
4.
Councillor Henry. Councillor Henry.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you, Ella. Councillor Hollis has said 4 in the chat. Thank you. Councillor Richard Jackson.
4.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
4.
Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Knight.
4.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Longden. John Longden.
He's currently on hold. We should be joining us shortly.
I'll come
Anthony.
back to him. No, thank you. Councillor Madden. Rachel.
Someone got the TV on.
Councillor Madden.
4.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Meal.
4.
Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Owen.
4.
Councillor Payne.
4.
Councillor Peck. Councillor Place.
4.
Councillor Plamp.
4.
Councillor Pringle.
4.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
4.
Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Rostance. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Rhodes.
4.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
4.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
4.
Going to go back to Councillor Longden.
4.
Thank you, John. Councillor Saddington.
4.
Councillor Sissons.
4.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Simbaridis.
4.
Councillor Vickers.
4.
Councillor Walker.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Vice.
4.
Councillor Vetton.
4.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Woodhead.
4.
And Councillor Zadrozny.
4.
It's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. That's unanimous. And can we go now on to the last item, which is motion 6, and call upon Councillor Knight, John Knight, to move the motion, please, John.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm aware of the time, and before I move the motion, because I'm aware of the time, I'm sure we've had a long and often contentious day. I'm hoping we get some unanimity on this particular motion, but whether we do or not, members, I think will be thrilled to know that 3 hours ago, I got rid of half of my speech, and an hour ago, I threw it away altogether. I had intended to go through each department one by one and highlight how they'd gone over and above the needs that they needed to, but I think it would be more appropriate, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, to let members here, both of the administration and of the opposition, to highlight anybody they think deserves praise. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, in order to save time, I will now move the motion. This council thanks our Chief Executive Corporate Leadership team for their outstanding response to COVID-19 pandemic during the past year, often going above and beyond the call of duty to protect and support Nottinghamshire residents affected by coronavirus. I move that, Chairman, and I don't know if you want it seconding before I speak.
No. Carry on with your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not given to nationalistic flag waving, but I think on occasions it's not only justified, it's appropriate, and this is one of those occasions. I don't think I've ever felt more proud to be British than I have over the last year in the way that this nation has handled this coronavirus. It was practically a year ago that we went into lockdown, and none of us, I think, at the time would have expected that we still would be in the grip of this this disease. However, I think that the way we have dealt with it has been exemplary. That's not to say that there haven't been mistakes. There have. That's not to say that everybody has been sociable. They haven't. But by and large, as a nation, what it's proved to me is that more binders than actually we've got against each other. So I would like to say that this has not been a remote disease. That's been the problem. That's been the problem. This is not a disease where you said, oh, I know somebody who knows somebody whose cousin has got it. We've all been personally affected by it. When I was chair of the COVID committee, every meeting I had to tell members that somebody had caught it. There are members in this room who have had loved ones who've died from it. We've all been personally affected by this disease. It is raw. And because it's raw, I'm extremely proud by the way this county has dealt with it and this nation has dealt with it. And I think it's the thing that I've been most proud about, Mr. Chairman, is that unlike that orange donut over the Atlantic, we've been based on science. We haven't gone around telling people that it was going to go away of its own accord and then tell people we want to inject them with bleach. What we've done is our scientists have sat down in Oxford and they've come up with the world's first vaccine. How brilliant is that? That's our gift to the world. I think, Mr. Chairman, the actual vaccine is only half of the equation. And I heard the debate earlier on about the National Health Service. I don't want to dig that up again, but I am going to say this. The vaccine is only half the battle. It's then got to be rolled out. In Europe, how that's not happened. In this country, we've been able to roll it out effectively because of the National Health Service, because we've got that infrastructure in place. It doesn't matter whether you live in Bunny or Barnsley, Arnold or Aberdeen, Kirkby or Kirklees, you will get that vaccine. You will get that vaccine. Compare that to the United States, where if you're in Connecticut, you're 10 times more likely to get the vaccine than you are if you're in Kansas. I think socialised medicine is our gift to the world, quite frankly, Chairman. And whilst I agree with some of my colleagues that the National Health Service needs some form of reform, as an institution, I don't know if we could have achieved this without it. And I think people will look back actually in 10, 15, 20 years' time and say this was the health service finest hour. I'd also like to say, before I move on, volunteers. Volunteers were important. Many of you will have had the COVID virus, I think. I've not had it yet, but I did take my mum and dad to a place, and I got talking to two of the volunteers. One was a student at the university. The other was a member of the Rotary Club. Brilliant people, just there doing it for the best of all. I don't think, again, you get that elsewhere. And those people need thanking. And on behalf of this council, I hope you'll accept that we thank those people who didn't get paid, most of them, for the work they did. Whether it was just ferrying cars in and out, whether it was talking to people who were nervous on the way in, they did a really great job. And as I say, they were mainly volunteers. As I've said, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to let others talk about individual departments, but there's one aspect that I felt I had to talk about, because often this part of the workforce don't get anybody to talk to them. And that is our care providers, whether they work for the county council or not, doesn't matter whether they work in private or not. These were right at the front end. These were people dealing with very elderly and vulnerable people, and people most likely to catch the coronavirus and therefore pass it on to them. A lot of them have been affected far and above any other part of the workforce. I'd like to thank those people personally, and again, I hope you agree that they deserve commendation for their work. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say one final thing, and that is that I'm a fairly positive, I like to think I'm a positive person, and I believe that actually positive things will come out of this very, very horrible disease. Three of them I can think of. Number one, as I said before, more binds us than divides us. That's not true in most other countries in the world. Imagine if you're in Burma or China or even the United States, where they've got massive fissures in their society. Not in Britain. When it mattered, we came together. It doesn't matter whether you're Labour, Conservative or in between. We came together to defeat this, and I'm extremely proud of it. The second is, I think actually when we look back on this, we're going to be the last generation that says, how on earth did we work in the way that we worked? That people commuted an hour and a half every day to get into work. Just think of how inefficient that is. If we learn anything as we come out of this pandemic, it's that we must actually the way that we've worked here and moved forward with it. It's great for our economy. It's great actually for mental health. I've spoken to a lot of people who have actually said pandemic one side, they've never been happier and more focused. It's also great for the environment. Just imagine all those cars we've taken off the road. Let's not go back to that. That should be a positive, and I hope we move forward, at least as a county council, when we come back and take those lessons on board. And finally, this is a little bit of a personal dig, and it's the only politics I'm going to bring into it, but if it's destroyed anything, the coronavirus, hopefully it's destroyed the Scottish National Party's attempt to get Scotland out of the most beautiful political institution that's ever been, and that is the United Kingdom. Before the pandemic, it looked like we were going to have another referendum, and it looked like the Scots were going to vote for independence. They've come to the conclusion, I hope, the same as me, that, as I say, we're much better and much stronger when we're together. Mr. Chairman, I'll end now. I'd like to thank members of the committee, particularly those officers who work with me, Adrian and Derek, and the Chief Executive. I like to think that the COVID committee made some difference along the line, particularly when we were dealing with issues about students and not having the right facilities up in the north of Broxtowe. But this is not a pat on the back for us. This is basically saying to all those members of staff, thank you very much. To those volunteers, thank you very much. For those members of the National Health Service, God bless you. And now, Mr. Chairman, I think you've got something which I think is a very good idea to end the meeting. I will pass it on to you to carry on.
Thank you very much. Well, you'll all have to wait in anticipation, and I'll do that once we've got through to the final part of having our vote. Councillor Adair, would you second the motion, please?
Yes, Chairman, I would like to second the motion. If you don't mind, I'll talk now. I've been pretty quiet all day long, listening to a lot of stuff, some of it good, some of it not so good. But yes, what John's just said, I sort of re-endorse and all the rest of it. So I don't want to repeat what John has said. He and I work on the committee, and we know all the good work that was done by the employees of the County Council, all the good work that was done by NHS staff, all the good work that was done by volunteers, all the good work that was done by carers. And as a personal recipient through the year of some of that care, I can express my gratitude to whether the medics, nurses, carers, or whoever who was supporting me and my family through the COVID. And as you know, personally, I also had COVID, and I came through it, and you know the rest of the circumstances that I had to do. And I must say, you can only be thankful to people who were supportive and are still supportive of a situation, and I can say that from a personal point of view and from a public point of view. And the other thing I think that has come out of this, and it's thankful for it, I don't want to reiterate, but the friendships that are generated between families and people up and down the streets and back and forward, and people helping each other, and people recognising, in fact, they didn't know their neighbour, but now they know their neighbour. You know, and all those sort of things. If you just think about it in simple terms, I grew up in a community where everybody knew everybody, and if anybody lit a cigarette, they said, he's smoking. I mean, here you didn't know who your neighbour was or anything for years and years and years, and suddenly you do know who your neighbour is now. And it's that communal support that has come out of this as well. And I think that's a lot to be grateful, a lot to be thankful for, and how we can carry that on into the future. That is something that only we can do ourselves as people as we come out of the pandemic, because I don't want that to hang us around for very long if we can get through it. But the way we work, the way we live, and all the rest of the way we travel and everything, that we all know that's going to change, and is changed and has changed. And you know, last year I did 10,000 miles in me. No, the year previous I did 10,000 miles in my car. This past year I did 3,000 miles in my car. So those sort of things, and the way of life has changed dramatically. And I think the way that I know there was a lot of discussions about when the pandemic arrived and all the rest of it, how we weren't ready for it. I think we raised ourselves up and we dealt with it, whether it been the PPE and now how we can, and then there's the testing, and then of course there's the vaccination. And you've only got to globally look, and I did some statistics at the weekend where we were 52% in the UK had their vaccine. I went through all the stats that were in the press across the rest of Europe. 10% of them got the vaccine so far. I've got my folk back in Ireland, it's Republic of Ireland, who are older than me. They still haven't had the vaccine. You know, so just be grateful that we've had the vaccine and we are where we are in the global situation with what we've got, because I know, and I've got family who have not got the vaccine in other parts of the world, and that's even, I've got family in America who still haven't had it, and it's the same age relationship as myself. So we've got a lot to be thankful for there. We've got a lot to be thankful for all those, whoever they are, Dr. Doddy there as well, for helping us to get through this pandemic, and everybody. And I just want to say that as we come out of it, I hope we think differently of each other. Apart from our politics, we'll always have our own politics, but the rest of our communities, I'm sure we can be more cohesive in how we go forward. And I just say to everybody, thanks to all, and now going forward as we come through, let's get ourselves together, because we need to repair a lot of the economic damage that COVID has done to us, so we get living standards back to a good standard again for all of those concerned with it, and for our children, that we get their education back. I know I've got grandchildren and they've been off school and in school and out school, and I'm pleased to say now they're back at school, and that's good for them, and it'll be good in the longer term once they catch up with their education. And that's just talking personally, but that's what I would like to happen to all involved in our community at large and our country at large. So let's hope we all say thank you to each other for what has happened, and thank you especially to those who are in leadership that put everything in place to make it happen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this is a motion to thank the staff and the management of the county council. It's not a motion to big up the government, even if it is your last speech as a county councillor. It's a motion that is really here to put on record our thanks to the corporate leadership team, our public health colleagues, our adult social care and health colleagues, our children and young people, people who have put themselves at the forefront of tackling this horrible virus, a horrible virus. And in doing so, put themselves at risk at times, but they've always put the people of our county at the forefront of everything they do. And actually, it makes me proud to be a county councillor. I'm always proud to be a member of this council. But actually, over the past 12 months, that is even more apparent to me, that this is a place to be proud of, and that people who work for us are people who should be proud of as well, at every level in this authority. I think we've responded magnificently as a nation, as a community, as a county, as an authority. I think we've responded magnificently, and we should celebrate that. And I think that this is what this motion does. I'm not going to start talking about national politics or whether the government's any good or not. They've certainly made a lot of very serious errors. This is not the time for that. There will be another time, one hopes, to have that debate. But for now, let's just say thank you. Let's say thank you to the people who work for this authority and the volunteers who don't work for this authority but have also put themselves at the forefront of supporting our communities and some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And let's all move this motion as a council, and let's have 100% support for it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank all the staff of this council, and in particular, I'd like to praise and applaud the Corporate Director of Adult Social Care and Public Health, Melanie Brooks, and the Director of Public Health, Jonathan Gribbin, and all of their staff. Chairman, they have all gone the extra mile. They were on the front line. They were putting their own lives at risk to help others. Recently, I was privileged to host the departmental awards. We have fantastic staff working for us in this council, and as I said earlier today, they are all heroes, every one of them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. And wearing my hat as Chairman of Personnel Committee, and the motion uses the word outstanding, and that's probably a word that's not enough, to be honest. This motion talks about staff, and I would like very much to applaud and congratulate and thank all the staff and workforce for pulling together and mucking in and adapting so quickly in the face of adversity to new ways of working imposed on them by this awful COVID crisis. It's probably dangerous to single out any particular section of the workforce, but I will mention a few people. But there is a danger of missing out, obviously, on a lot of unsung heroes. It is, though, significant to note that the call centre staff have dealt with and continue to deal with tens of thousands of calls from residents and customers of the authority. These calls are often of very difficult and harrowing nature, and the call handlers must be praised for the sensitive way they receive and deal with the calls. And I've no doubt that it puts them under a lot of strain and pressure and stress themselves. Indeed, the customer services centre staff have averaged 50,000 calls a month, and in fact the record month was 67,000 calls in January. So that's no mean feat, that number of calls. But not content with that, the call centre also took on taking additional calls with the NHS and handling inquiries on behalf of the NHS, because the call centre staff are recognised as the most efficient and skilled people to deal with those inquiries. And whether it be call centre staff or any staff, there is no doubt that everyone's job has become more stressful and everyone deals with pressure in different ways. Working from home suits some staff very well, and others it is more challenging. But everyone has come together and has been flexible and has adapted to new ways of working, and for that they absolutely must be commended. And I would also like to commend the Chief Executive and all the senior staff for the sensitive way they have supported staff members in adapting to working from home in many different circumstances. And everyone's situation is different with varied needs, and adapting quickly has raised many challenges. It's most heartening to see how everyone has put together and worked under a renewed team spirit for the benefit of our residents and businesses. Whether it's answering the phones, visiting vulnerable people, or out on the roads, repairing potholes in all weathers, all staff and workforce deserve our sincere thanks. And just to name just two or three, Mr. Chairman, Jill Elder, Head of HR, dealing with all the various HR problems as staff change their ways. Kaj Gatora dealing with all the PPE procurement, and John Nyland heading the health and safety and all the different stresses and strains that they all come under. So many people, Mr. Chairman, but certainly the Chief Exec and all the staff, they must receive our absolute sincere thanks. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Girling.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think it was brilliant, Councillor Knight, showing such patriotism. It had the hairs on the back of my neck standing out when you talk about how great this country is. But I think Councillor Rhodes is right as well. This is not really about what the government's doing or what the opposition's doing. This is about our staff. And I think that's what we should be concentrating on now. So I'm going to speak firstly as the Chairman of Health Scrutiny, but before I do, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Liz and Muriel for all the hard work and dedication they put into the Health Scrutiny Committee over the 4 years I've been Chairman, and I really have valued your input and dedication to that committee, so I'd like to thank you for that and also wish you all the best in the future. Before I go on to the Health Scrutiny Committee officers though, I'd like to sort of thank Sarah Ashton, because she's sort of sorted my IT out, my phone out, and sometimes me out over this last year. And she's one of these unsung heroes that's in the background, always phoning us up, always happy, always smiling, and always cheerful. And I'd like to thank her for all that she's done for me over the year. I've got two officers in health scrutiny, really. Martin Gately, who does all the research and gets the reports put together, and also Noel McMiniman, and I think I've pronounced his name right, and if I have, it'll be the first time in the 4 years I've got it right, I think. Outstanding officers, you know everything's going to be done properly, you know everything's going to be accurate, and they provide the committee with all the information they need so that we can properly scrutinise anybody before us. So I'd like to put out to them and say thank you very much. The other role I have in the county council is the Armed Forces Champion, and I've been immensely proud being the Armed Forces Champion for this last 4 years, and had a pleasure of, although he's a tanky, so we have to sort of make allowances for him. Neil Betterson, he's been an outstanding officer, even though you have to shout at him sometimes because he's been in a tank that long. He's gone a bit deaf. But even during COVID, the sorts of things he's got on with and achieved for this council during COVID has been outstanding. If you remember, VE Day was being organised. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic event, massive event. Then COVID struck, and then we had to have street parties. Yeah, he organised it within the council. He sort of got the message out there to the districts and boroughs. What you're going to do, try to coordinate, and I think he did an outstanding job. And I think Reggie alluded to it. We had a street party here on VE Day, and I'd only been here sort of just over 2 years, and some of the neighbours I've not even seen, the mind spoken to, and actually we're all become friends now, and we've got our own little WhatsApp group, so it's been a real bringing people together. Also had the VJ Day celebration as well. Again, a very difficult time during COVID, but we did the best we could. He's also managed to get this council the Gold Employees Award for employing veterans, which is an outstanding award for this council. You know, I think there's something like 350 companies, or councils, or whatever, the conglomeration of it all in the country, and we are a gold award. Again, you should be immensely proud of that, and that's down to his hard work and dedication, because it's not been easy, I can assure you, particularly during COVID, to get that award. You'll all know about the World War I memorial over the river. Well, we're doing a World War II one as well, and he's been working on that, and he's been bringing people together, and we'll be going through the designs the same as we did with the First World War. Yeah, all this is being done whilst he's doing his other job. I think he gets 1 day a week as the Armed Forces Champion officer. You know, and he's done that all within that time frame, and I really do admire him for the hard work and dedication. That's what I'm going to say, Chairman, because it's to all the staff, obviously, but they're the ones I've been in touch with most during this year, during the pandemic. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, for calling me. As the lead member for Children and Young People's Services, it's appropriate that I pass on my thanks from the council members and indeed the residents of Nottinghamshire for the huge effort that's been made by staff in the Children and Young People's Services Department. And I'll just break it down into 4 main areas. First of all, children's social services are very, very important part of the council's workforce. And I'm only too well aware that during the pandemic, during the lockdowns, they have on occasions visited the most vulnerable children who are our responsibility and concern, and put themselves at risk, I've no doubt, in so doing. But where they've not been doing face-to-face visits, they've been making every effort to make contact and to keep in contact with those vulnerable families to ensure that they are getting the support that they need and that the situation with any individual child is not deteriorating, because that is the last thing we want. And they've gone above and beyond the call of duty, in my view, in doing that. I'd also like to pay tribute to the youth workers as well. Obviously, during the lockdowns, youth clubs have not been operational, but rather than sit idly at home, our youth workers have been out and about supporting our young people who are in our care homes. They've been doing a range of other activities as well, and they have been helping out, again, in part, no doubt, putting themselves at risk. And I also want to pay tribute to the schools across the county. Now, I know a lot of the schools are academies and part of academy chains, but whether they are or not, they're all our children that they're looking after, and they've all mucked in, if you like, and done their bit. Like the windmill, most of them never closed. They kept open to accommodate vulnerable children. And I can tell you, Chairman, the whole of the membership, that the numbers of vulnerable young children attending our schools in Nottinghamshire during the lockdown has been higher than the national average and higher than our statistical neighbours, East Midlands neighbours. I think that is a credit to the welcoming efforts of our schools to make it an attractive place still for our vulnerable children to come in. And not only the vulnerable children, but they've also been welcoming to the children of key workers. That has been absolutely essential in ensuring that the fight against the coronavirus could go on. Because if you've got childcare problems, then how can you possibly go to work, let at least concentrate on your work when you get there? And our schools have been magnificent in making themselves available during that time that we've endured the lockdown. But I can't finish my comments, Chairman, without praising unequivocally the senior officers. I heard it once said that the best attribute that a politician can have is to be lucky. And I think I have been extremely lucky in the senior management that I have had working for me in the Children and Young People Services Department. Colin Pettigrew, Steve Edwards, Lawrence Jones and Marion Clay. I know they haven't actually been on the front line, but without their coordination, their ability, their communication skills, a lot of the progress that we were able to make and have made during the course of the pandemic would not have been possible. They have been under a huge amount of pressure. And obviously I have witnessed some of that whilst I've been in contact with them. So I want to send out my thanks to them as well, because without that effective leadership, a lot of what we've been able to achieve almost certainly would not have happened. And I think it's important to recognise that as well as recognise the efforts of the frontline services. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Sissons.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think we could have spent the whole of the last 7 hours actually praising the people who are worthy of praise. There really are so many unsung heroes. I've got a personal thanks to the people at the NHS actually, because when I was ill at Christmas, if it wasn't for them, I might not be here talking to you now. But a couple of the groups that I've come into contact with as Vice Chairman of the Council, and obviously this last year has put a stop to a lot of the activities that myself and the Chairman might have been able to take part in. But one of the groups I did manage to visit in person was the wonderful people at County Enterprise Foods. People still refer to them as Meals on Wheels, but they really are much more than that. They've delivered meals to the isolated and vulnerable people. They're not just Meals on Wheels. They're a lifeline to those people and make sure that the people they deliver to are safe and secure. And they raise the alarm if anybody is at risk or in need. They really are wonderful people. And something that's priceless, actually, they lift people's spirits with a kind word and a smile when they're delivering those foods, and are very worthy of praise. Another group of people I only managed to visit in a virtual manner was the people in customer services. I know Councillor Clark's already praised them I did have a little speech ready for them. I'll cut it short, but it is worthy of mentioning once again 670,000 calls they've dealt with over the last year, 67 to 70,000 of them just about the COVID related crisis. So once again, I would praise them and all the officers of this council. I've always had a wonderful relationship with, and people right at the bottom, what we might think at the bottom of the organisation, when we're coming in the morning, people in the car park, our facilities team, and the people who look after the building and clean the toilets and everything, we really couldn't manage without them. They're all worthy of praise. And I know that everybody has got a little story to tell, really. I'd also like to thank Sarah Armand for all her work on the county council and the people who facilitate these meetings. It's not an easy task, and they keep us all in line. And here they are working above and beyond to make sure that the council operates efficiently and as well as it can during this crisis. So thank you to all of those. Sarah Armand is just over to my right, and she's gone red in the face, but all these officers are worthy of praise from the top downwards, and thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, as it's been said, the motion is about thanking the staff, the Chief Executive and the corporate leadership team. I personally would like to say a big thank you to Anthony May for me. He's helped me through difficulties. Forgive me, I'll pull myself together now. But I've had so much help, and the people I've dealt with, I didn't realise how superb our officers were. I always knew they were good officers, but this last 12 months, they've absolutely been magnificent. From the LIS team, Paul Roberts, Kathy, Phil, all that team, Rob Fisher and his community safety team, Sue Jakes from the flood alleviation team, because we've had, not only have we had COVID, I've had 2 lots of floods as well in my patch. Obviously, I want to say thank you to Marion, but Philip Owens has already covered Marion, but she's been superb. I mean, just everybody has been second to none. Mick Allen on the recycling, when we've had problems, it doesn't matter what problems we've had, they've dealt with it. It hasn't suited everybody, but by gum, they've been there, and like you've said, all of you, they've gone that extra mile. But my final thank yous must go to the admin team, to Keith Ford, all the chaps and all the girls, because they're my team. They've looked after me for 8 years, and I cannot thank them enough for what they've done for me. The Sarahs, Martin, Peter, the Peters, everybody, even the two new young ones, but Keith Ford in particular, because without the admin team, ladies and gentlemen, this authority could not manage. I have to also say thank you to Anthony. Your PA team have been terrific as well. And thank you, Marge. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Carey.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's very difficult to follow all this because it's been such a really, really tough and difficult year. And I must say that the work of all the officers, from senior management right down to the front end services, and all the time I've been in contact with them across highways, adult social care, children care, flooding, all those things. They've been absolutely fantastic, and having to deal with COVID as well. So, but specifically in relation to the pension committee, I've really got to thank Nigel, Keith, Tamsin, Sarah, John, Kieran, Marge, and also Keith, Peter and Sarah Ashton in Democratic Services. The amazing job they've done to enable me to even attempt to do the job well that I've tried to do during all this, with all the disruption it's caused, with the difficulty of meetings and getting people together. It's been really, really tough. So my heart goes out to you. Thank you so much for the help you've given me and you've given to the residents of Nottinghamshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Rhodes started off by saying how proud he was to be a member of Nottinghamshire County Council, and I just want to echo that. And I'm not surprised by what people are saying. We have got the best staff, and they were the best staff before all the pandemic went off. They've always been good staff. So I'm not surprised what's gone off and the way that they've worked, and because that's what local government does. You know, they meet the challenges, they meet changes, and you know, they do the best to deliver for us, and that's what they've done, not just for us but for the public at large. As has been said, they've not only dealt with the pandemic, but they've also kept business as usual going on. You know, my casework hasn't dropped. In fact, it's grown. But our officers have responded to that and still kept doing that. And they've done that through floods, and they've done it through the snow and all the bad weather. And they've continued to provide that service. And from top to bottom, you know, we should be thanking all the staff from top to bottom. And it does go with good leadership. And there's no doubt about that, Anthony has led the team and the staff very well. And, you know, we should be proud of that fact as well, you know, and we should also remember, as has been said, our partners, you know, the police, the fire, the teachers, the voluntary sector, who have all come together as well to assist in dealing with this crisis. One of the things that I've always done when I've been talking to Jonathan during our briefings, which I thank the leadership team for the briefings that we've had, is about their well-being, because I've been concerned not just about them but the staff, because they have been doing not just the day job, they've been doing that added bit as well, and I'm still concerned about the well-being. And I know Jonathan, I don't like to mention names, but Jonathan Gribben, you know, got a dose of the COVID whilst he's trying to do the work, and it couldn't have been very easy for him or his family. And I know other officers have had the same, but they've kept going, and we, you know, should praise them for that. I think we should also not forget those that have lost loved ones during this particular time and couldn't be with them, and also about the children that have been born that have never been able to mix with other children because of what's gone off today. You know, things like that come back to me, and I don't know what the new normal will be, but I know that local government in general and Nottinghamshire Council will be there to stand up and prepare to meet it head on, and we'll still make sure that public out there get the best services delivered on time as they have done now. And you know, we should all be really proud. And the only other one is the grant aid section. They've turned round loads and loads of grant aid during this period, and my thanks go out to them. But in general, you know, right across the board, we cannot wish for a better set of employees. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Bradley? Or as Anthony normally says, we'll leave him and come back to him in a moment. Councillor Lawton. Oh, you should get in quick.
My hand up. I didn't have my hand up, Chair, that was all. That's why it surprised me.
I think it's Councillor Lawton next.
Oh. Right. Sorry. Councillor, yes, Bruce Lawton. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I had difficulty on muting. It gives me the opportunity, really. Thanks, John, for this. Gives me the opportunity of being able to thank the members of my committee, particularly Kate, actually, for all the hard work that she's put in over the last 4 years. And in fact, all the members, we've had a really, I believe, a really productive time. And it's been a joy working with that team. My responsibility at the County Council is governance and ethics, and I've been working very closely with senior officers, Rob Disney, you know, Nigel Stevenson, Heather Dickinson, and Marge, you know, I'm going to call those out as 4 excellent officers. You know, if there's one message really I want to say to the council is don't blame people. And the reason why I'm saying that is because you find me, and I'm talking about government and people, PPE, you know, you find me a man that doesn't make a mistake, and he does, and he's doing something. A man that doesn't make a mistake, doesn't do anything. And so, and the reason why I'm saying this is because, you know, Emma caught the bloody disease, and it did for her, you know. And yesterday morning, I got a letter through the post from the NHS inviting her for a jab. You know, they made a mistake, but that is a mistake, and I have got to take that on the chin and move on. And we need to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Volume's on. Yeah, I'd just like to take the opportunity on behalf of the Ashfield Independents to thank all of the officers from the top right down to the bottom for the great way in which they've handled themselves, especially over the last year. All of the staff have stepped up to the plate, changed the way that they work, handled it immensely well. I'm very proud to be a Nottinghamshire County Councillor for all the right reasons. Even all of the casework has still been handled. The flood risk management team, the adult health and social care people, they've all still continued to handle all the caseworks and the load, and it's been absolutely phenomenal. Even with low staff numbers, we've still continued to function as a county council, and that is the great British spirit. And also, as well, I'd really like to show appreciation for the way in which the county council has worked with its other partners across the districts and boroughs, because they too have stepped up to the plate and made one big family out of it and supported the residents of Nottingham. That's what we're here to do, and that's what they've all done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bosniak.
Thank you, Chair. It goes without saying that I agree with everything that's been said about how grateful we should be for our staff putting up with a great deal of stress and inconvenience, really. And yeah, we should be quite proud of that, and I certainly am. But I want to say thank you to our community groups and to local volunteers and our voluntary organisations, because our volunteers, all unpaid, go quietly about their business, collecting and delivering shopping for elderly people, collecting prescriptions from pharmacists and delivering it. And they do that without a great deal of thanks. They don't expect any thanks, and they don't seek any credit for that. And I think that kind of work needs to be acknowledged. I also think that we have a great deal to be grateful for to our volunteers and the voluntary sector during this pandemic. We've been grateful for the fact that they've been able to do things that we perhaps haven't done. They've stood up to the plate and they've done it again without any true acknowledgement. And you need to ensure and remember their contribution when it comes round to the time to consider budget cuts, etc. We can't be applauding them 1 minute and then looking to reduce the amount of funding that we give to the voluntary sector. That would be hypocritical, and I'm sure you're not about to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't disagree with anything that's been said up to now. Our staff have been absolutely fantastic. I sadly had a worrying time when I caught the virus, and I was fortunate enough to get through that and come out the other side of it. But the support I had from officers and colleagues during that time, I appreciated very much. And I've got the portfolio where I have to be careful if I miss anybody out when I say any names for all those staff who've actually gone way beyond what you would have imagined. And I've known we've always had fantastic staff working for us, and we've had staff working really long hours over weekends and night times with flooding or highways or whatever the service may be that comes out of my department. They've all stood up to the plate. I've rang officers over weekends, late in the evening, because things have happened across the county. And most of the things that come under me have opened, have closed, have opened and closed. So if you took our libraries, for example, the service was, up and running, then it's not. The same with recycling centres, various other departments as well. And if I actually mention some names and miss some out, I would feel really guilty. I've used the opportunity as well to, when allowed out for work reasons, if I have been able to visit a site where there's highway repairs happening for various reasons, I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the staff and the work that they've been doing through the pandemic, which has been absolutely brilliant with the restrictions in working that they've had. And I also want to thank those people who've kept me in order. Noel McMenamin, who's my clerk, and he's made sure that I'm on the right button when I'm working. I want to thank James Silverward and Carl Bilby, and most of all, I've always been a pain in the neck to Claire Rankin, and she's always been sorting me out with my meeting papers and arranging the meetings that I go to. So I want to thank them. I don't want to go on too long because I know there's other speakers, Chairman, but Anthony, Adrian, and the senior leaders, I want to thank you very much for all your help you've given to the community of Nottinghamshire and to the councillors. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Seddington.
Thank you, Chairman. Probably I don't want to mention too much of what's been mentioned before, but I would like to thank Sarah Ashton, Keith Ford and Sarah Armand, who, when I was chairman, really kept me on the road to completing the year. It really was a great honour to be a chairman and also to have them behind me, always willing to guide me. And also, of course, there's all the people in member services, and we wouldn't have our meetings and they wouldn't run like this if it wasn't the member services department who were helping us connect into these meetings, and furthermore than that, checking that we are in the meetings. I am no IT expert and I don't pretend to be, but without the IT department, I don't think my computer would work, because there's always a reason why I'm ringing IT and saying, can you just help me? I've done something on the computer and it's gone strange. And Malcolm Sayer often gives me a ring back, or somebody from the IT department, and they really have kept us ticking this year while we've been working in this virtual environment. I've had, like Maureen, flood problems, and the flood department have been superb. I'm constantly ringing Claire and Carl from here over some little question I want to ask. And as Joyce has referred to, we've had a huge amount of volunteers help in this pandemic outside of the organisation, who have delivered food to people, delivered medicines, and it's to those people as well that we need to give thanks. But also to Anthony, who has kept the council running, and I'm very proud to be a Nottinghamshire County Council member, and we must thank all these people. They've all helped us, and now they all face a county council election in a COVID virus, and I don't think anybody envies them that task. So thank you to all the officers, thank you to everybody, and thank you for the work that you're going to be doing in the next 6 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Jackson, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And first of all, thanks to you for extending the time limit, or doing away with the time limit for today's meeting, because I think this is a completely appropriate debate to be having, and a very positive one. And I'm really quite proud to be part of it. Also incredibly proud of the staff right across this council. We've dealt over the last 12 months with some incredibly difficult situations. From a finance point of view, let me say thanks to Nigel and to his entire team, there's never been a time, I can't imagine there ever will be a time again, when the financial variances month on month have been so enormous. At times, we thought we were looking at a £40 million black hole entirely due to COVID. At other times, we had £20–30 million turn up almost unannounced and unexpected. They've kept us absolutely up to date with where we are. They've made sure at every point in time that we've been able to pay all those bills, to do everything that we needed to do. We said at the very beginning of this crisis, more than a year ago now, that we would do whatever was necessary and we'd worry about the cost of it later. I don't think we'd ever say that. I hope we'd never have to say that again. We've never said it before, but it was the right thing to do, and they've made sure at every step that we've been able to keep our heads above water as far as the finances go. The quite remarkable thing to me is that we've seen, and I almost am apologetic for saying this because I'm so conscious that there are thousands of staff on the front line, but as councillors, inevitably we deal with a relatively small circle of people, and it tends to be, day-to-day basis, it tends to be the more senior people. But what we've seen in their roles over the last 12 months has been that they can adapt like that. The depth and the quality in our senior officers is quite incredible, and it's a pleasure to be part of it. But to see officers who have gone totally outside of their sort of experience to date, taken on enormous and in what must be incredibly stressful roles in getting the people of this county through this pandemic, and do it so well has been amazing. But what is even more amazing, actually, is that the day job's carried on. And so as a few people have
frozen out, I think. Yeah, unfortunately frozen out. Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It was once said that the very best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And I have to say, in my time as a county councillor here, I've seen our staff do that not only every step of the way throughout this pandemic, but every single step of the way in my 8 years here as a county councillor. And I think I speak for everybody in this meeting when I say that none of us as local elected members could achieve any of what we do without every single member of Nottinghamshire County Council staff, whatever role they fulfil, and whatever team they sit in. I don't think it's an exaggeration, Mr. Chairman, to say that our staff have been giving hope in the face of adversity. They've been showing compassion in the face of immense challenge, and they've always gone the extra mile, even when ambition and expectations have stretched them to their absolute limits. So I'm not going to single out any individual member of staff. I'm simply just going to say to every single one of them, you are the very best of public service. You have all played your part in being the fourth emergency service throughout this crisis for our community and for our country. But even more than that, you have all been exemplary in displaying the very best of human nature, and you've helped Nottinghamshire through the darkest of times, and hopefully better days lie ahead, which I'm sure they do as a result of the outstanding public service that our team have shown. And I, for one, am incredibly grateful for it, because I wouldn't have been able to achieve half of what I have for my community without the absolutely outstanding team of staff at Nottinghamshire County Council. So my thanks to them, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. It's absolutely the right thing to have this motion. Our staff have been absolutely fantastic, and they deserve everything that has been said tonight. But I have a feeling, that when this is all over, we're going to have to carry on looking after them, because we're going to have problems in children and young people. We're going to have problems in adult social care of help because of what's happened over the last 12 months. We're going to have huge issues moving forward. So we need to make sure that we carry on looking after our staff who have done such a fantastic job. Listening to Maureen and to Bruce and to Reg, it brings out that we've all had issues. I bet there isn't one of us in this meeting that hasn't had some mental health issue or depression during the last 12 months. I've not seen my son in Canada since December 2019, for example. And he was a very difficult one because he was stuck out there. Last March, COVID had only really been going for 2 weeks, and his best friend, aged 26, died of COVID. No underlying health conditions whatsoever, totally out of the blue. And you can imagine as a parent being separated by all those miles from your son, who was on his own, trapped in a flat, and his best friend had just died. And we've probably all had those feelings over the last 12 months. But what we have to remember, of course, is that our staff have probably had exactly the same feelings. They're not exempt from it, yet they have carried on and they have rose to the challenge. In fact, they've exceeded the challenge before them. And we should never forget what they've done. And if anything's come out of COVID, it's that we should be nicer to each other. Yes, we can have our different opinions. People still split down the middle on whether you're a Leaver or a Remainer, but let's be nice about it. Let's not name call, because if anything, that is just going to add to our mental health problems. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman. Laura Trustler, my district manager, I have to mention Laura. Laura's had health issues of her own, which I won't go into clearly, of course I won't. But whenever I contact Laura, be it by email or is it by phone, Laura's at the end, deals with it almost immediately, if not before I even before I raise the issue sometimes. She is absolutely, she's a star. Now, earlier on, we talked at length about roads and pavements, what we should and what we shouldn't be doing. But what we did all agree on is we've got great staff. Did we not say that? We support our staff in Via. What a great job they do. Now, I've met them out there through the pandemic, social distance, of course, when we had to defer the works because of the COVID and they were told we had to stop everything. They worked as quickly as possible to get things back on track. And someone said earlier on that obviously there is a backlog. Of course there's a backlog, but blooming heck, they did everything they possibly could to work their way through the backlog. So whatever our views might be on roads, pavements, whatever, you know, let's applaud our wonderful staff, the Via team, and all that, and everyone else around them who have done a fabulous job in very, very difficult circumstances. So a big, big thank you to them. Now, Noel was mentioned earlier on, and Sarah Ashton was mentioned earlier on. Of course, these are two absolute blooming stars. My committee, committee I chair, and Errol Henry is my vice chair. Thank you, Errol, for all the work you've done on that. All of the team behind it aren't on the front line, but the presentations they've come up with, the detail. We've had pre-meeting after pre-meeting, Errol and I, with them again virtually. But there's never been a moment, never a complaint. They just blooming well get on with it. And as Councillor David Martin said earlier on, we had some really high quality presentations. And again, that's not possible because it could easily ducked out and say we got COVID here and we can't do this and we can't do that. But no, none of that. They just delivered time and time and time again. So to all of them, a huge thank you. And finally, to some of you, obviously, I won't be seeing again because you're either going away or sadly some of you will not be returning. But it's nice. I'd love meeting all of you. I like to think I'll get on with all of you. I hope I do. But have what remains of a great evening, and we'll see most of you soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Jackson, do you have anything further to say? We're sorry you were frozen out.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, and ironically, my laptop crashed. I had a phone call immediately from IT who sorted it out for me. I was in the middle of building up to say a thanks to IT when it crashed, because actually they did a quite remarkable job of getting us all working from home, getting us equipped with Teams. It's almost entirely worked seamlessly, apart from the last 5 minutes. And I think if you'd have told us back in February that within a month like that we'll be working online with new technology, I would have been very sceptical, but it's worked brilliantly, and I think we really should register that. And the final thing that I wanted to say, and it would have been totally inappropriate for this to be part of the motion, and quite rightly we are thanking and congratulating the staff for the work that they've done, but I want to make note of the work that elected members, colleagues have done over the last 12 months Some shout about it, some get on with it modestly. Some would have been incredibly frustrated to have been shielding through the worst of the last 12 months, and would have been incredibly and enormously frustrated not to be able to get out and do what they would have done in normal times. But I think we should note that members right across the council have risen, stepped up over the last 12 months, and in whatever way, large or small, have really helped the communities, which is at the end of the day what we're all there to do. So thank you for allowing me back in, Chairman, and I'm sorry I disappeared on you.
No, you're all right. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. We listened to so many speakers. Obviously, we have covered so many departments and so many staff, including by name. I'm going to refer to the two areas with which I've worked most closely throughout this last year, and that has been my own portfolio area and the officers who serve in that department, and with the Via and Highway staff. I'll start on a slightly sombre note because we've spoken very much about staff who are with us, have been with us throughout, and who are still with us. I think it's also important that we remember today those staff who we've lost, and there have been some. Not only may some of us have known people in our own private lives have suffered and perhaps have been lost, there are also colleagues who are no longer with us a year on. Particularly aware that the staff who were with us and have been working throughout have not only adapted to new working practices, they've also embraced new staff who've joined us, and we do have a number of new staff who've joined us and who have come into the most peculiar, unexpected world of work, and yet have still managed to join us as an organisation and undertake the very difficult tasks without any of the usual comfort and structures that you would have when you go into a new office and begin a new job. So I'm incredibly proud of the staff, both old and new, who have been able to make that possible. What struck me particularly about the staff in my own portfolio area has been, and I jotted down some adjectives which can be dangerous, but it has been their flexibility, their energy and imagination, and their tenacity. The fact that they have seemed inexhaustible when they have been most exhausted. And I think that's to be commended in everything they've done. They have worked at this, they have approached this looking for solutions. We often debate in the chamber and we throw problems at each other, and we're not very nice to each other. And our staff, to a man and a woman, have worked for solutions. And what's been wonderful to be part of and to see in them is that they are professionals. They have recognised themselves as professionals, and when they have been empowered to be flexible and imaginative, they have literally grown wings, and some of the things that they have done through that empowerment and flexibility is what has helped us through the last 12 months. Colleagues have already said they've not only faced the day job, they've also addressed a crisis. And I think what's significant in some of the things I have seen in recent weeks, including last week when I went out to the Mill Adventure Base, where we just completed on a major new installation, is how our staff are already planning for the future. So they haven't just done the day job, and they haven't just fought a crisis. They are already planning for the future. And I don't think we could bottle it. If we could sell it and we'd never have a budget problem again. So I commend them all, and I thank you for the time to listen to me. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Finally, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this time last year, or just over a year ago, when this awful crisis started, one of the most overused and common words we heard on every news summary on the radio and the television was how unprecedented the situation was. It seemed to become the word of the year, and everything was unprecedented. Well, it was. And the impact on this council, on each and every member of staff, from the very top to everyone down the ladder and all members as well, has been unprecedented. But it's also been an extraordinary year for us all in so many ways. And colleagues have listed very clearly the individual departments and members of staff who have been absolutely stunning in what they have done for us all and for the people of Nottinghamshire. So it's been an extraordinary year. We are part of an extraordinary council, and hopefully some of us will still be part of this extraordinary council after May. But as we heard earlier on today, we know we're saying goodbye to some very good and respected colleagues as well. And I thank, as I did earlier on, thank all colleagues for their help and support across the board. One or two colleagues have already mentioned something I was going to mention as well, and that is the IT department. I suspect that we've all had our little moments when the computer has, for whatever reason, has gone off or frozen, and everyone has a little curse. But I have to say that on the few occasions that's happened to me, I've gone onto IT and straight away they have sorted it out. And so I did want to say, and they get a lot of brickbats. It's the same in any organisation. If you're going to blame anything for anyone, blame IT. But they've done a really, really good job. And so really, Mr. Chairman, that's just well done, everybody. And good luck as we carry on as well, because who knows what the next chapter of this COVID life is going to be for us all. But I'm pretty confident that whatever our political colours and our beliefs and all the rest of it, we will and we've got to continue to work together to do the right thing for the council, but also, as we always do, the right thing for our residents. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Cutts.
Thank you, Chairman. In every organisation, there is somebody at the top that pulls all the threads together, that leads by example, leads by our hard work, often with modesty, putting together the strings of an organisation which is vast. I learned yesterday we probably have something like 15,500 staff who are employed one way or the other by the County Council. And who's done that? That has been the Chief Executive, Anthony May. It has been incredibly difficult over the past year because so much needed to be done with such quick speed. And Anthony stood up to the plate and done precisely that. It probably isn't known, but when the Local Resilience Forum was stood up, it wasn't quite clear who the leader was going to be of that, because it brings in the Chief Constable, Fire, the Ambulance, District Councils, and others who are contributing to our county. But one person, or one person alone, pulled all that together, and that was Anthony May. And his quiet, modest manner sometimes belies that some man of steel underneath who grasps the nettle and deals with it. Can I tell you just a bit about the local area forum? In the early days, we were very, very short of PPE, and Anthony and his team went everywhere to try and find the PPE we required to keep our care homes open. They don't belong to us, of course. People going into people's homes for caring for them, younger people who were at home who needed looking after. It was Anthony May who pulled all that together. And somehow every day that was just enough to keep us going. And of course, it was easier times a little while longer. I went to County Hall one day in the summer, and it was turned into a riverside warehouse. And the staff there had been responsible for receiving the pallets of the goods and distributing them up and sending them out to all parts of the county. And so I wouldn't like anyone to think that the facilities staff had not been an enormous part of this logistics exercise, because they certainly had. And they, of course, were working with their usual cheerfulness. But all this comes back to just one person, actually, and that is Anthony. Because without Anthony's leadership, without his guidance, I think it would all have gone in a very different direction. We started today's council meeting with an accolade from Dame Elizabeth Fradd, who was the retiring High Sheriff. And that was an accolade to the County Council staff. And it was well earned indeed by everybody. There are many names I could mention that I've worked with, the projects we've run together, the times we've gone across the East Midlands, either virtually or in reality over the past 4 years, certainly virtually this past time, to bang the drum for the County Council, to get our share of what was going there, to make quite sure we were leading the East Midlands. But Anthony was doing more than that. Anthony was actually acting as the go-to chief executive for the whole country. And I think, you know, that mustn't go unsaid. I think not every council has had a chief executive as ours has been, but Anthony is well known in the circles in government. Robert Jenrick and his department regularly have come to him to look forward for support for other parts of the council, for other parts of the country as well. And therefore, I can only say, Anthony, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much from all of us for what you have done with your team, with your modesty, with your quiet determination and your steely backbone, because without you, this council would not be in the place which it is. And I thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for that, Anthony. And it has been a privilege to serve with you, and thank you.
Thank you for that, Kay. If I can come to a conclusion now on this one, under normal circumstances, I suppose I would hand it back to Councillor Knight, and then we would have a vote. But I actually think what you've demonstrated and the comments that you've made, in actual fact, shows the amount of support that we want to give to our people. I'd like to make a just very short one for in respect to my own, and that is for Daisy Lee and Sarah Ashton, who've had me for this year, and that is no short thing, and I rely on them totally. But to bring this together, I was very conscious of the fact this year that people were being invited out to go on the steps and clap and applaud for the help and things that the staff of the NHS was doing. I was slightly always irked on that one, because I thought, but what about our people? Our people were out there. Our people were standing alongside people from the NHS, and without our departments and our staff being professional, being dedicated, preparing to expose themselves, without them being able to do that, most of the NHS discharges could never have happened. Other parts would never have happened without us. So what I would like you to do to bring the whole thing to a conclusion, and that is, just as they did stand on the outside, but let's give our staff 1 minute of applause. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, are you going to tell me, Mr. Chief Executive, I've got to have a vote?
Not going to tell you that.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That concludes then. Thank you very much. Can I say that you've been very good boys and girls today to bring all my year almost to an end. I want you to go home and enjoy, be safe. Be safe, and I hope things that go for you at the elections are good and what you want. And for those of us who are going off into the sunset, we say, "Alla vista, baby," but you can always call on us. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
That's all right. Cheers. Thanks a lot.